I hunt and purge reincarnators. Follow the story of a young man tasked with the duty of hunting the reincarnators that plague the multiverse. Why was he chosen? What are his real intentions? Chapter 1 to 60. No, Cole wasn't your everyday guy. On surface, he seemed like every other normal teenager, social, outgoing and horny. But on the inside, he was cunning, vengeful and manipulative. Just 2 years earlier, Cole was a social outcast. Although he had good genes which gave him good looks and above-average height, he didn't take care of himself. He was someone who would much rather play video games, read novels, fan fiction, watch anime and fact morally questionable content. But one day he fell victim to a prank that made him the laughingstock at school. Normally he wouldn't care, but when his mother was the center of the joke, that was another story. He had ended up beating the guys who made the joke to a pulp. Just because he ignored them most times didn't mean he couldn't whoop a.ss when necessary, especially with his large frame. What followed was as expected. Spoiled rich boy complains to parents and changes story, bribes classmates to support said story, and corrupt principal who loved to kiss ass whenever given the chance. Cole ended up getting expelled, and his father had him go to a private military school owned by his uncle. To someone who had an easygoing life like Cole, this was hell. No internet, no phones and an extremely long list of rules. Students here got so desperate they started smuggling folded pages from PURGE mags. Each student would bring a certain number. Students traded these pages with each other depending on the quality. These trades were like drug deals and happened at random times. When it's lights out, torches on and fap in your sheets. Cole was in fact the biggest supplier, but he got careless and was caught. The price to pay? Hellish training regiments. He suffered 2 years of hellish training, bad food and no porn. Since his uncle owned the place, he was never allowed to go home and instead stayed with him. In those 2 years, Cole swore he'd make the bastard responsible for getting him sent here. Pay. For his senior year of high school, Cole was sent back to the same school after his rich aunt pulled some strings. He was sure she did it just to spite his uncle, but what did he care? Those 2 years did a number on Cole. He once average figure now had toned muscles, his jawline was defined, and after getting a fresh new haircut, you know your boy was dripping. But rather forgive and forget and enjoy himself, he loaded his mind with malicious intent and began his crusade. He first started with the main culprit, Charlie. He actually never needed to do much. His current life sucked. Apparently, his parents got a divorce and his father went MIA. His mother began treating the guy like shit and stopped funding his little escapades. That was life beating him down, and Cole intended to add his own spice to the misery. Cole went full force in his revenge scheme. He got himself all Fabioed out and went over to Charlie's mother faking he was looking for any work, and as any good cliche would have it, she did. Lonely rich cougar meets young stud. One thing led to another, and like a badly written porno script, they fucked. Charlie's mother didn't even hide the fact, and the poor guy had to go to school every day knowing his mother was getting some from his classmate after she got addicted to the D. Cole had Charlie's mother bribe the principal into listening to Cole's every request. His only request, however, happened to be letting him prepare the finals. The principal assumed he wanted to make the test easier for himself, but he couldn't be any more wrong. Cole compiled the hardest questions he could find at their level. When exam day came, confusion became the norm. Cole, who was ready, always finished fast and slept while the others racked their brains for solutions, but it was hopeless. When report day came, asses were whopped, excuses were thrown, privileges were taken away, and hopes of getting scholarships died. Satisfied with his petty revenge, Cole went back to the life he missed while getting funded by his sugar mummy. One night though, as he fell asleep, a strange light enveloped his body and sent him into a strange large throne room. Seated on the throne was a figure the size of a building whose face was covered by a bright light. A confused Cole looked up at the figure who spoke. "Greetings, my child. You're probably wondering what's happening right now, but have no fear, for I brought you here to offer you the chance of a lifetime. You see, I am the creator. You could say all that exists originated from me. I offer you the chance to travel worlds you thought never existed, that you've read and or watched about in your life. I only ask you do me one favor while in those worlds. What say you?" Cole didn't even need to think twice as he gave his answer immediately. "No." The figure chuckled and spoke. "Ha ha. Good. Good. As for the favor, wait, did you just say no? Child, I offer you a once-in-a-lifetime chance. and you refuse it so blindly? Cole shrugged and replied, I'm not stupid. First, why should I believe you? Secondly, although those worlds offer a lot of good things, there's no shortage of ways I could be killed. The second I go there, my life expectancy will drop. Even if you offer immortality, that won't make it less painful. There's no shortage of otakus who would jump at this offer. Just pick some suicidal fella and you're set. My life right now is pretty much perfect anyway. The figure sighed and spoke once more. I underestimated your caution. Alright, I chose you because of your level-headedness. I worry another might forget their purpose there. Sigh. Some of my more advanced creations started the habit of sending recently dead mortals into worlds they aren't supposed to be in, as well as giving them power they were never intended to possess. These mortals more often than not end up completely destroying said worlds or abusing their power. I ignored this at first, but the number kept rising and rising. What I ask of you is to go to said worlds where reincarnated mortals are abusing their power or intend to do so and make them pay. I will deal with my creations, but it is beneath me to deal with mortals. You don't need to worry about getting killed, as you will carry my blessing as well as some power and a guide to help you in your endeavors. Do this, and I will create you your own perfect world. Should you meet any beings you may want to see again after you leave a world, I give you the power to mark them with a special sign. Make the reincarnates assimilate into the worlds they are in. Kill them only as a last resort. Is this acceptable? Cole pondered for a moment before nodding. I accept, but I also have some conditions. I want time in my original world. Paused. If you can, as I'll want to return to settle things later. I still have family after all. 2. I want the guide to a beautiful girl and not some system in my head. 3. No limitations on what I can or cannot do as said worlds. The creator's voice resounded in the room. That is doable, so long as you don't plan on making everyone in the world slaves or monopolizing all females for yourself like the others. Since we have come to an agreement, then I shall send you to your own dimensional throne room where you will find your guide. You will be able to pick which worlds to go to. See reincarnators' profiles and set up an alias for yourself when in said world to fit in better. Your guide will give further details. Now go forth, child, and purge reincarnators. Chapter 2, Heresy. Suddenly a bright light began to envelope Cole. He became slightly alarmed and turned to the creator. Hey, wait, I'm not done asking, Kfush. The creator sighed in relief. If he knew he's actually the 45,644 mortal I've chosen, he'd surely refuse. But they always end up straying away from the goal, and because of the laws me and the Destroyer set, I can't directly intervene. But this one seems smart and even made me offer him his own world. Damn it. It's fine as long he performs his duties. This should be interesting to see. He better make those who dared forget what I gave them pay, or I'll have to find another again. Meanwhile, in a large majestic castle that laid in the middle of a void, a bright light suddenly emerged in the castle's throne room. Cole emerged from the light and landed on a grand throne. Damn it, there's something he's hiding. Huh? Oh, I guess this is my castle, huh? Not bad, but it's empty. Where's my so-called guide? Hello, anyone here? Cole's voice echoed through the halls of the castle. But to his surprise, a voice responded to his call. See coming, Cole-sama. Cole-sama? Oh no. Before Cole could probably think of how the unknown voice addressed him, his attention was caught by a beautiful girl running towards. His eyes soon shifted to her chest, which was bouncing up and down in an almost hypnotic way. She had large blonde hair and big green eyes. She held a long staff in one hand and wore a rather revealing outfit. The seemingly perfect girl began running up the steps towards Cole, but fell on her face as she missed one step. Before Cole could ask if she was okay, she stood up and began bowing repeatedly. Apologies, Cole-sama, I am your guide, Dat Bane. Cole looked at her oddly as his face cringed automatically. Seeing this, she thought she messed up and turned around and opened a book titled How to Be a Mo Guide by Creator. She mumbled to herself for a moment, then turned back to Cole and spoke. Oh gozaimasu Yuanichan. Cole sighed deeply and replied in an annoyed tone. If you keep talking like that, tell your sketchy creator I quit. There's only so much cringe a man can withstand. Does he think I am some Japanese protagonist? The panicked guide proceeded to bow multiple times once more. Sorry, Cole-sama, I was just trying to be a good guide. Cole took a deep breath and replied. Never mind, it's not a big matter. We're both just trying to our jobs, right? Just use English. Anyway, before I ask my questions, what's your name? The girl began rubbing her staff in a nervous manner between her large breasts. "He want to give me name ... I should work my hardest like Lady Lily advised. I do not possess a name. I was created specifically to serve as your guide and servant in your quest. I will accept whatever name you pick." As she said the last part, her large breasts once more jiggled, causing Cole to sneak a glance for a moment. He quickly stopped however and began thinking. "I honestly don't blame the guys who strayed off and began making harems or conquering worlds. If it were me some years back I would have done the same, honestly." As for her name ... her personality is a lot like that pink-haired girl Syl from the Rance series. But she looks exactly like Sophia from that Vandis something anime I watched a while back. Guess I'll meet halfway and name her Sylvia ... Your name will be Sylvia from now on. Sylvia bowed multiple times thanking Cole. "Also one bow is enough ... I'm still getting my bearings so let's not overdo it. I was a somewhat regular just few minutes ago. Let's not feed my ego this early." Anyway, back to the important matters. How exactly is this all going to work, and even more importantly what abilities will I have to ensure I don't end up dead like some side character? Sylvia tapped her staff on the ground and a large screen appeared in front of them. She began to explain. "Now to just do as Lady Lilith instructed. You yourself can give yourself abilities that align with the world we'll be visiting, so long as they are not world-breaking. Oh, and you get special permanent abilities or other rewards you can use to upgrade your dimensional castle, special divine pets, emotional alterations and or physical alterations and many more. They are rewarded when you perform an action that affects the reincarnator in a way that pleases either the creator or the destroyer. Killing a reincarnator directly will give fewer rewards. As for how to select worlds, I can show you a multitude of options along with the profile of the reincarnator currently residing in that world. There are multiple instances for each world. By that I mean they can be multiple versions of the same world but with a different reincarnator. Oh, and as a bonus I mean creator has given you one physical, one emotional alteration and castle upgrade. Cole went silent for a moment, first properly understanding the information he was just told and secondly thinking of what alterations and upgrade he should get. After coming to a conclusion he spoke. "You've actually provided pretty clear information. You're smarter than what your first impression told me. Anyway, firstly, for a castle upgrade I chose the best defensive upgrade. Not sure where I am, but defense comes before anything. Secondly, for my physical alteration I want immortality. Invulnerability is tempting but I can get that later. I don't want to end up an old man when I'm done. Lastly, for my emotional alteration I want to have a neutral moral compass. I don't want to feel bad or hesitate when doing something because of the society I was brought up in." Sylvia nodded and tapped her staff on the ground and a light enveloped Cole for a moment before fading. Cole looked at Sylvia and smiled. "It worked I think. I feel oddly different. This should make getting rewards much easier. Alright, show me some potential worlds and the reincarnators' profiles." Sylvia nodded at Cole's request and tapped her staff once. "Here you go, Lord Cole." Cole then began looking at the multiple worlds available. DC, Marvel, Skyrim, MHA, Naruto, Game of Thrones, Yukusai worlds, High School DxD, and Harry Potter were the most popular ones, but a good deal of anime, game, TV and novel worlds were available. Cole's attention then moved to some of reincarnators and his eyes widened and sheer ridiculous of some. Uchiha Bob in Naruto, son of Alejandro Uzumaki and Beyonce Uchiha. Goal is to befriend Naruto and have a huge harem, currently 2 months old. Current schedule includes ... writing erotic novels in the morning, Saitama training regiment in the afternoon and sucking mother's boobs at night. Owns a system. Drake Hyudo in DxD, brother to Isai. Goal is to share harem with Isai. Currently 16. Current schedule includes waiting to become a devil. Owns an op ability. Donald Trump in Skyrim, a fake Nord who got caught crossing the border and just so happens to be the Dragonborn. Goal is to become emperor and build a large wall around Cyrodiil. Currently 21. Current schedule includes trying to break out of prison, wished to level up faster than others. Wanin. Cole continued to read many more outrageous profiles before finally shaking his head with a puzzled look. Rapist reincarnators, pedo reincarnators, politics-loving reincarnators, god-complex reincarnators, sex addict reincarnators, weak reincarnators, and so many more. To think there are this many sickos on the loose. I mean seriously, wow. I think I'm somewhat motivated now. Reading just what some of these goals are makes me want to wring their necks then burn them for such heresy. Sigh, seems we've got a lot of work ahead of us, Sylvia. Sylvia nodded while looking at the countless profiles. Whenever you're ready, Lord Kull. Chapter 3. Strange World. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance inside the throne room of Kull's castle. Kull sat on the throne studying countless profiles with Sylvia by his side. Kull wasn't about to jump into a world because it was interesting. He needed to properly think of which world would suit him best. The conclusion he came to was to avoid worlds where the reincarnator has already become powerful and the worlds where the reincarnator was still a bit far from starting to cause damage. He decided on this because without gaining some proper abilities and experience, he'd be beaten easily. This led him to look for worlds where the reincarnators were just beginning to pursue their goal. Among these many worlds, one had caught his attention. The reincarnator of that world had a rob who gave him 3 wishes, which is a blatant lie because the wishes surpassed 3. Kull could only curse his stingy creator for giving him 0 wishes. The reincarnator's first wish was to merge multiple worlds together, but this in turn created a world at a constant war. Many would die, but he only saw it as an opportunity to be a hero and get girls. Kull had always found the idea of being a suicidal hero just to get some utterly stupid. So far Kull judged this reincarnator to either be stupid or just too excited to make such a wish without being specific. Robs are infamous for the chaos they create after all. The second wish was to make one of the OP characters loyal to a certain summoner, which he also said would be him once he summoned the legendary figure, shocking the whole kingdom as he claimed he would be a Loki underdog. Kull was already looking forward to slapping some sense into this idiot, but he could only sigh and keep reading for now. The third wish was actually also stupid as he had wished to have the appearance of a handsome, mysterious figure. On top of that he asked for his cock size to be multiplied. But the excited Otaka wasn't specific, so the mischievous Rob multiplied his 3-inch cock by 0.5 and sent him on his way. The world he reincarnated into was what Kull began to call a merged world, a world with many worlds bundled into a whole new place. Kull actually liked this as it didn't give the reincarnator the advantage of knowing future events, meaning he could surpass the reincarnator in power very easily. The system of the reincarnator was based off actions, which meant if Kull could interrupt some he would slow the guy's progress down. As for the merged world, it was a combination of 3 worlds: Attack on Titan, Nasuverse and a currently unknown one. The world has been in a state of war with the race humans have come to call demons. In this world all beings had mana, but very few had talent to become proper mages. There were many fields a mage could focus on, but the 3 most common from low to high are creation, augmenting and pure. Those from the field of creation were responsible for many of the technological advancements in this mana-driven world. Augmenters made up the military might of many empires. Paired with weapons created by the creation departments, they were a force to be reckoned with. Pure mana holders were few, but extremely powerful. Unlike what their name implies, they do not hold pure mana. They simply have extremely large mana vessels, holding up 80 times the mana of regular people. This gave them the ability to create powerful and sometimes devastating spells. I/N. Don't mind the BS, it's a no meant for MCs, get accustomed with his abilities and the like. Other worlds won't be merged. Pure mana holders are sought out by every empire, but even more rare are seal bearers. Seal bearers are special even among pure mana holders for the simple fact they are only ever 7 to 8 in number. Seal bearers were the only ones capable of summoning and forming contracts with undying spirits. Their name comes from the simple fact that they never die. When defeated they simply vanish until summoned once more, the case of some that roam freely in the vast world. Of course spirits like this are generally weaker, as all spirits need a seal bearer to be able to absorb mana. The only other way to gain mana for these types of spirits to steal it from people. A seal bearer can form multiple contracts, but the problem lies in mana. Normally a seal bearer can't form multiple contracts because their mana would not be enough to have both spirits fight at full potential. Once someone finds out they bear a seal, they must travel to the main church in order to be given catalysts to summon undying spirits. Most seal bearers were pure mana holders, hence they were always allied with or belonged to a large empire. This time around 2 emerged from the most powerful nation, New Babylonia, 2 also emerged in the second most powerful empire der millennia. 3 however were currently unknown. One obviously being the Reincarnator. New Babylonia was the most powerful for the simple fact they had the most powerful augment unit, the Scouts. Among these Scouts some held what people call demon blood, which gave them the ability to morph into strange large beings. For a long time these people were shunned and cursed by all nations. It was only until the last generation of seal bearers that the king of New Babylonia, who at the time was the most powerful seal bearer, fell in love with the most powerful of the demon blood holders more than 100 years ago, allowed them into his nation. This proved to be a wise choice as the years flew by. The demon blood holders assisted in repelling the demons. Chapter 4, Bad Start. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. Many years would pass, and the king would eventually marry the woman he fell in love. But this happiness did not last, as the two fell repelling a large invasion along with the other seal bearers. Without the king the demon blood holders began to be discriminated against once more by many still. Some chose to leave to other nations while some did not forget the king's kindness and remained to protect the empire. 4 demon blood holders, who later came to be known as Titans, remained, while another 4 left. The 5th, who was the leader, had died with the king, so most assumed her Titan ended with her. Demons, despite their nature, were incredibly intelligent. They, too, had a society, military and lifestyle of their own. The war was waged because they sought to gain land from humans. The demon half of the world was mostly barren and only large cities had somewhat good resources. The demons, however, were masterful summoners of demonic-like beasts and creatures they used in battle. They, too, had the same fields of mana application as humans. Humans simply had better creators, while demons had better augmenters and pure mana holders. The only reason humans can match the demons was because of Titans and undying spirits. Now the new generation of seal bearers has emerged, and the former Titan holders have passed on their power to the new generation as well. After 17 years of preparation for that moment, for the seal bearers who weren't known, the Kingdom of Babylonia sent out messages and stuck multiple notices inviting them to summon ceremony to be held later during that year. I/N. Again, you don't need to know the world background a lot, just adding some shit makes some sense. With this information in mind, Cole decided it was time to make an appearance. But first he needed preparation, so he turned to Sylvia and spoke. What will I be if I go to that world? I can't exactly do much if I'm just some unknown nobody. Sylvia showed a bright smile and tapped her staff onto the ground, showing Cole a profile of himself. The creator is aware of need of a background or certain abilities in certain worlds, so I can create a profile for you in that world and send it to the creator. Once approved, you may begin your journey. This is the recommended profile. Your appearance and age will remain the same. You will appear as one of the 3 unknown seal bearers without an affiliation to any nation. This should give you many opportunities to interfere with the Reincarnator. You may also choose one ability to have only in that world to help you in your endeavors. Shall I accept this recommendation, Lord Cole? Cole pondered on what Sylvia told him for a moment and showed a malicious smile as he spoke. I accept the recommendation. As for my one ability, infinite mana. What's the current status of the Reincarnator? Meanwhile, in a forest far away from New Babylonia, the Reincarnator emerged from a portal near a river. He began to dust off his body and looked at his surroundings. System. Where am I? Host is currently in a forest, 240 kilometers south of New Babylonia, where the host must go to summon an undying spirit. Damn. If only I knew teleportation magic. Oh, well, it's only a matter of time. I just need to head over to the city, summon Saba, and I'll be adored by many as well as get the undying loyalty of my favorite waifu. The world will know the name Timmy. No wait, I better change it to something cool. I got it. Alexander Beckham. Sounds medieval and cool. I/N. David Beckham would be ashamed if he knew this. Alex proceeded to check himself in the river and smiled, loving his new appearance. But when he checked his pants, he came to a terrifying revelation. System. What the f.uk? I asked for my cock to be multiplied. It's smaller. Host's reproductive organ was multiplied by 0.5. What kind of sick joke is this? Don't tell me my summoning will be messed up like this too? So long as host holds on to the crystal in your pocket during the summoning, You will draw the undying spirit Saba. Damn it, I was so excited I forgot to be specific. I just hope I get Artoria Pendragon. At least I'll have my waifu's loyalty regardless of which Saba I draw. As for my manhood, I'm sure the world of magic has a solution. Better hurry, I'm so excited to see everyone. System which way? 240 kilometers north. Host may walk, travel by carriage, airship, mounts or teleportation. Host currently has enough gold for a transportation option of his choice. Simply travel to Moon City 10 kilometers northwest of your current location. Awesome time to beg bop. Suddenly Alex got hit hard on his head and fell to the ground unconscious. Two figures appeared behind him. On a beautiful voluptuous woman in a green hooded cloak. The other was a tall young man in a uniform. The very kind of uniform he wore during his time with his uncle. Despite his hate for the place, he couldn't deny their uniform was well made. He, too, wore a cloak but soon uncovered his hood revealing the small smile on his face. I/N, Alex being a Fate series fan, his appearance is like Gilgamesh. Sylvia, loot him of all his gold. Also, can you make a fake copy of his crystal? Sylvia hurriedly crouched and put the large staff she used to hit him over the head with down while searching his clothes for the gold and the crystal. Yes, Lord Kull. But it won't hold the same properties. It will only be a fake. I apologize. My abilities aren't as great in this world. Kull waved her off, shaking his head. It's fine, I expected as much. Just make the copy still, and give him the fake one. At best, he'll think someone just summoned a Saba class before him. This is what happens when you aren't specific. Nothing personal, I'm just doing my job. Chapter 5, The Sanctuary. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. After robbing Alex upon arrival, Kull left heading towards the nearest city, Moon City, to get some transportation to New Babylonia. He withheld using the minor alteration reward he got by knocking out and robbing Alex. They were still a couple of months till the summoning ceremony, so Kull wasn't in a rush, and he had his reasons. Sylvia, are you sure his system wasn't aware? A cautious Kull asked Sylvia as they walked casually towards Moon City. Why yes, Lord Kull, his system is a simple helper. It sees the world through his eyes. Unless it's upgraded, it only acts when told to. Kull nodded his head in satisfaction and went over his current plan while they walked. After a while they finally arrived at the outer gate of New Moon City. Kull then approached the guards and spoke in a charming tone. Excuse me friends, I'm looking to purchase some mounts without drawing attention to myself. I have some bad people after me and my wife and I rather not leave any traces. If you can offer some assistance I will pay you 5 gold each. This world's currency was separated into copper, silver and gold. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver and 1,000 silver equaled 1 gold. The annual salary of a guard in Moon City was 2,000 silver coins. Gold was usually only ever used by nobles, merchants and the wealthy. Kull of course didn't know this and offered 5 gold off the bat to probe them. He had after all robbed Alex of his 700 gold coins which he received as a starter pack. When he arrived, the guards' eyes widened at this offer, and they looked at each other strangely then nodded. One then came closer and spoke in a low voice. Head over to Garland's Hearty Mounts then say take me to the sanctuary when asked what he can do for you. Make sure no one else is around when you say this traveler. After you go in we never met, not a soul will speak of you. The city is rather big and busy so as long you go directly then no one will be the wiser. You have my word. Kull smiled and nodded then put 10 gold coins in the man's hands and walked into the city with Sylvia in tow. Sylvia who was a little concerned came closer to Kull and spoke in a low tone. Lord Kull, are you sure we can trust their words? Kull smiled and nodded slowly. From the way they reacted it's safe to assume that 5 gold isn't a small amount. A guard wouldn't be stupid enough to offend someone willing to spend a lot of money just for information. This is just my speculation. We'll find out whether it's true or not when we arrive at the shop. Sylvia put her hand on her chin and nodded rapidly. Lord Kull is wise indeed. Forgive me for having doubts. After walking for about 15 minutes Kull and Sylvia arrived in at Garland's Hearty Mounts shop. Kull also begun to doubt the legitimacy of the information as he and Sylvia had passed many proper mount shops. As for Garland's shop, it looked rather run down and only had horses on the side. Still, Kull entered the store and found an old man sleeping behind the counter. He wore tattered clothes and a straw hat covered his face. As soon as Sylvia and Kull came in, the old man spoke. without shifting from his position. "What can I do for you?" As soon as the old man spoke these words, Cole felt somewhat hopeful and replied calmly, "Take us to the sanctuary." The old man lifted his straw hat and showed a smile. "Huh? That will be 50 gold coins, sir." Cole didn't hesitate and looked at Sylvia and nodded. She then tapped her staff and a pouch appeared in her hand which she immediately gave to Cole. Cole then placed the pouch on the counter and looked at the old man. The old man then stood up and went to lock the shop door. Afterwards, he took out 2 badges with a strange insignia of a tree on them and handed them to Cole, who then passed one to Sylvia. After they did so, the old man clapped his hands and spoke in a strange tongue. "Tisvelek Kraton Transview." The floor below Cole and Sylvia suddenly began to glow and a light engulfed them. When the light faded, they appeared in what seemed to be a strange market. It was nowhere near as busy as the markets they saw on their way to the shop, but it was miles ahead in extravagance. Each shop was large and majestic with a figure outside ready to greet guests. But what surprised Cole the most was that these figures weren't human. Any race that wasn't human immediately fell under the category of demon. Beast race, elves, dwarves and other unique-looking figures could be seen roaming. Cole pretended to not be surprised on the surface, but Sylvia looked around at the strange place she was in. The old man noticed this and spoke as he began walking. "Ah yes. You're probably curious about encountering other races here?" "Yes." "Well, you see, the law doesn't prohibit trade between humans and other races. Merchants only discriminate between rich and poor. It's those old geezers at the churches and military that feed people this information about anything besides humans are demons. In actuality, they are just like any other race. The true demon race lives to far west across the Khatan Desert. They had tried negotiating with humans so that their people could have better lands. But negotiations broke down quickly. Some demon generals believed they should have as much fertile and wonderful land as they want, while humans didn't want to give them even unoccupied lands. They've been at war since, and as for the other races, they chose to stay neutral and refused to help either side in the war. So humans classified them as demons while the true demons ignored them. These races aren't banned from human cities but are greatly discriminated against. As time passed, these races became a medium for trade. Although frowned upon by churches, they are accepted but kept in the shadows to fool normal people, as both races gain many benefits are gained from this hidden trade. Demons aren't allowed to travel to our side and humans aren't allowed to theirs. That's where the other races come in as middlemen. That is the war's true history. If someone tells you otherwise, they are full of dragon shit. Anyway, here we are. Chapter 6, Akita. After arriving, the old man left while Cole and Sylvia looked at the large dome-shaped building's unique structure for a moment before going in. Cole on inside was in sheer awe at everything he had seen so far, and Sylvia was no different, except she actually showed it on the surface. Once inside the building, Cole's attention immediately fell on the many unique beasts on display. They were approached by a tall voluptuous woman with bull horns and a tail. "Welcome to Garland's Hearty Mounts. The name's Sonia. So what you're looking for?" "Whatever beast you have in mind, we got it." Cole now felt at ease and removed his hood, and Sylvia did the same. Cole then looked at Sonia and replied, "How much is your strongest, fastest and intelligent mount?" Sonia showed a huge smile and led Cole and Sylvia to another room that was poorly lighted. Inside the room was a large cage with many magical glyphs on it. Inside the dark cage, 2 glowing red eyes could be seen, accompanied by a growl. The creature soon stepped into the light and revealed its appearance. It was a large wolf, but not the kind Cole was used to. This creature had bone-like plating on parts of the body, the most noticeable ones being on its limbs. It had blue and white fur with certain parts colored a fiery red. Immediately it stepped into the light, it began eyeing Cole oddly. Sonia turned to Cole and smiled. "Meet the extremely rare mana wolf. As the name may apply, it's a beast that loves mana. Problem is, it needs a constant supply once bonded with as a familiar. The first time we tried auctioning it, 4 people died as it had drained their mana completely upon forming a bond. Its kind usually reside in mana-heavy regions only, which people normally won't dare visit as the atmosphere alone is suffocating. As for how it came into our lands, we don't know. What we do know is it's extremely costly to keep alive. We were even considering butchering it, but my brother won't allow it, and no one is willing to buy it despite its capabilities. Think of it as a pure mana holder among beasts, and a powerful one at that. If you want, it's yours for an 80 gold. I won't go any low." Before she could finish, Cole threw a pouch of gold at her, which she caught with great surprise. Cole then walked closer to the cage and smiled. How do I bond with it? Sonia, who was drooling while rubbing the gold against her face, recomposed herself and replied, Ahem, you simply place a drop of blood on its forehead and the ritual will begin. I must warn you though, if you become lightheaded during the process, back away, or you will die. Oh, and no refunds. As she said this, she hugged the bag of money tightly while stroking it. Cole then turned towards the wolf and sighed. Really glad my body is immortal right now. Something tells me this is going to hurt worse than a golf ball to the nuts. I still have nightmares about that day. Cole bit his hand, then placed it inside the cage while his heart began to beat faster and faster. The wolf looked extremely ferocious as it came closer, but actually lowered its head and let Cole drop his blood there. Upon doing so, 2 magic circles appeared below himself and the wolf, and he began to feel a weird sensation. Mana was being sucked out of him. Rather than pain, he felt as if he was getting a blowjob. The more it sucked out, the happier he felt, but suddenly it stopped, leaving him on edge. What the hell? Wait, does that mean? Cole looked at the wolf and felt a strange connection towards it. His mana stabilized, leaving somehow happy and disappointed at the same time. The wolf, however, still looked ferocious but was no longer growling. Sylvia just kept looking back and forth, wondering what's happening. Sonia, on the other hand, had eyes and mouth wide open. You did it, but how? Just how much mana do you have? Even well-known mage I couldn't tame that thing. When Sonia said these words, the wolf growled madly at her, then Cole chuckled. Tamed her? She doesn't like being referred to as an object. Do you mind releasing her from her cag? As Cole was about to ask Sonia to release the wolf, it simply tapped the cage with its paw and the magic glyphs disappeared. The cage itself melted at the wolf's touch, leaving Sonia even more shocked. While Cole was amazed, Sylvia came close to Cole and looked at the wolf with sparkling eyes. The wolf growled at Sylvia, then began sniffing her. "Our Lord Cole." Sylvia's body became stiff as she felt his killing intent on her. The wolf sniffed her for a moment, then turned and lifted its head again, leaving Sylvia still trembling while hiding behind Cole. "Now, she was just checking to see if you had any malicious intent towards me. She now knows you're harmless. Anyway, let's get going. Thanks for the service, Sonia." Cole then began walking with the wolf, Entol and Sylvia still close to him. Whilst in the market, he also decided to visit a shop that sold spell books and scrolls. Cole ended up buying many useful scrolls and books that he would practice later. The shop said it's impossible to master all the spells as they were extremely complex, while some required inhuman amounts of mana and were better suited for elves. Cole didn't care and ended up spending 120 gold for a large amount of books. Sylvia simply tapped her staff and the books vanished. Lastly, he paid 1 gold to be teleported to a forest slightly further away from Moon City. Once out of the sanctuary and into the forest, Cole turned first to the wolf. Sylvia, right, you'll need a name. Let's go with Akita because of your 3 tails. Oh, and Sylvia, I'm ready to choose my physical alteration. I want instantaneous comprehension. Chapter 7. Deep in the forest, some kilometers away from Moon City, Cole was practicing some low-tier and mid-tier spells in the middle of the night by a small river. Sylvia had fallen asleep, whereas Akita roamed the area around them, keeping watch. He prepared a stance and put his arms forward facing the river. Suddenly a flame burst out from his hands in direction towards the river. Cole showed a smile as sweat began to slide down his face. He kept launching the flame for a little while longer and then stopped. Exhausted from hours of practice, Cole laid on the ground and began to pant heavily. Feels like military school all over again, but magic edition. Well, at least I've understood the concept behind each element. I just need to continue practicing and be creative in how I apply it. But the best part now is I can do silent casting like most pure mana holders. I need to look like I've been doing this for years to not look suspicious. Cole let out a deep sigh and stood up, then stretched his body while looking up at the sky. This still feels so surreal. Honestly, looking forward to seeing what more wonders this world has to offer, but most importantly I need to gain as many rewards as possible from that reincarnator Alex. Here I'll have an undying spirit, as they call it, as my servant, which gives me the perfect opportunity to grow without worrying about opponents too much. Unlike worlds where I have to fight on my own, should he die or give up on his goal, I'll stop getting rewards, and I'll have to leave, since the power I gain here is only applicable in this world. Only abilities I earn can be used in the next world. I'm still not sure if that creator did this on purpose, or it's just how things work. Better not think too much about it. Let me just call it a night for today. Meanwhile, another 20 kilometers from Moon City, Alex finally woke up from his deep sleep. Arg, system, what the hell happened? Host received a blow to the head and has been unconscious since. Arg, shit, my head hurts like hell. Damn it, was it bandits or something? Oh, no. Understanding the situation better, Alex began to search his body rapidly. Fuck. They took all my money. How am I supposed to travel without money? God damn it, this never happens in the stories I read about. Sigh, thankfully those idiots didn't take my crystal. Better head to Moon City and figure something out, or I'm doomed to walk over 200 kilometers. After arriving at the gates of Moon City, Alex proceeded towards the guards and spoke. Excuse me, I wanted to ask if you know of any thieves in the forest. I was robbed of 740 gold, and now I have no way to travel or provide for myself. Also, do you know of any ways to travel without money, or easy ways to make some quick gold like hunting? On the surface the guards feigned ignorance and one spoke casually. 740 gold is an astronomical amount, good sir. It's enough to buy a small city. We only ever use copper and silver. I've never even held a single gold coin in my life. There are some hunting jobs with some guilds, but rewards are usually in silver. As for free transportation, you just missed the refugee band by a few days. It's a group of people who got displaced due to the war, so they are seeking refuge in the outer villages near large empire states like New Babylonia. They welcome refuge as many low-paying jobs like servants, farmers, soldiers and many others are available. You can either wait for the next band to pass by or get hunting. Forests are full of many creatures and unsavory people, hence why traveling alone is not recommended. After being told just how much he had lost, Alex felt his blood boil. You mean to tell me some fuck is enjoying the money I could have used to get myself ready? Damn it, there's only one thing I can try now. Alex lifted his hand and showed the guards a red seal on his hand. The guard who was speaking had his eyes gale wide open. He then gulped before actually speaking. Why, you're a seal bearer. I'll report your case to the head guard. As for transportation, you may head over to one of Mount's shops and show them your seal. They dare not refuse. Afterwards follow the road heading northeast, and you'll arrive at Avalon City. It's got an airship station you may use. Alex finally smiled and nodded before walking into the city. Hey, guess I won't have to worry about money. Having a seal is like a VIP symbol, huh? I bet even nobles won't dare act special in front of me. Now to get a cool mount to really make me look like a badass. Sadly for Alex, he never found one such cool mount. Most stores had many wonderful looking mounts, but they were extremely weak. Most were just for appearance and travel after all. Alex now left another store after failing to find a suitable mount, but once he came out, a hooded old woman approached him and spoke. A legendary seal bearer. Yes, you are worthy. I offer to you a mount like no other that ranks above many S-rank beasts. If you are interested, follow me. Alex felt this was sketchy as hell. But if there's one thing he learned from his former modern world, it's to never let mysterious encounters pass by. So he followed along. The old lady led him into a small home, which made him wonder how such a small home could hold a majestic beast. The answer soon revealed itself as a magic circle appeared on the floor and light engulfed him. Chapter 8. Ancient Beast. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. When the light faded, Alex found himself in a poorly lit cave and looked around in a panicked manner. The old lady, however, took him into a dark room and turned off the candle she held. I think I have finally found you a suitable companion. Please awaken. The old lady seemed as if she spoke to nothing, as everything was pitch black and only her voice could be heard to Alex. But soon after those words were spoken, two crimson eyes appeared in the darkness. A stomping sound that made the whole ground shake could be felt by Alex as the crimson eyes seemed to get closer and closer. Alex gulped fearfully and wanted to speak, but the old woman's voice was heard once more. This is its seal bearer. This beast has very few who can match its majesty and potential. I looked after it for many years, but it never agreed to become my familiar, so I sought someone worthy of it. The main trait one must hold is a large mana pool, and yours is very large. Even among seal bearers, I have unique vision compared to other senses. I'm unmatched almost. That is how I came upon this ancient beast. Will you accept it, or are you uninterested? Alex fell silent for a moment. System, is this creature rare? Host must upgrade to unlock scanning feature. Damn, She could tell I have a crazy large mana pool, which means she's no ordinary old lady. This is a fortuitous encounter. I accept this great honor. The old lady then replied in a sad tone. Sigh, the time has come for us to finally part ways. Seal bearer, you may proceed and give it a drop of your blood. Alex, who was confused as to why, turned to his trusty system. Is this how you do it, system? Yes, that is how the host must begin the ritual. Alex smiled and placed a drop of his forward on the tip of his finger. The beast came closer and licked the drop of blood. Then 2 magic circles appeared below it and Alex. Finally, seeing the beast in light, Alex was speechless at just how majestic. Coming from a modern work with no magic, he had never encountered such a thing before. The old lady smiled once she saw the ritual had begun. She made a magic circle appear below herself and was engulfed in light before vanishing. Once the ritual ended, Alex quickly began to look for the old lady in a panicked state. Finding nothing, he soon found himself outside a cave entrance. He squinted his eyes slightly to adjust to the brightness after being in the dark so long. It had actually become morning now. Suddenly large stomps could be heard from behind him, and as he turned he saw that the beast had followed him and now emerged outside the cave. Alex couldn't help but shout out in a loud voice, "That old bitch! Majestic my ass, this is nothing more than a giant chicken, a literal fucking chicken with a saddle. System, how do I break this weird connection I feel towards it? No way I'll be respected with a chicken as my familiar. Is it even rare?" Host has successfully bonded with a fire hen. Rank, E. Abilities, Fire Breath. Rarity, 1 of a kind. Host can only break the bond if the familiar agrees or if you transfer its ownership to another magi. Magi must have a large mana pool for this to succeed. Further information on the creature can only be accessed via scanning. System can only identify creatures if host sees them clearly. Is this some kind of joke? Wait, system, can this creature evolve? Yes. Host's familiar does possess this trait. Estimated time till evolution is 956 million years. But, fucking hell, nope, no way. This thing is practically useless, even weaker than those mounts in Moon City. How am I supposed to fight demons riding this thing? Fuck it, I'm killing it myself. Can I at least do that? Host will suffer an extreme backlash in doing so, as mana levels will decrease by a large margin if dies due to you. The host will then be unable to summon an undying spirit. What if I hire someone to kill it or make it jump off a cliff or something? As long as host's familiar dies purposely or with you holding intent to do so, you will suffer a backlash. I suggest host wait patiently as wait. Fu.ck no, damn it. Maybe I can have a pure mana holder in New Babylonia take this creature on. After all, I'll have some power as a seal holder. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Alex proceeded to mount the fire hen and begun riding towards Avalon City. It took him 4 hours as the hen sometimes ran in strange directions or stopped completely. But finally he rode at a fast speed, rapidly approaching Avalon City. The guards on the wall could only see a cloud of dust approaching from afar. The head guard turned to the guard on the left tower and spoke. "Jorgen, what do you see?" The guard named Jorgen had a device that looked similar to binoculars that he used to check the dust cloud. Surprised by the discovery, he turned to the head guard and spoke. "So reporting. The cause of the dust cloud is a man riding a giant cock, sir." The head guard looked at Jorgen in a confused manner. "A cock?" "Yes, sir, a very large cock. The man is firmly mounted on it and is rapidly approaching." "I don't understand, Jorgen. What does it look like?" "Is it a demon?" "No, sir. It's quite majestic, if I must say. I've never seen a cock that big. I'm sure it feels wonderful to ride and tastes even better, sir." At this point the other guards gave Jorgen strange looks. The head guard had to march over to the tower and grab the device from him and see for himself. "It's a giant hen, Jorgen. Do you not know how to distinguish chicken?" Your statement had your fellow guardsmen worried. Jorgen wasn't particularly smart and still didn't understand what he did wrong. As for Alex, who was riding towards the city, he sighed in relief as he spoke. Ha ha. Finally, Avalon City. Chapter 9. Refugee Band. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. Later the same day that Alex arrived in Avalon City, Cole had traveled many kilometers in a short amount of time. Akita was incredibly fast and nimble despite her size. Cole, who experienced this new feeling the first time, enjoyed it quite a bit, whereas Sylvia clung to him tightly, making him feel like someone was pressing large water balloons against his back. After about 30 minutes of traveling, Cole encountered the refugee band which was traveling alongside merchant caravans for safety as they had trained augmenters and magi as guards. Currently, they had stopped near a lake to rest and gather some water. Cole's arrival couldn't go unnoticed because as Akita walked towards the lake, she scared the other mounts that were drinking from there. Cole and Sylvia got off Akita and let her drink water. This break wasn't for Akita as she wasn't the least bit tired, but rather Sylvia, who looked like she would puke if they kept going. "Hey Akita, you should clean yourself a bit while we're here," Akita growled at Cole's statement. At this same moment some angry-looking beast owners who had their creatures scared away started walking towards Cole. He on the other hand didn't even notice them and turned his attention to the lake. He waved his hands in a unique motion. As he did this, large water emerged from the lake, and he splashed it on Akita. Akita growled and stomped the ground with her paw, not only making it shake but also having cracks appear. Seeing this, the angry-looking beast owners did a 180-degree and left as if nothing happened. The growling Akita then engulfed her body in flames for a moment, drying herself completely. Cole chuckled and shook his head. "For someone who has an extremely high affinity for lightning and water, you sure hate the latter quite a lot, Akita." Akita simply growled and wriggled her nose from side to side. Cole smiled and stroked her fur for a moment before proceeding into the large camp. As Cole walked with the beast, many refugees began murmuring and talking in whispers. That's a demonic beast. Is he a high-ranking general? No, you fool, generals aren't that young. A noble maybe? That beautiful woman with the staff could be his guard. Oh no, not another noble dog. The ones here have already done horrendous acts to some poor young women. Surprisingly, Cole didn't go to any of the large tents or carriages but instead found a spot near a tree where Akita laid. Cole then laid against Akita's body and began eating an apple while Sylvia fell asleep near him. A bit of time passed with him only doing this. Then out of nowhere a little girl with long white hair and pointy ears, then another with cat features appeared. One carried a bowl of water and another some fruit in their little hands. They offered this to Cole by stretching their small hands out. Cole smiled and took the bowl of water and a peach from the little girls. He then cast Purify, then drank the water and began eating the peach. "Where are your parents? Did they send you here?" Cole asked this while reaching into his pocket. He had assumed their parents sent them to maybe earn some money. The girls wore tattered clothes and smudges of dirt on them, along with some wounds. The little white-haired girl spoke as the other girl remained silent. Gone. Cole quickly understood from their expressions they were either separated from their parents or they were dead. Although Cole had made himself neutral emotionally, it didn't who couldn't feel emotion, but rather he could make choices that he usually couldn't because of his former moral compass. He took out 2 gold coin and handed it to the little girl. "Use this to get yourself transportation to your nations, but keep it hidden. If you go to a human nation you will suffer because you're of the elf and beast man races. Do you understand what I am saying?" Cole wasn't sure if they could understand him as he had no way of knowing how educated they were or if they even spoke in the same tongue as him. But the little white-haired girl nodded and clenched her little hand before walking away with the other girl. In tow, although Cole felt sorry for them, he didn't want to take them in and support him as his stay here was only temporary, along with the fact their races would be discriminated against in human cities. As looked around at the countless refugees, he realized he would come across many more sad and or terrible sights while in this world. As long they are people who benefit from war, it will never end. The human rulers seem to be influenced largely by the church and nobles, while for demons it sounds like the strong have a final say. As for other races, I'm not entirely sure as yet. As Cole was in thought, a woman approached him shyly. Although her clothes were tattered, they couldn't hide her beauty. "Excuse me, sir, may I offer you my company for the night? I only ask for 10 silver. So I may support myself." Cole was about to wave her off, but Akita first and began to growl, followed by a bark. After this Cole turned to the woman and spoke. "I'm not interested. Try asking the nobles and merchants." Then the woman's shy demeanor vanished, and she tried being seductive by closer to Cole, but he smacked her hand away. "I said leave. My familia hates women like you the most. Now leave before she makes you." The woman became angry and stomped her foot at Cole's words and rushed away from him. Akita then went back to resting, seeing that the woman was gone. But just Cole closed his eyes to rest a bit, a commotion broke out. "What now?" Chapter 10. Arrogance. Cole opened his eyes and saw a large man carrying the 2 girls he had given gold coins to while shouting, "Attention nobles and merchants, These two little demons are thieves. They had 2 gold coins in their possession. I'm sure they stole it from one of you. Please put them to justice. Having such demon scum here makes me sick." After hearing the statement, the nobles and the merchants began to gather at the scene. Even though they had wealth, a gold coin carried great value. Greedy merchants like this wouldn't miss such an opportunity. "Are they mine?" I knew something was strange when I found my pouch shifted. "Give them here. I'll reward you 10 silver for this gracious deed." Cole thought the man to be stupid. He could only assume his hate for demons is why he was doing this rather than keeping the coins. As the man wanted to hand over the coins, other merchants began to speak. "You bastard Delian, have you no shame lying through your teeth? That gold is clearly mine. Gorgon, you slimy snake, you're both wrong. The gold is mine. You three know no shame. How about you let my guards get a confession out of them? Sounds reasonable." Cole sighed as human greed in this world seemed to be just as bad if not worse. Cole stood up then walked towards the scene and interjected. "No need, I gave them the gold, now disperse and let them go. You're starting to annoy me." The merchants still weren't willing to back down, so Cole decided to end this quickly. He took out about 15 gold coins, which was an astronomical amount to regular and most merchants could not spend such an amount carelessly. "Can you confirm this is 15 gold?" One of the merchants spoke loudly and confirmed while eyeing the coins hungrily. "Why yes, those are 15 gold coins." Refugees were in a daze hearing that crazy amount as most had never even seen a gold coin. Cole then showed a malicious smile and spoke. "Then I'll prove the gold is mine." The merchants were curious as to how he would do this. Then suddenly Cole began throwing the gold coins into the lake one after another. What they didn't know is they were just copies Cole made using earth magic when he was practicing. They looked and weighed the same amount as gold but turned into mud when exposed to water or after some days. "Stop! What are you doing? That's gold, you fool!" Cole ignored then proceeded to take out some more gold coins and began throwing them as well. The merchants and refugees could feel heartache. Some refugees and guards even began jumping the lake. But Cole launched them so far by the time they reached they would have sunk to the depths of the lake where they couldn't reach. Cole only stopped after throwing 50 coins. The merchants felt similar to how a man would feel seeing a woman he cherished make love to another. Their hearts couldn't take this torture anymore. "Stop! We understand. You madman. You're worse than a demon. Have you no soul?" "Bah, I have to go lay down. I'll forever have nightmares of this unholy event." Cole then turned to the man holding the girls, making him panic and release the girls immediately while giving them back their coins. Cole smiled and patted their heads then. "Who dares wake up Salazar Belmont III?" Cole rubbed his temples and regretted ever stopping here. It's like all nobles are hungry for a beating. I should be dubbed a saint for not killing anyone so far. But this guy definitely needs to be put in his place. If I had an arrogance meter it would be approaching dangerous levels right now. "I dare. Who gives a shit whether you get your beauty sleep or not? You could sleep forever, but you'll still look like a donkey's testicles. If you're here to mouth off about your family or whatever then save it. I've seen plenty of that. Now get lost." The man named Salazar became angry, but women came near him and stroked his chin. "Ignore him, young lord. He simply saddened that I refuse to be in his presence any longer and prefer yours. Let us go. Let me calm your nerves." Cole burst out into a laugh that unnerved people, before he showed a malicious smile and replied, "Ha ha ha, how sad. A so-called noble can only eat the leftovers of others. As for me, why should I be saddened? Go ahead and enjoy that loose woman. Besides, my parents always told me to give away my used toys to the needy. Now leave. I already feel disgusted talking to a testicle-faced idiot and his diseased harlot." The man flew into the rage and shouted towards his caravan, "Hey you good-for-nothing magi, my family didn't pay you for nothing. Deal with this fool." A lovely blonde-haired woman came out of the carriage and began walking towards the scene. But at that same moment Akita did the same. Growling and cracking the ground she walked on. The woman bowed towards Cole and spoke. "I apologize on behalf of the Belmont family for this sorry excuse for an heir." Salazar turned to the woman in surprise and spoke. "You bitch." "How dare!" Bam! Before Salazar could finish speaking, the Magi hit him in the balls with her staff. "I've had enough. I only agreed to ride along in the carriage because we happened to be heading in the same direction and your grandmother had helped me once before I became a Magi. You think your family can afford someone of my quality? You're indeed stupid to the core. I'll reach my destination myself. I'm tired of looking after a spoiled child." Then humphed then began to walk away, but Kul stopped her. "Can I ask you to make sure these kids return to their respective nations? Name your price." The woman smiled and spoke proudly. "I'm a high tier magi, plus I'm also busy. I won't work for anything less than 5 gold. No negotiation." Kul nodded and took out 5 real gold, then gave them to her uncaring. "Deal." After doing this, Kul woke up Sylvia and Akito and decided they should leave before any more events take place. Chapter 11. Investment. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. A day had now passed since Kul left the refugee band. Alex had successfully managed to use his status as a seal bearer to get a place on an airship heading towards New Babylonia. He was extremely excited to meet the characters from his favorite animes. Kul, on the other hand, was more concerned with staying alive. He knew for a fact that his chances of dying were high if he didn't make proper preparations. He didn't have a system to purchase things from, and his rewards were based off actions towards Alex. So he was currently traveling towards Brogma, the dwarven industrial capital. This city was home to many of continent's best creation magi. Kul's destination was the Heaven Forge. This place produced the best of the best weapons, both regular and magical. Basically any augmenter's wet dream. Pure mana holders usually fought by casting spells, so a weapon was never really necessary aside from staffs which didn't cost much. What was most important for them were mana crystals, but that's a completely different topic. The Heaven Forge was located up a high mountain. Anyone who wanted a weapon made had to walk up the 10,000 steps. Once on top, your request will be heard and a price determined. When Kul heard, he felt like he was being sent on a quest in a game to obtain a legendary weapon or something. I suppose he did this to lessen the amount of people who visit. I'm not even halfway yet, but I've already met lots of people going down in anger. Kul sighed, then continued to climb up. He had left Sylvia and Akita as only those who want a weapon forged are allowed to ascend. He was also pretty sure Sylvia would be weighed down by more than just gravity. A little while after reaching halfway, Kul met a rather strange skinny man with a large bag. It looked exactly like an oversized camping bag from his world. This world was semi-modern. It's just that rather than electricity, many things were powered by magic. The strange man was seated on the ground warming his hands near a fire. When the man saw Kul, he jumped up excitedly, picked up a notebook and rushed towards Kul. "Excuse me, good sir, may I have a moment of your time?" He rushed towards Kul in a hurried manner, almost falling in the process. Once near Kul, he adjusted his monocle and top hat, then wanted to explain but ended up dropping his equipment. Some began to tumble down the mountain. He chased them for a few seconds. After seeing he won't catch up, he ran back towards Kul. He then adjusted his top hat, bow tie and monocle, then cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce myself, good sir. I am Balabanan, god-tier creator and genius, or at least I will be in the future, provided things go as planned." The man began to mumble, but when Kul created his throat he came out of this daze and continued on. In simpler terms, "Good sir, I am trying to launch a company that will become so grand that I will be named the greatest dwarven creator of all time. I am currently looking for potential investors, so I can meet my goal of 300 gold. I know it's a lot, but I assure you it will double by a large margin in a little time. I have currently gathered 2 gold, and it only took me a year. Haha, I can smell the success." Kul tilted his head in confusion. "How are you, dwarf, when you're taller than average? I mean, I'm no expert, but so far every dwarf I've seen is below my waist, and you're almost my height. More importantly, why should I believe you can really become as great as you claim? If you can convince me, I'll invest the whole 300 gold." The man's eyes lit up brightly, and he began to speak in an excited manner. "Why, of course, follow. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Haha, my first investor, and I'll fulfill my goal. Who cares if I wasn't as manly or hairy as my mother?" Kul calmed the excited man and told him to wait below the mountain while he went to get a weapon made. Bala wanted to offer to make one, but Kul refused just in case he really was a nutjob. The two then separated and Kul continued to climb up the many, many steps. Upon arrival, he found he was the only one on top today. There was no lack of people on the way though. Without wasting any time, he proceeded into the temple-like building where he was greeted by a chirpy dwarf. "Welcome, traveler, isn't it a wonderful day? Please hand me your request, and I'll take it to the forge master. Cole looked at the chirpy dwarf with an annoyed expression. This chirpy jerk has the audacity to tell people who just climbed 10,000 steps it's a wonderful day? It's amazing he isn't dead yet, cause I'm surely considering it. Cole took a deep breath and then took out the rough sketch he had made and handed it to the chirpy bastard. The chirpy bastard then looked at oddly, turning it up and down, then side to side. It'll do, I suppose. Please wait here. Cole ignored it and waited patiently for about 20 minutes before the dwarf returned. Master says it'll cost 70 gold to make such a powerful weapon, so I'm afraid you'll have to go. Before it could finish speaking, Cole threw a pouch with 70 gold inside straight to the dwarf's face. The dwarf wore an annoyed expression but walked away with the pouch regardless. After 2 hours, a short muscly figure with a big beard appeared where Cole was waiting, carrying a large black wooden box. When the dwarf arrived near Cole, it placed the box down gently and spoke. I must say I've never received such an outrageous request in a long time. Not many are willing to spend that much on a weapon that doesn't have a magic crystal in it. Being a special case, I did my best on this. I can assure you it's forged from the strongest alloy and most durable alloy on the market. It's also an excellent mana conductor plus has many magic inscriptions, so it can work with spells as well. As for the sharpness, hey, may the goddess have mercy on whoever is your opponent. Well then, take it out, lad, and give this masterpiece a name, so I can quickly inscribe it as well. Cole smiled and opened the box, revealing a black and silver double-bladed polearm. He felt its weight, then the balance, and found both to be perfect. I think I'll keep it simple and name it Genesis. Chapter 12, Untrustworthy. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. After Cole got his weapon inscribed, he took a look at the list of functions it had thanks to the inscriptions. He was in a hurry, so he decided to use the command most suited for the moment. Sheath. As he said this command, the double-bladed polearm became engulfed in smoke and vanished. But if one looked closely, they could see a small tattoo on Cole's arm in strange glyphs. After successfully getting his weapon forged, he left. The chirpy dwarf was tasked with escorting guests halfway through the mountain, but this time the dwarf stopped just before the steps. Just to follow the stairs, and you'll be fine. Have a good day. Cole smiled and nodded. The dwarf then turned to leave, but Cole kicked it down the steps, and it kept tumbling. It stopped and glared at Cole at some points, but he just kicked it again and continued on his walk down the mountain until they reached the bottom. You crazy human, how dare you? I'll inform the master. And Cole kicked it one last time for good measure and walked away. Enjoy the climb up. Have a wonder day. Hey. Cole then met up with Akito and Sylvia and soon Bella. Once gathered, they left the city and Bella led them towards Death Mountain, one of the largest mountains on the continent. It was located in the Nether Woods, a large forest teeming with predatory creatures. The woods themselves are marked as a mid-tier 6 danger zone, while the mountain was mid-tier 8. Ranks for the zone ran from low, mid to high and were further divided up into tiers from 1 to 10. Bala led them through a path he had discovered by sheer luck. It led directly to Death Mountain, where he then took them into a cave and activated a teleportation circle. When it was over, they found themselves in what seemed to be a large underground city. It was an incredibly beautiful and majestic city like any he had seen. Bala then began to explain as he walked. This is the Lost City, or Pandora. I'm still unsure as to which race this place belonged to, as I found no records of or drawings whatsoever. But from what I can tell, they're incredibly intelligent and skilled in magic as well. What's strange is that there seems to be no homes, just a large castle in the deepest parts. Everything else is an industrial building. I wondered how such could stay maintained all these years, but I got my answer after investigating for many weeks. Come out. As Bala said this, thousands of people began popping out of buildings and hidden passages. They were all clad in black with blindfolds on their eyes. Bala smiled excitedly as he introduced them. These are creation homunculi. Their sole purpose is to create and work non-stop. The homunculi come in many forms, hence why I'm unsure of the race. They only say the former owner died before they could create. So I made it my purpose in life to make this the best creation center in existence. The only thing lacking are mana mid crystals of each element. Otherwise, This place isn't lacking in materials. I offered selling materials for gold, but they refused. Only when crystals are in place can they allow the new owner to do as he or she pleases. In all honesty, it will take years to match fully operational industrial cities, but if you make this investment you'll own a source of revenue and top quality devices. I only ask for credit for my inventions and quality pay. Cole of course agreed to this offer, although this place had close to no benefits of owning it as of yet. It could at least give some income. Cole had already planned on investing in businesses once in New Babylonia, but this was even better. So after he agreed, they went to purchase the needed crystals back in the city and came back. Once back they went into the castle-like building where the core was located. After the crystals were embedded, Cole had to activate using a large amount of mana. Now he understood why Bala was on that mountain and willing to share this discovery. Creation Magi are known to possess the lowest mana pools of all three groups. Cole judged from the amount he put in that it would take at least a mid-tier pure holder to activate. Why, you did it? Haha, yes. Finally, Cole didn't like being fooled and turned to Bala to confront him about what his true intentions were. I know I am not the first person you brought here, Bala. So either tell me the real truth or— Akita came close to the two and barked loudly, terrifying Bala. Bala began to sweat more as he backed himself to the wall. Wait good sir, I'll explain truthfully. Sigh, I did say the truth about not knowing this place's origins. In fact, I speculate there are many hidden worlds throughout the many continents of this world, as many nations have discovered one similar to this. From the information known by the public, each of these forgotten lands, as they're called, vary. This one is a creation center, while some may be armories, treasure troves, rich in minerals, or libraries. For example, the Thestria Library in the land of the elves is a forgotten land. It is the reason they are unmatched in magic. New Babylonia has an armory and mineral-rich forgotten land, which is why they are so powerful. Lastly, Demilenia has a treasure-filled forgotten land. They started out as a noble family but rose into a powerful empire with an established monarch. I'll admit I brought a few people before you, but I had offered them the same deal, but all of them told me to leave once I explained it all. I am not a greedy man. I just wish to leave behind a legacy and prove the people who called me useless wrong. But every potential investor wasn't willing to share and would threaten to kill me if I insisted. Luckily they all perished from losing all their mana. Sadly the crystals always exploded, and I had to risk my life again. That is all true, I swear. I am no threat to you. Plus you are now the owner. If you die I'd have to risk my life once more. Please believe me, good sir. Cole called off Akito and walked near Bala and spoke. Alright then, but I'll be honest as well. I don't trust you, so I expect to see if your words are true in the coming months, Bala. That will determine whether we will be friends or foes. I'll leave you to work now. Chapter 13. Ceremony begins. After Cole left the Forgotten Land, he decided it was time he also began heading towards New Babylonia. He didn't travel directly but would sometimes stop in cities or towns nearby the route he was using. There he would interact with people to better understand the world he was in. He did this so he wouldn't be seen as suspicious for not knowing a lot of common things. The rest of his time was spent practicing his spells and developing a fighting style suitable for him. Just like that the days went by and the day of summoning finally. Unlike the ceremony of the previous generation, this one was a huge event. Many people were celebrating the fact that new seal bearers had appeared and that the demon scourge would be wiped out. Regular people could not view the ceremony. Only nobles, royalty and emissaries from other nations and churches could attend. The venue was a large arena where a priest stood on the platform with a magic circle ready for the summoning. In the luxurious stands, many members of noble families, churches and other important figures were seated. But even among such prestigious figures, they are people who stand out, or in this case families. One such family was the Bartomloi, one of the three great families of the Mages Association and also one of the biggest families in New Babylonia. They are a family of rulers and lords that can be called embodiments of perfectionism and aristocracy. All the Bartomlois have an almost obsessive hatred toward the demons and the dead apostles, the aristocratic elite among vampires, possibly due to their dignity as humans or pride as aristocrats. and they spend their time hunting them as if it were completely natural. This obsession may go so far as neglecting any other responsibilities to participate in any hunts available. The head of their family does not appear in public until he or she becomes perfected as a magus according to their standards. They are raised only inside the butterfly manor, as having them appear outside while inexperienced appears to be an embarrassment for them. The current head, Butterfly Lorelei, has some degree of friendly relations with other families, but other information concerning her succession and her background are unknown. Another prestigious family present was the Tramblios. They are also one of the 3 noble families of the Mages Association and hold equal say in New Babylonia as one of its biggest families. Unlike the Butterflies, they don't have a hatred towards demons and were more open-minded during the negotiations with them. The current head is MacDonald Tramblio Elrond, who is also the Lord of the Department of General Fundamentals at the Mages Association as well as head of its Democratic faction, which believes bloodlines should be disregarded and that those with talent should be in charge. MacDonald is a very tall, muscular man with short blonde hair and blue eyes. He possesses a dual elemental affinity to wind and fire and is one of the most powerful magus in the association, capable of firing spells of the highest tier over and over again for up to an hour without needing to stop. This is because of how fast he regenerates mana. Although big and scary looking, he is a fair and just man who cares a lot of his family and dotes on his 2 daughters more than anything. The last of the 3 great noble families of the Mages Association is the Valualia family. This is a family that likes to explore new things and is open to change. The current head in Valualia Troham is the Lord of the Department of Creation in the Mages Association and also a key member of its Democratic faction. Her family being one of the big noble families in New Babylonia, they played a role in accepting the Titan holders as she agreed with the Tramblios on the matter, much to the displeasure of the Butterfly family. Although those 3 were the most well-known families in New Babylonia, there was one more family that was just as powerful as them, the Inspan family. The reason this family was not well known is that it had no branch families and kept its bloodline pure, the only known family to do so. This led to them not having as many human members as the other families, but they made up for this with homunculi. The family was greatly known for having the greatest creation magus as well as former archmagus. This is why the family is unmatched in alchemy and homunculi creation. Even what they consider failures is 100 times better than what any other family can offer. They are independent of the Mages Association and only act on certain matters within New Babylonia. The current head is Jubstatiite von Inspan, or simply Old Man Ucht. The other notable families were those of the Demillennia Empire. The Demillennia Empire had no royal lineage. It was made of many noble families and positions were given due to talent. The current head of the clan is Darnik Preston Demillennia, with his vice being Kirshtaria Wodime Demillennia. Darnik had already lived for hundreds of years and is largely responsible for the clan itself. He is very open-minded as he had chosen a young lady from another family to be the next heir because she possessed what he called real talent. Not many high-ranking church officials had come. They had instead sent one of their saints to the ceremony along with other emissaries. Other figures present were the Queen of New Babylonia and her daughter, royalty from other nations and high-ranking military personnel. As soon as it became noon, the priest presiding over the ceremony began to speak. "Today is the day we have long awaited for. Our goddess has blessed us with a new generation of seal-bearers. Now watch as they summon their servants and together bring an end to the abominations that we calm demons." Many members in the crowd began to clap. After they stopped, the priest raised his hands in the air and spoke. "May the seal-bearers come forth, so we may begin." Chapter 14, Arrival. As the priest finished speaking, a group of figures entered the arena and stood below the platform. The priest then smiled and spoke once more. "Sadly, only 5 seal-bearers have gathered together as the whereabouts of the other 2 are unknown. But it is only a matter of time before they are revealed, and our race will once more have its guardians. May the seal-bearers please introduce themselves to the crowd." Once the priest said these words, one by one they began to introduce themselves. For Vegidemillennia, heir to the Demillennia Empire. Selenik Iskli Demillennia, head of the Iskal noble family. Rintesica Trambalios, heir to the Trambalios noble family. Iasviel von Inspan, heir to Inspan family. Hey, Alexander Beckham, soon to be the master of the Sabre class servant. Alex's introduction had got him many angry stares. One could not comprehend how a nobody could so presumptuous in the face of nobility. When he arrived in New Babylonia, he didn't get the treatment he thought he would. Being a non-noble, he faced quite a lot of discrimination from nobles. He was given a wonderful accommodation, food and servants to attend to him. He had tried requesting to see the Titan holders who stayed isolated from the rest of the city in a rundown estate. He was of course turned away, and the same was the case by the Trembalios and Inspans. Only the royal family saw him. They wished to know if he was willing to join their empire and fight under their banner. He agreed, but with outrageous demands. The first being full access to all areas of the city, permission to visit the Titan holders whenever he likes, a high noble title and permission to see Princess Historia as well. He was refused bluntly and told him his demands were excessive. Being confident in summoning a Sabre class, he made the queen an offer. If he indeed summoned the Sabre class, he would have these conditions met, and if not, he would swear allegiance to the empire without the need of any conditions. The queen was reluctant, but if he indeed summoned a Sabre class, the conditions would be worth meeting, so she agreed, and they signed a soul contract. Breaking this contract would lead to one's mana pool being locked. The reason why the Sabre class was put so highly was because the last one was extremely powerful. They didn't have much knowledge on undying spirits, so they could only speculate that the Sabre was the strongest, although those who knew faith knew it actually depended on who was summoned. The queen was an honest woman, so she had no need to refuse a soul contract. This was mainly to ensure Alex didn't go back on his words. He was now looking up at the booth where the queen was seated with her daughter next to her. The other nobles on the other hand all had different opinions. The head of Berthmalai family aborted and spoke. Nobody dares to be so arrogant. How laughable. The head of the Volualia family laughed happily. If he has the potential, then he can be as arrogant as he wishes. Don't forget, even our ancestors were nobodies. You're simply a spoiled child who rose to power due to her bloodline. Be quiet in the presence of real lord's brat. The Trembalios head laughed out loudly. Ha ha, leave the child. She is about the same age as my daughter. Of course she lacks respect and experience. Let the harsh world be her teacher. She's merely upset her family didn't produce a seal bearer. Yet a young man with no bloodline possesses it. Fate truly is a cruel mistress. Ha ha. Don't you agree, old man? Oh, don't be so grumpy. I know on the inside you're happy your granddaughter is down there. The old man MacDonald was referring to was the Inspan head. TCH. To me, you're all brats. HMPH. Respect should be earned. Demanding for it simply because of a title is pure dragon shit. Now let me watch in silence. The Demillennia head smiled and laughed as well. Always so cranky, Hinspan. Don't forget I'm your elder. You still a snot-nosed brat when I first visited your father. Ha ha, a perverted one at that, kept trying to look under my servant's dress. The head seated in the booth broke out into laughter at Darnick's words. Old man Inspan's face simply became even more angry looking than usual. Back on the arena, the priest was ready to announce the ritual to begin when the ground began to shake. A large wolf carrying a man and a woman suddenly came into the arena and all gazes went towards it. Some gazes like MacDonald's and Darnick's were very widened. Why? For MacDonald, he had personally tried making the beast his familiar but failed, while Darnick, who had been around for hundreds of years, knew many of the beasts that resides in the high-tier danger zones, and the wolf he saw now was definitely among the most dangerous and violent. The stadium the people were in was under high security and Cole had to show his seal to be allowed in, which he now did again upon everyone looking at him and spoke. Cole's Agaroth, independent magus. Cole then patted Akita and spoke, looking at Sylvia. Stay here with Akita, Sylvia. I'm about to earn some rewards. Hee hee. Sylvia bowed multiple times and then cheered Cole on. Good luck, Lord Cole. As she did this, her large chest was bouncing along. This drew the attention of many male nobles as she was a great beauty. Cole walked over to the others and spoke politely. It is a pleasure to meet you all. After speaking these words, Cole stood near Alex and faced the platform. Alex was not happy with another good-looking guy appearing. Damn it. Who the fuck is the guy? I don't remember him from the animes, so he must be from the manga. TCH, I should ask for height as well. Whatever, my main waifu will only serve a Sabre master, and for the others I have the advantage of knowing their personalities, so there is no way I'll let him woo my waifus. Chapter 15. Summoning. While Alex was closing his eyes in thought, He missed the part where the priest said for the first summoner to come up. When he opened his eyes he found Cole had already gone up and was preparing to summon. He took a red catalyst from the priest and approached the magic circle. Alex wore a smug look and crossed his arms waiting. The priest then spoke in a loud voice so that all the seal bearers and nobles may hear. To summon a servant, simply make a chant. It is said that the more provoking it is, the higher the chance of getting a powerful servant. Or if you can't, simply try writing down one now then come up when ready. Some maids came on the scene carrying paper and pens. Surprisingly, every except Alex seal bearer didn't have a chant ready, as they didn't know the process prior to coming. Alex was relaxed and didn't take the paper and pen, as he was sure he will summon a saber class, no matter his words. I can't wait to see their reactions when I summon the most powerful effortlessly. He. I don't even remember any chants. No one pays attention to that. We all just watch for wifus. He. I hope he gets a guy servant who's gay for him or something. Hey, that'd be hilarious. As a maid came up the platform with a pen and paper, Cole shook his head and turned her away, which made the others think he'll just go along with it. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let red the color I pay tribute to. Let my great masters Agaroth be the ancestor. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. I hereby declare, your body shall serve under me. My faith shall be your sword. Submit to the beckoning of my call. If you will submit to this will and this reason, then answer. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. The other seal bearers were impressed by his words, thinking he came up with them off the bat. Alex, however, didn't care. So what? Just wait for my turn, and I'll surprise you. The magic circle, however, now began to glow brightly, and a bright light emerged from it. Once the light faded, a figure clad in armor, in red and white armor, bearing a sword in her hands, had appeared and spoke. Are you my master? Cole smiled and responded, yes I am. The figure revealed her face that was initially covered by her helm and spoke. Being too far away, only Cole could hear her words. Then from this day forth, I, Mordred of the Saber class, shall serve under you, master. Alex was in utter disbelief and what had just happened. He knew very well who Mordred was. System? What the hell? I have the crystal. How did he summon a Saber class? Crystal only increases the chances of success in summoning a Saber class by 100%. It does not prevent others from succeeding in summoning. Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Host did not ask. Upgrade to level 2 to unlock sentience. Fuck, what do I do now? I don't know any freaking chants. A panicked Alex then took a paper and pen, then began thinking of one. Cole, on the other hand, looking at his servant. He had already seen videos of history of this world's undying spirits from who had explained it all. This information wasn't a secret, and if someone did research they would know. In this world, Mordred's past is slightly different. She was still conceived between Artoria and her sister, Morgan Le Fay, through unorthodox circumstances. During this time, Morgan enchanted Artoria with a spell to extract DNA from her. Morgan developed it within her own ovary, and made the child into a homunculus clone of Artoria. Due to her status as a homunculus, she was given a much faster growth period than a regular human being, and her lifespan was far shorter. She was raised in secret and told to hide her status and obey the king until the time was right. I/N. Yes, I did a little editing to the story. Don't like it then me. Told that it is her right to inherit the throne, Morgan bid her to one day defeat the King of Knights and take her place. She did bear that same obsession as her mother, but before all that was her adoration for King Arthur. She felt ashamed of her twisted birth, unconsciously acting jealous of normal people, and, with the special innocence that children possess, she worshipped the perfect king. Given a helmet she was told never to remove in front of others, she was eventually sent to Camelot under Morgan's recommendation, and through a presentation of her own superb swordsmanship, became one of the Knights of the Round Table. She was given her sword despite her unknown origins because of her abilities and straightforward mental chivalry. She went without having the slightest feelings of rebellion, spurred on by the truth, and approached the king with delight. Raised without a father, the king was the very form of a godlike warrior to her, but Artoria rejected her very clearly. She said that, while Mordred is certainly born from her and her sister's plotting, that she will not recognize Mordred as her child or give her the throne. Mordred believed that it was all due to the king's hatred for Morgan, that it would be impossible for her child to be accepted. Thinking that was the reason her title was the weakest, believing that no matter how hard she tried, even if she excelled over everyone, that the king would forever view her as a dirty child from the moment she was born. From Morgan, her great love for the king up until then made her hatred burn. Mordred then laid rebellion against the kingdom, wanting to take the throne by force as she believed she was worthy of it. Artoria in the end defeated her. Her last words were ... mother, while her blood-soaked hands reached out to touch Artoria just once, but was not even granted that wish as she fell. Due to being bound by a strong curse, Mordred still swung her sword after her death, leaving a fatal wound on Artoria, who later died of her wounds without being able to speak her last words fully. My CHI/N. That's the only history I'm revealing for now because it's necessary for the plot. Others will be revealed if they are important as well. Once it was time for another seal bearer to come on stage. Cole and Mordred went down back to the arena. One after another the other seal bearers came up the stage. Alex ended up being last because of preparation for a chant. So far, Elias Veal, who was a little girl with red eyes and long white hair, had summoned a male berserker. Rin had summoned a male archer class servant. Selenik had summoned a female caster class servant. Far had summoned a male lancer class servant. At this point, everything seemed to be falling apart for Alex, and he could only hope he would summon an altar of one of his favorite waifus. But sadly he ended up summoning a male rider class servant. His face turned dark when he realized he didn't summon an altar but instead summoned. Greetings master, I am a servant of the rider class, but you can just call me a Stilfo. Announcement. Chapter 16. My works will be updated depending on popularity. So vote for the one you love most. The most popular will get the most updates. But rest assured that even my unpopular works will get updated at least twice in a week. I don't want people thinking I've abandoned my work, just updating according to popularity. I may also get busy soon, but yeah, I'll still be releasing every week unless something major comes up. Thanks for support. Chapter 17. Reputation. Fuck. Alex was so pissed by the events that had just occurred that he didn't back and swore loudly in on the platform. He then walked over to the others angrily with a Stilfo skipping behind happily. Stupid fucking system, it's the cause for everything bad. First the damn chicken, but sure I could live with that, but this is fucking unacceptable. Not only did I get a trap rider instead of Saba, but the only other guy present got a Saba class. A girl wouldn't have been that bad, but a guy. My waifu will be loyal to another guy. How the fuck am I supposed to feel? All because of this shit system. No, I won't let that happen. There's got to be a way. After Alex's short outburst, the priest cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem. With the ceremony over, may the guests carrying invites head toward the palace grounds for the celebration and get the chance to speak to our seal bearers firsthand. After the priest said these words, he gestured the group to leave. Cole didn't say anything and wanted to walk away but was stopped by Rin asking him a question. You said you're independent, right? Does that mean you'll choose a side to work with? Cole shrugged as he replied. I can't say I've made a decision yet. I suppose I'll come to one at the palace once I meet those who have offers for me. Cole wanted to walk away again but was stopped once more. Wait. I'll escort you to the palace. I'll tell you everything you need to know about New Babylonia, so you don't make a fool of yourself and in turn the seal bearers. I need him to ally with us and not their millennia. Rin then turned to Elias Veal and asked, are you coming? It's best we know each other a little. Elias Veal. After all, we will be working together soon. Elias Veal smiled and ran over to there too and replied in an excited tone. Yes, Elias Veal in this world was the heir to Inspan family even though her mother was a homunculus. Ilya is cheerful and outgoing, upbeat and generally exhibits a positive attitude. Possessing a friendly demeanor, she is easy to talk to and tends to be playful and mischievous. Deep inside, however, Ilya is lonely as she has no friends her own age to play with and is often stuck inside the Inspan castle. Hence, her excited towards the offer to tag along. She asks those she feels comfortable around to call her Ilya rather than Elias Veal. Speaking of her age, though Ilya was born through natural means, her body has been heavily modified before and after her birth to maximize her body's magic compatibility. The modifying made her growth slow down abnormally and resulted in her childlike appearance while she is actually slightly older than Rin, who was currently 17. Her physical body also did not develop secondary sexual characteristics. Her life in Innsbruck Castle was rather harsh and cruel, as they had treated her inhumanly, which made her personality more unstable and cold-blooded. But she kept the kindness she inherited from her parents deep down in her heart. I/N. Just found Elias Veal is 18. I genuinely thought she was a little girl. Damn illegal lily ... Subashi. As for Rin, she is fiercely competitive and eager to prove herself as a skilled and capable magus. Rin is a perceptive, serious, resourceful, and very competitive person. Though she is widely admired in New Babylonia as a prim and proper honor magus, it is a front she puts up in order to prevent others from prying into her life. In private, she is notably loud, shrewd, stingy, and bossy, but usually means well for those she cares about. Her manner of speech is often hostile and dismissive of other people, but deep down she has a caring, big sisterly disposition. Her tendency of making trivial mistakes at the worst possible moment is a hereditary curse. Though she really is a lot nicer than she seems, she claims to always make her decisions based on cold, rational logic in the end. In her own words, it's not a very cute personality. In short, Rin is a tough, fiery, perceptive, judicious, mischievous, and considerably aggressive tsundere who shows both sides of that rope. Cole wasn't given much of a choice, as Rin didn't back down from her offer. Now the group was about to head towards the palace by foot. Sort of. After dismissing their undying spirits and telling the carriages to leave, Rin was about to lead the group when Alex came running there as well. In that case, I should join too. I'll be your new teammate as well. After hearing this, Cole sighed silently. Guess that means I'll be joining New Babylonia. Rin didn't mind Alex joining, and the group began to leave the arena. They met Akito and Sylvia near the exit. Sylvia seemed panicked, but she felt extreme relief upon seeing Cole and rushed to him with teary eyes. Sakura crying. Lord Cole, I thought you left me. I went to the ladies' room, then got lost. Then a child asked for my milk sniff, but I had none. So the child is probably hungry somewhere now, and Akita didn't care sniff and only slept. I'm sorry. Please don't abandon me. Cole then got a weird look from Rin. He sighed and rubbed his temples, shaking his head. First of all, stop crying. I'm getting many weird looks as is. Secondly, what makes you think I'll abandon you? Sylvia composed herself and spoke in a sad tone. In the ladies' room, 2 women called me fat and said no man will ever like me. Then I said I am liked very much by my master. They just laughed at me and said you only like me because of my chest and that I'll lose value when they become saggy. As Sylvia said this, she began shaking his chest side to side. If looks could kill, then Cole would have died multiple times already from the way Rin was glaring at him. Elias Veal then looked at her chest, which was even more modest, and crossed her arms. Cole decided to speak quickly and do damage control. What? Of course not. I like you because you're great and doing your job, Sylvia. I never even considered your chest adding to what makes you special. I haven't said this much bullshit since that time I pretended to be a millionaire. In my defense, I was loaded ... just with coupons instead of dollar bills. Alex wanted to take advantage of Cole's situation and spoke up. To think you're such a disgusting man, you give all men a bad name by judging women like this. Most importantly, it's a stain on our reputation as seal bearers. Cole was about to make a comeback, but a group of passing kids recognized Alex. Mommy, look. It's the legendary cock rider. My uncle said he rode on a giant cock all the way from Moon City. Multiple wows. My butt hurts just from sitting down too long. His butt must be super sore. Multiple laughing. I/N. Sorry, couldn't resist making another chicken joke. It dies here. A vein popped up on as he shouted at kids. Oi you brats, it's a freaking hen, not a cock. Are you dumb? Stop calling by that name before people get the wrong idea. The kid hid behind his mother while the others ran off. Alex then began trying to calm himself, but then, congratulations, host has gained the title Legendary Cock Rider. Your exploits and title will now travel to all corners of the continent. Reward: 2,000 player points, 500 more till host can unlock level 2 system upgrade, which will unlock a sentience. Chapter 18, Perfection. Cole, Rin, Ilya and Alex were now heading towards the palace. The initial scolding Cole was about to get from Rin shifted to Alex. As for appeasing Ilya, he offered he let her ride on Akita, which made her forget the initial boob incident. Ilya, who pretty much her whole life locked up, didn't hesitate to accept the offer. Maybe they'll call me Ilya Wolf Tamer. Cole was still chuckling from the previous events. Sylvia then came closer to him and whispered, "Lord Cole, you have a few rewards." Cole nodded his head to her. "Not now, Sylvia, we'll discuss it later." Sylvia bowed and apologized, then continued to walk near Cole. Rin on the other hand was still giving Alex a lecture. "Disgusting. What were you thinking gaining such a title? Worse, little children go around screaming it. How am I supposed to be a respectable magus like this? People will associate Rin with legendary C with your title, and that's unacceptable. Also, don't scold children. You're a seal bearer now, your actions now reflect." Rin continued her lecture while Alex walked with his giant hen following behind them. He looked back at it with an annoyed expression. "The day I find a way to break the bond, I'm going to use you to introduce KFC to this world. You fucking chicken." After about 30 minutes of walking, Cole stopped and looked at a shop strangely. The others stopped and also looked towards the shop. Rin then spoke confidently. "If you want to buy things, I can show you to all the best shops." Cole shook his head. "It's not that. We passed this shop 30 minutes ago." Rin immediately began to defend herself valiantly. "I've been living in this all my life. What do you know? Of course I know the way. It's not like I've never gone around the town on foot before." "Ha ha, how preposterous for you to even assume such a thing." Cole sighed and walked away towards the shop and asked for directions before coming back and speaking smugly. "The palace is that way. While we're at it, let's make a quick stop. There's something I need." Rin blushed when told her directions were wrong, but simply towards Alex with an annoyed expression. "This is your fault. If I wasn't busy talking to you, I wouldn't have gotten things mixed up." Alex furrowed his eyebrows as they followed Cole in the right direction. "Damn it, everything today has been a disaster. This wasn't the impression I was supposed to make." "Don't tell me I'll become like those protagonists who suffer after reincarnating. No, it's just this stupid system. Once I upgrade it, everything will be better." Soon the group at the place Cole mentioned. It turned out to be a regular clothes store for women. Cole then turned to Rin and spoke. "If you guys want, just go on ahead. You can see the palace from here. I'm going to get some clothes for my servant. She can't exactly walk around in armor all the time." "You too, Sylvia. Let's get you some clothes." Hearing this, Mordred manifested near Cole and put a sword near his neck. "Do not refer to me as a girl, or I'll cut you down." Sylvia began to panic and pointed her staff at Mordred while Akita began to growl. Rin was about to give a lecture when Cole spoke coldly while giving her a malicious smile. "Then do it. Do you really think I'm someone who fears death? Hey, you're mistaken. Mainly cause I can't die, but minor details. You claim to be a proud warrior, yet you can't even accept your gender? What a joke." "Fine, continue lying to yourself. I simply wanted to treat you kindly, but it seems you rather act all proud instead." "Never mind guys, let's go to the castle." "High risk, high reward." Mordred gritted her teeth and before stopping Cole, "Wait, I accept your wish. You are the master after all." Cole smiled as she said this, although Mordred spoke in an angry tone. "A yes is a yes." "Just as I thought." She hates abasement and feeling disregarded. "Was worth not like she can actually kill me." "Better not push things too far though. I'll slowly make her accept herself as a woman and be proud of it." "No way I'll visit such a world and not enjoy myself at least." "Alright then, follow me. Let's go." Sylvia. As they were going inside, Ilya rushed towards them and smiled. "I'm curious to see the place. Don't mind me." Eventually the whole group ended up coming along. Cole excused himself and walked away with Mordred after picking out some outfits. He had a smirk on his face that rubbed Alex the wrong way. "Hey, be respectful of the lady and let her change in peace. Have you no manners?" Cole smiled and replied, "I never claimed to be a gentleman, but at least I'm kind enough to buy my servant some clothes, unlike some people." "What's wrong?" "Low on money?" "Don't worry, I'm a charitable man. Buy yourself something nice. I'll pay for everyone." Ilya's eyes lit up, and she picked up all the outfits in her size and rushed to the changing room. Rin began looking at some outfits, then summoned Archer. "Would this suit me? I need a man's opinion on this, and be honest." Archer nodded and replied, "Honestly, you lack the chest for it." Rin began attacking Archer while Alex reluctantly summoned Astolfo. If he didn't keep a good relationship with his undying spirit, he knew from the series that his fate will be disastrous. No pun intended. Astolfo immediately began looking for panties and a skirt while asking how they would look on him. Meanwhile, in the changing area, Ilya was showing off outfit after outfit and asking for Cole's opinion. "Oh, And how about this one? Cole nodded and pretended to have inspected her carefully. Looks incredible on you. It goes extremely well with your hair. I'm really on a roll with my bullshit today, but the cute part is true enough. Mordred, come out already, or are you having trouble? Mordred answered in an angry tone. Of course not. Here. Mordred came wearing a blue tight short and a white top, with a red jacket on top. Cole nodded his head at the outfit. Very good. It shows off the toned body you must have worked hard on in achieving. Beauty and strength. The perfect balance for a deadly and unstoppable warrior such as yourself. Together we will wreak havoc on the battlefield and have no equals. Cole knew how much Mordred loved glory, honor, victory, strength. His words were meant to make her realize she had the same interests as him, hence making her like having Cole as a master even more. Turn around for me. Mordred hesitated for a bit but did as he asked. Cole showed a wonderful smile and felt his trousers tighten slightly. Perfection. I don't know why you hate being called a woman. Mordred angrily replied to Cole. Because women are considered weak. They cannot be warriors. Those that are get looked down upon. Cole looked at Mordred and spoke in a casual tone. You are a testament to women not being weak. Do not care for what others think, and if someone dares look down upon you, then teach them just how wrong they are about you. You can become known as one of the greatest men to ever battle, or you can become the greatest female warrior to ever battle while having no equal even among men. Who do you think will be remembered more? Anyway, it's about time we left. Chapter 19. Later. Cole left Mordred getting changed while he went to inform the others. Hey Eliasville, are you done? An embarrassed voice came out from the other side of the door in response to Cole's question. I can't get this last one off. I usually have servants to do it for me. Can you help me? Hello. Cole? Are you there? Cole still stood by the door thinking about something. Lead me not into temptation. This is definitely a flag. I can already picture either Rin or that idiot coming by and causing a misunderstanding. Let me get Rin to hell. She's the better option to know about girls' clothes. Be right back. Cole then walked over to the other side and found Archer standing outside the door of a changing room on guard. Cole only pointed in the door, suggesting if she's there. Archer nodded and came out of the way. Then Cole proceeded to knock. Hey Rin Eliasville need. As he knocked on the door it swung. At that moment Rin was topless with her perky firm tits in full view for Cole. Rin froze while trying to wear some stockings. She was only wearing a pair of white panties with crosses on them. Cole knew there was not explaining this, so he just spoke casually. Ilya needs your help in the changing room. Oh, and unnice panties. Later. With that said Cole walked away hurried back to the changing rooms with the others. Eliasville, Rin is on her way. Before Eliasville could respond, Cole walked over to the changing room Mordred was in. At that same moment however, she came out. Go to the counter, I'll be right with you. Not explaining, Cole moved on to the last changing room. Sylvia? Hearing his call, Sylvia opened the door wide open for him, not caring that her large tits were out. Yes Cole-sama. Cole was mesmerized for a moment. The way they moved, one would think they came with their own laws of physics. As Sylvia kept calling his name, he soon came off his gaze. Alright, I'll look at them later. Get dressed, we're leaving now. And with that, Cole left, leaving Sylvia confused. Later. Dressed? As she looked down she noticed her tits were out in the open. This was because her clothes always felt like a part of her, so she could not tell the difference, only realizing now, making her cheeks burn a bright red. At the counter Cole put 5 gold coins there and spoke in hurried tone. Will this cover everything? The clerk became panicked. Yes sir. 1 gold is enough to buy everything here. Cole simply got the other 4 coins and began walking away with Mordred and told, give the change to the others once they are done. Once outside, Cole got on Akita with Mordred. Is there a reason are in such a hurry, master? Cole looked towards the shop and nodded. My father once told me to never try calming down a woman angry at you. Mordred nodded. On that I can agree. Soon a woman came running out of the store. Keiko-sama, don't leave me. Once Sylvia got on, Akita rushed toward the palace. Meanwhile, back in the shop, Rin had just finished getting dressed and burst out of her changing room fuming. Where is he? Where is that shameless pervert? I won't be satisfied till he's dead. I've been sullied. I'm no longer a pure maiden. How am I supposed to get married now? Archer, who was on the side, shook his head. You're overreacting, master. A woman's maidenhood isn't defined that way. Rin looked at Archer with an angry, lies. My father told me this himself. Are you calling him a liar? Never mind. Let's find that bastard. In her fit of rage, Rin began opening all changing room doors to see if he was hiding there. Archer tried to talk some sense into her, but his words fell on deaf eyes. But upon opening one, she froze at the scene before her. Alex was crouching down in front of a stilfo. In the actuality, what happened was a stilfo had one of her leggings stuck and took long. Thus an impatient Alex agreed to help. But the problem persisted, and he was now trying to bite at it. However, to some standing in Rin's point of view, it was a completely different scene. "What are you doing with your servant?" Rin's words sent Alex into a panic. He quickly stood and faced Rin, then wiped some drool he had on his mouth, which really didn't help his case. "It's not what it looks like. I was just helping a stilfo remove his stockings because he was taking too long." A stilfo nodded to his master's words. "That is true. Master was really impatient. He wanted us to finish quickly, so we can leave." Alex nodded along. "Yeah, exactly. So don't go thinking that, hey, why are you charging a spell?" Wait. Meanwhile, Cole, Mordred, Sylvia and Akita had arrived at the palace. To the sides of the road, many people had gathered around chanting, "We love you, Saba Master. The Saba servant is the mightiest of all. Slay our enemies till there are no more. You will achieve great feats. I feel it in my gut." "You're just hungry, Porter." Mordred smiled while looking around. "Haha, I could get used to this." "More importantly, Master, when will we face some enemies?" Cole shrugged his shoulders. "Not sure. It'll depend on whom we affiliate with." Mordred pondered for a bit and replied casually, "Just whoever gives us more battles." Soon they arrived in the inner gates of the palace and got off. Akita, a butler, approached the three of them and bowed before speaking. "This way, Lord Saba. A formal attire has been prepared for you in our finest guest room. The celebrations will begin in an hour's time. As for your mount, she will get the best treatment and meat available while here. You need not worry." Cole tilted his head slightly and replied, "Lord Saba, I take it that's how you address seal bearers." "Akita doesn't seem to be against your offer either. Please lead the way." "Oh, and can you have attires prepared for my servant and follower?" The butler bowed and responded, "It shall be done." Two maids came and began leading Akita somewhere else while Cole, Sylvia and Mordred were led into the palace. Cole sighed and thought to himself, "This place reeks of arrogance." Chapter 20. Bullshit. "Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance." The butler led Cole to a luxurious room and bowed before preparing to leave. "Your formal attire is on the bed, and for your servant and follower, they may choose the many attires present in the closet room opposite the bed. Should they want a custom one, please do not hesitate to summon me by ringing that bell." "Good day, sir." After the butler left, Cole picked up his attire and looked at it and nodded. It was a standard black and white suit, not too flashy but still classy. Sylvia had begun looking for a dress to wear. She liked most of them, but they seemed to be lacking in a certain. She ended up picking the one that could at least hold her assets. This led to her wearing a very tight-fitting dress that would make even a gay man reconsider his life choices. Mordred, however, absolutely refused to wear a dress in front of all those people, so Cole let her pick out a suit instead. Sylvia was still dressing up in the bathroom, so Cole decided to change right there. Mordred became slightly uncomfortable at this scene. Master, can you not change elsewhere? What if someone were to?" Mordred went silent as her eyes fell upon Cole's naked body, or to be more precise, his lower body. Although Mordred had pretended to be a man all her life, she had never seen a man's body fully. Only the upper. Cole noticed this and smirked and teased her. "Are you impressed with my mighty sword? You can wield it if you wish, or if you're too shy, you can wait for Sylvia to be done before changing." Mordred, although uncomfortable, didn't let it show. I am Mordred, heir to the King of Knights Arthur Pendragon. I'm not shy. After saying this, Mordred began to undress right there until she was completely naked in front of Cole, who was eyeing her from top to bottom. "I guess hunting this idiot isn't so bad if I get more moments like this." Cole then walked over to her and touched her shoulders. This made her body become tense and she immediately wanted to speak. But Cole spoke first. "Shh. This is very important. Do not speak. Just tell me how you feel as I inspect you." Cole spoke in a serious tone, which made Mordred wonder what's happening exactly. But Master WH. He interrupted her again and spoke even more seriously. "I said be quiet, Mordred. This is very important." Mordred, still not understanding what was happening, let him do as he pleased. He was after all her master. Cole began to run his energy into her body. This made her tense up even more as she began to feel her body become warm. I/N. For those readers who will want to debate the physiology of spirits, this is Oh, Stop Being an Enemy of Lemons. Cole then took his energy all around her body. Mordred had to grit her teeth to prevent herself from letting out a sound. At this point, however, Cole was completely focused, his energy moving rapidly throughout Mordred. "Do you feel anything?" Mordred didn't speak but simply shook her head. Cole then began to move his energy faster and faster. Mordred's body began to tremble and her breathing became heavy, but still refused to let herself remove a sound. She suddenly felt her body beginning to feel even stranger and stranger, as if something was about to happen. And just at that moment, Cole suddenly made it more intense, pushing her body to its limits, then making her let out satisfied sigh. After doing this, Cole made the amount of mana she reserves from him larger before speaking. "Impressive, you managed. By putting your body in a more relaxed, I'm able to give you more of my mana. Now you'll be able to use your noble phantasm twice a week." I/N. How phantasms work here will be explained later, but the relaxing stuff is pure bullshit. Mordred, who felt her energy double, was extremely surprised. A master could control how much energy they give to their servants. This ensured servants wouldn't take too much away and always stayed within their limits. But for Cole, who had infinite mana, he could give his servant infinite energy as well, but chose not to. Mordred looked up to Cole, who was now dressing up, and asked while catching her breath, "My energy has doubled." Master, how did you do this? Can you make it even higher?" "I would be able to battle even beyond my limits that way." Cole nodded. "Since you are my servant, there is no harm in telling you. My mana pool can be increased via certain activities. Hence I would be able to give you more energy. This was just me seeing if your body could react, and it did." "Well then, get dressed so we may attend this little celebration on time." After saying these words, Cole began to get dressed and Mordred followed suit. "This should at least make her more open to me. I want her full loyalty, such that even without the contract she would consider me close." Quite the challenge I've given myself. After getting dressed, Cole, Sylvia and Mordred left the room and went towards a large banquet hall, where a plethora of people were gathered. Upon entering, a butler announced his arrival. "Attention esteemed guests, Lord Saber, his servant and his attendant have arrived." The majority of people began to clap, but there were some who gave Cole a dirty look. Not all nobles were pleased after all, with a nobody having the legendary Saber. After all, seal bearers were feared and respected more than any noble. Cole noticed but didn't care. Slapping or killing a few insects didn't bother him at all. Before going down the steps, Cole whispered something into the butler's ear and passed him a gold coin. The butler bowed politely. "It shall be done, Lord Saber." Chapter 21. Believe it. "Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance A/N. Dark mode engaged." A few minutes into the celebration, Cole and Mordred couldn't catch a break as people kept introducing themselves and along with their family's great origin and reputation or some other noble bullshit. Cole had about enough and let them know. "Sorry, but please save your questions and origins for the others. I haven't yet decided to even be in New Babylonia." "Now if you'll excuse my companions and I." As Cole was about to leave, a young nobleman came laughing. "Oh, how laughable. The peasant thinks he is special just because he got lucky. You're nothing without your servant. Ha ha." Cole stopped walking and looked at nobleman and laughed loudly. Many in turn looked at him before he turned his attention and spoke. "Special? Ha ha. Of course I'm special. Everyone here including you is here to celebrate me. I don't even know who the hell you are, yet you know me, and so will your future wife. Me nothing without my servant. Let me remind you that I am a highly capable pure holder, capable of taming S-rank beasts. And you, what have you accomplished? Without your family you don't even qualify to be a peasant. In the end, what makes a noble? Power. I have more than you. Wealth. I spend more money in a month than what your family makes in a year. Here's 5 gold coins. Buy yourself a better outfit." "I'm embarrassed talking to someone whose greatest achievement in life is meeting me." "Sylvia, Mordred, let's go." Cole threw 5 gold coins on the floor and walked away with his companions. Everyone who was near looked at the gold coins, but no one dared to pick them up. What kind of madman would spend 5 gold on one suit? A regular one at that. Not even big families waste money like he just did. This action, however, made the nobles know he isn't to be trifled with. MacDonald, who was further away, couldn't help but laugh out loudly. "Ha ha ha. He's got fire. That's what a real man is supposed to be like. Not these spoiled brats who only know comfort." Darnik, the head of the Demilenia Empire, also saw this scene and laughed. He was conversing with Wodam, Foreign Selenik. Ha ha ha. Never thought I'd live to see the day when nobles were put in their place by a civilian. Selenik snorted and expressed her views. Is it true about taming an S-rank beast? Darnik nodded his head while sighing. You should learn to be more like Foreign, not judge books by their covers. His beast is indeed an S-class. What's more incredible is it's still very young. Adults can grow to be the size of a building, while ones further evolved can knock down cities by breathing. This is why no one is daring enough to go into danger zones and try and steal one while it's still young. His wealth seems evident already, and as for his capabilities as a magus, I am not so sure. I thought I could lure him to our side with money, but seems that won't be happening. Cool. Sylvia and Mordred were at the buffet table. Sylvia and Mordred were staring at it with hungry eyes, then shifting their gaze to Cole. He simply shrugged. What are you looking at me for? If you want to eat then eat. I'm fine with some wine. Though some honey would have really been better. Mordred, who was trying out the different kinds of delicacies, looked at Cole curiously. Is it really better than this wine? This is the best I've ever tasted. Master, promise we will drink this honey once we crush our enemies and celebrate. Cole sighed. Sadly I don't think it can be found here, Mordred, but I will show you some other delicacies. Just forget I mentioned the honey. Old habits die hard, I guess. I really shouldn't blurt out things like that. Mordred patted Cole on the back while laughing. Ha ha. I'm liking you more and more, Master, but promise we drink after every victory. Cole sighed but nodded his head in agreement, and Mordred continued to eat. Sylvia, who was carefully organizing food on a plate, finally finished and rushed over to Cole. Here you go, Cole-sama. Cole wasn't particularly hungry but didn't want to deny her after she arranged it so nicely. Thank you, Sylvia. I love your dress, by the way. Be sure to enjoy yourself as well and try the food and wine. Here, try this. Cole offered her one of the meatballs with a toothpick. But while she hesitated, Mordred came in between and ate it. Sylvia pouted but Cole gave another, which Mordred didn't snatch. This time around, soon the other seal bearers arrived, and a malicious smile appeared on Cole's face. Alex was the first, and all eyes were on him, or rather his outfit. Cole had paid the butler to have his suit switched with certain attire worn by a certain group of people in the city. He was initially worried, but all he had to do was deny knowing. After all, he was more trusted than some arrogant guy who made outrageous demands. The butler himself disliked him for his disrespect to the queen, so he didn't need a lot of convincing. The butler once more spoke loudly and announced Alex's presence. Attention esteemed guests, the Lord of Riding pardon me, Lord Ryder has arrived. Alex gave the butler a glare but didn't do anything more and began descending the stairs. The people present were absolutely speechless. As soon as Alex descended from the stairs, he was met by a wealthy merchant. Good lad, if I have you work for me this evening I can boast to all my friends. So may I borrow a few hours of your time every evening for a month? I'll pay you 5 gold. Alex's eyes lit up at the offer. Is the work hard? The merchant shook his head. Nothing you can't handle, Lord Ryder. Shall we sign this contract? I'll have it stuck in my business so that all my employees and clients can see that the great Lord Ryder has visited before. I'm sure you'll even earn a new nickname. Ha ha. People will see you in a new light. Alex smiled with an excited expression. He was low on money and really wanted to get rid of his reputation. Not gonna make a stupid mistake again. System, is the contract safe to sign? No crazy loopholes or anything? No, it is a clear contract among workers. Alex showed a grin on his face and signed. Cole showed a look of disbelief. I really underestimated his greed and stupidity. He didn't even read it. Host has attained a job that will grant him fame across the land. 5,000 points awarded. Shall I upgrade to recommended sentience? Haha, finally. Do it. Installing the merchant and proceeded to announce out loudly. You're all laughed and said my new business would fail. Haha, but behold, I now have Lord Ryder as my worker. To everyone who is interested in his services the charge will vary, so come on to Mikhail's brothel every evening to taste the rod or haul of a seal bearer. Alex's happiness was shattered in an instant. Wait, what? That's not what I was expecting. What the foo? CK. No way. Installation complete. Personality similarity chosen. Samuel L. Jackson. Oh, you stupid motherfucker. Suffer. How the hell you sign a contract without reading? You're a special kind of a dumbass. Well, you can't deny the contract, motherfucker, or your mana will seal for good, and you'll be forced to work still. Either way, Those cheeks are getting spread, boy. What did I do to get a dumbass host like you? Well, miss me with that gay shit. I'll be in sleep mode during your exploration. Can't even see some good action with women cause she'll probably spend 90% of the time trying to find your tiny cock. I hope they don't suffer, you stupid motherfucker. By the way, you have enough for level 3, so I'm installing it. Don't like it? Then make better fucking choices. You can't do that without my permission. I don't believe you. You're bluffing. Now how much to break a contract? Believe it, motherfucker. You can get 1 as your reward for upgrading the system to level 3 since it falls under that tier along with shit like X2 mana, X4 comprehension. You get the idea. Thank God. How long till the system is done upgrading? Number. Thank me. But since you thank God, he'll solve your shit then. Was going to be ready in 1 hour from now, but now add 1 month. Sleep mode, bitch. Chapter 22. Hired. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. Sometime later more and more guests began to appear. As Rin and Ilyasville arrived, people once more were speechless, not because of the sight of the 2 beautiful ladies but rather their servants. To be precise, Heracles, Ilyasville's servant who wore a flashy white tuxedo. The 2 ladies however weren't the most stunning. As soon as Tulfo came in dressed to impress, Cole shook his head at the scene as many young men looked on with hungry eyes. If only they knew ... Then again I'm sure they'd still smash. As Waved scanned the crowd while smiling and waving her hand, she finally spotted Cole and walked over. She kept her image up as she was in public. I see you're enjoying yourself despite your heinous actions. Rin spoke with a twitchy smile on her face. As she said these words, Cole just sipped his wine and replied casually, why shouldn't I enjoy myself when beautiful girls like you is giving me attention? Rin, caught off guard, blushed slightly and spoke in a complaining manner. Why you? Who needs your compliments? HMPH. After saying this she walked away with Archer shaking his head while sighing. Cole smiled and shrugged before wanting to continue enjoying his drink. But as he did so, Ilyasville tugged at his suit. Can I have some wine too? Cole squinted his eyes as if pondering the matter, which made her pout. I'm older than Rin, and she can drink, so why can't I? This is my first time attending such an event. I want to enjoy it. Please. Cole ultimately ended up giving her some and decided to go get some air by the balcony alone. I wonder how many worlds I'll visit before finishing my task. Cole continued to drink his wine in silence while looking at the view of the city. Sometime later a feminine voice resounded from behind him. Mind if I intrude? When Cole turned and saw the woman he nodded and replied, I'm the one intruding, wouldn't you say? It is your palace after all, Queen Rice. The woman smiled and stood near him and began to speak while looking at the city. Beautiful, is it not? The people of New Babylonia are wonderful and loyal to their city to the very core. I just wish they weren't led astray by everything they hear from the church. You see, even the church was against having Titan holders in the city. If it weren't for my father standing his ground on the matter, they would have been dead. That is how much the church holders didn't want to have the seal bearers against them, and that is also why some holders chose to stay even when my father died and passed on their blood to a new generation. I have 2 things to ask of you. One is it to join New Babylonia, and the second will depend on whether you agree or not. Whatever your conditions, so long as they are within my power, I shall do my best to grant them. Cole stayed silent for a bit, occasionally sipping his wine before finally deciding. I need to be close to Alex, so this is my best option, but I will agree to join New Babylonia, but not under allegiance. You can hire my services instead. I help fight the demons attacking the continent and get paid for it. Plain and simple. Other conditions include a place for me to live. Pretty doable, is it not? The queen nodded. It is indeed, but may I ask why you two do not wish to give your allegiance to New Babylonia? You would have your own noble household, you'd be worshipped as a godlike figure and have New Babylonia's resources at your disposal. Cole shook his head and smiled at the queen. Resources I can attain on my own. I already hold a title higher than any you can bestow upon me, and lastly, as soon as I leave my mark on the battlefields, I will be worshipped not as a godlike figure but a god instead. But my reason for denying is because I simply don't want to be tied down. I'm sure you can understand and respect that. Even the sketchy creator who sent me here made a deal with me and not commanded. Living life as someone's slave is not my plan. I was already a slave to the system in my own world. Why the hell would I want to be a follower again? The queen seemed a bit dejected, but she couldn't argue with his words. I see. I accept your conditions, As for the second thing I wish to ask of you, please treat the Titan holders well. Most grew looking up to the seal bearers. I failed in giving them a normal life growing up, so please at least make them not lose hope in the one group that accepted them. Cole smiled at the Queen's words and nodded. Feeling at ease, she said her goodbyes and left after Cole made a small request. She then announced to those attending of Cole's decision and his reasoning in doing so. This received mixed expressions and even some complaints, but the Queen stood her ground. Once the celebration came to a close, Mordred came over to Cole while carrying a drink, Sylvia in her arms. Cole Sharma, hick, I'm Shweepy, hee hee, you like big chests, boing boing, hick. Mordred, W, where's your chest? Hick, is it lost? An annoyed Mordred simply ignored the drunk Sylvia, and spoke to Cole. Master, can we leave? I'm bored now. The faces on the nobles' faces when they heard you won't be swearing allegiance was fun to watch though. I like the way you think, Master. I'd be ashamed if my master was a servant himself. After Cole, Mordred and Sylvia exited the palace, a butler was ready with a carriage to lead them to their new residence. Cole rode alongside it on Akita. The home itself was a lovely gated mansion. Cole, however, just wanted to call it a day and denied a tour. The very next day early in the morning, Cole and the other seal bearers were gathered at a rundown isolated barrack where the Titan holders lived. They were met by a female military official in uniform. Welcome, seal bearers, I'm Commander Hanj Zoe and I oversaw the operations of the Titan holders, but starting today you all will work in pairs with them during battle. You may think of them as your guardians during battle because as your servants fight, you are left vulnerable. Keep in mind, their only duty is to protect and help you during your missions. They are not your personal attendants and I hope you will not treat them ill. With that said, follow me. Cole and other seal bearers simply nodded. All except one. Don't worry, Miss Hanj, I will be sure to treat them like any other person, the same respect and recognition they deserve. Cole gave Alex a quick glance, smiled. You're in for another surprise, Alex. You'll end up giving me yet another reward for your suffering. Before leaving, Cole had come to a decision for his rewards. For the mental alteration, which was his biggest reward, he chose to have his personality being chaotic neutral, divided at 70% C and 30% N. The other two rewards were only 22 gold and 9 mana crystals. His chose to become more chaotic as the reward quality was low for simple actions. But a more ruthless approach would definitely guarantee maximum rewards. Hanj lead them into a dining hall where 5 people were seated. Alex's eyes immediately lit up, and he wanted to speak, but Hanj spoke first. Initially you were supposed to pick who partner with yourselves, but the Queen suddenly changed her mind and came up with her own pairings which were passed to me after going through General Levi. Your numbers are as follows: 1 Lord Saber, 2 Lady Berserker, 3 Lady Archer and 4 Lord Rider. Hanj then turned to the seated group and spoke. Titan Division, state your number, name and Titan. The group that was seated then stood at attention with their right hands on their chest and spoke, starting from the first. 1 Mikasa Ackerman, I'm the Armored Titan. 2 Annie Leonhardt, I am the Female Titan. 3 Munch Munch Gulp, Sasha Browse, I am the Colossal Titan. 4 Irene Yeager, I am the Attack Titan. Yawn. 5 Just Call Me Pike, I am the Cart Titan. Chapter 23, Twist. After the Titan holders introduced themselves, Hanj had the seal bearers take seats so she could proceed with her explanation. I won't need to explain much on what your duties are as seal bearers. You are humanity's guardians. Your duty is to eliminate threats to that. Our biggest enemy is of course the demons. Negotiations are currently being pushed for, but the battles remain going on as many high-ranking demons refuse to live alongside us while the church refuses to allow them into the continent. Our queen hopes that they will see that this war will get both sides nowhere and hopefully come to an agreement. Your missions will consist mostly of eliminating hordes attacking our lands or rescuing civilians kidnapped by them. Our first mission will commence 5 hours from now. We will be teleported to Kigali City near the border to eliminate the approaching demon army. Any questions? Eliasville was the first to lift her hand and ask a question. Do you have a uniform in my size? Hanj, who had been expecting something completely different, nodded and answered Eliasville's question. Yes, we have all sizes, Lady Berserker, though you should know you're not required wear it. Hanj's last remark fell on deaf ears as Eliasville was smiling widely, imagining how she'd look in one. Alex was the next one to raise his hand, as he was worried about something. What about training? You know, tactics, strategies, workouts, sparring, getting used to gear and all that other stuff. Everyone in the room gave Alex an odd look, but Cole was curious about something else. Why is he so chirpy? He should be in a foul mood after what he must have gone through. Unless maybe only women came, or perhaps he... What the? Suddenly Cole felt a tingling sensation in his mind that seemed to be getting greater and greater. Everyone's attention turned to him worriedly except one smiling figure, Alex. But almost as quick as it came, it stopped. "Are you alright?" Elias Veal, who was closet to him, asked in a worried tone, and he simply nodded his head. Hange however was still concerned. "If you're unwell you can stay behind," and Cole interjected while keeping his head down. "I'm fine." Hange looked at him in silence for a short moment and proceeded to answer Alex's question. "Well, to answer your question, no. There is no formal training for seal bearers, as I was told you're all capable Magus. Moreover, your servants will do the heavy fighting, isn't that right? But if you still want to practice hand-to-hand combat, then ask if any of the Titan holders can help you." Alex looked worried for a moment, but his expression soon turned into a giddy smile when he heard a lovely feminine voice in his head. "Host may purchase basic combat abilities for 20 points. Current points 150. He do it. I'm so glad the system changed before reaching the brothel and I could buy the contract breaker. Best 1,000 points spent." Cole knew something was wrong when he kept seeing Alex smiling. Before he could start thinking of what could have happened, Hange ended the short meeting. "Alright then, I'll leave you all to get ready and acquainted. Those of you who want to change uniforms are in the locker room. I'm going to oversee the teleportation circle preparation." Although they said to get acquainted, 3 of Titan holders just left. Eren remained and began talking to Alex before they left for the locker rooms. Mikasa also remained and stood from her seat, then went towards Cole. "Are you sure you're okay?" Cole knew there was definitely something strange going on as his body began to feel weaker and weaker. He quickly stood up from the seat and looked at Mikasa, then replied, "I'm just lightheaded from lack of sleep. I'll be fine after washing my face." "We can get acquainted then." Without waiting for her to reply, Cole walked off to the locker rooms as well. On the way he met Eren, who was leaving. Eren proceeded to salute him by putting his hand on his chest, but Cole was too focused on his matter to even pay any mind to it. When Cole went into the locker rooms, he could hear Alex talking loudly to himself. "Haha, this is perfect. Thank you, new system. It's just like you said. He's sick and dying. Haha, perfect. An NPC shouldn't be more popular than me. Once he dies, I'll impress Saba with my skills on the battlefield and have her become my servant and get rid of that damn trap." Soon Alex stopped talking and left the locker room. Cole, who was hiding behind a locker, stood up and went up to a mirror. He saw his eyes looked heavy and his complexion pale. "What's happening?" Cole thought to himself as he began inspecting his body. "The creator has found out that you're not aligned to him." Suddenly Cole could hear a feminine voice resound in the locker room. He looked behind him but saw nothing, but when he turned to look back into the mirror, it showed a lovely woman with long black hair and piercing crimson eyes standing behind him. The unknown woman placed her arms on his chest in sensual manner. Cole, who seemed frozen, spoke worriedly. "Who are you?" asked Cole cautiously. The unknown chuckled at Cole's questions but gave him an answer. "A demon number. Although there are many who refer anything related to me by such a term. I am the destroyer. The creator's rival and the one responsible for you getting summoned. You see, due to certain rules he and I have in place, I can't directly summon mortals. I was content with this at the time, but then he began summoning mortal after mortal and granting them absurd abilities. He would then place them in the worlds they wished and watch their lives as entertainment." She explained in soft tone, but Cole wasn't moved. "Then why are you responsible for summoning me?" "So I can be your entertainment as well, so you can kill me on a whim and influence anything I do?" "If that's what you and that creator see me as, then kill me now. You'll probably do it sooner or later anyway," expressed Cole in an angry tone, not caring for the implications. If it came down to being a slave who lived his life to entertain others or death, he'd choose the latter, as the first was guaranteed to cause immeasurable suffering. "Number. I understand your concern, but I'm not like the creator. He is simply a buffoon. He doesn't deserve his title. It took me a while to manage to summon someone he'd have no hold over, not because of entertainment but balance. The mortals the creator summoned and sent to many worlds are causing havoc and chaos. As the destroyer, These acts strengthen me. But what happens when a world dies due to chaos? What happens when one man rules over an entire galaxy? Alone these doesn't cause concern, but the Creator had sent out thousands before you, offsetting the balance. I take it upon myself restore it, but just like him, I can't directly interfere. He used a loophole on that mortal who left and granted him some help in hopes he'd end you in some way. Cole fell silent at her words. Why are you telling me all this? There are probably trillions if not more mortals scattered across a multitude of worlds. I know I'm not special, so it doesn't make sense to have me be summoned. The destroyer chuckled once more as she replied while slowly massaging his chest. That's where you're wrong. The aura you give off is unlike any other I've seen. The Creator wanted to pit mortals with power against each other for his own foolish entertainment. He was confident you'd die sooner or later, I'm sure. But me. I want to restore the balance before his foolishness causes countless worlds to fall into death states, and for that I'll need you help, and whatever the Creator lied to about gifting you I'll give, and so much more. Cole could neither refute or distrust her statement as he had no proof. It came down to which seemed more truthful. Fine. The destroyer smiled and her eyes began to glow while an energy began to sip into Cole's body. Let the chaos take over. You will be the judge, jury and executioner of those reincarnators. If they run you hunt, if they resist you break their will into nothingness, and when they have nothing more to lose. You purge. I speak truthfully in that I only want to gain the chaos energy from reincarnators and restore the balance to the worlds. Having power and cheats only to be crushed leaves them giving me a sensational smile. Sylvia will help you in all your endeavors. I must say my farewell for now, but thank you. Cole felt his body instantly get back to normal. He quickly looked into the mirror and saw all seemed well. Caught in between the affairs of gods. Nothing I can do about that for now. As for Alex. Death will be your savior by the time I'm finished with you. Chapter 24, Chaos Driven. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120. 80 blood balance. Articles. Encounter with the destroyer. He began to inspect his body and all seemed well, except for the boiling feeling to make Alex's life miserable. He sighed out loudly before turning to the sink and washing his face. When he looked back into mirror with his annoyed gaze, it immediately broke in pieces. His inspection told him there was nothing wrong his body, and this point he didn't care if there was. His focus was instead on things he could influence in these worlds. After putting on a uniform, Cole left the locker room but was met by running crying Sylvia. Cole-sama, please don't die. I'm sorry, I should have known. And Cole simply put his hand on her head while his face maintained a neutral expression. You've done nothing wrong, Sylvia, and I'm not dying. But someone will wish they were. Let's go. Upon arriving back into the dining area, only Mikasa was there. When she saw Cole, she stood up and walked over, then spoke. Are you really okay, Lord Saba? Lord Ryder said something about you looking like you were dying. Cole looked at her and nodded, responding to her a casual tone that masked boiling aggression. I'm fine, like I said, just a little lack of sleep. And just refer to me as Cole. I'm curious as to why you seem to care about my well-being. It's clear your friends don't share the same worry. Mikasa's expression remained the same as she answered honestly. I was raised for the sole purpose of protecting you, local. The other S. Don't trust you and the other seal bearers. Mikasa seemed a bit hesitant on the topic of her friends, but she still truthfully revealed the reason. Cole looked at her carefully but saw no shifts in her expression. Alright then, not like I could blame them for not doing so. I'm going to have a look around alone. Sylvia, go get my weapon for me and tell Mordred it's time. Cole then walked away from the two and left to explore the other parts of compound. He went outside and walked towards a very large building separate from the one the Titan holders lived in. It had only one open room and was used for storage. Inside he found the Pike organizing some materials. Are those supplies for the mission? Pike didn't look at Cole and continued with her work, but still responded to his question. They are, and before you ask, no, I don't need any help. So you and your friend can take your false intentions elsewhere. Cole furrowed his brows hearing this. She said friend and not friends. I can only assume that idiot has been going around. If they've already seen through his character, then I don't need to bother with them. My question has been answered, so I have no need to linger around here. As for what my intentions are, I have none. Concerning you, that is. Cole then left the large building, deciding it was best to leave them be. since Alex wasn't getting anywhere. But the second Cole went through the door, a woman was there and pointed a knife towards him. Cole didn't show much reaction aside from eyeing her up and down. "Is there a reason you're pointing a knife at me, or do you do this to everyone?" Cole spoke in an unamused tone to the blonde-haired girl. The girl furrowed her brows and kept her knife pointed at him. "I'm tired of people like you who pretend to care about us but really just want to use us. You're not the first to try, so I swear if you hurt them, I don't care for the consequences, I will kill you." Cole walked towards the girl till the blade she held was against his body. He kept pushing his body forward and soon blood began to be seen, but his expression remained unchanged. The girl's eyes widened and she immediately tried to retract the blade, but Cole moved forward once more, lodging the blade into body. The girl panicked and backed away from Cole. He looked at his wound and then her before speaking coldly, driven by his new view towards those that antagonize him. "If you aren't willing to kill me, then don't bother wasting both our time with your empty threats." "Annie, was it? Whatever happened to you before has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to do my job. Why should I go out of my way to chase around people who want nothing to do with me like the dog in heat?" "Alex." After saying this, Cole removed the bloodied knife and put it on the counter, then proceeded to leave but was stopped by the girl. Cole, who was already in a bad mood due to Alex, had his patience growing thinner. Annie looked at his wood with an expression very different from before. "You can't go out like that. If it's known the Lord of the Sabbath was injured by the Titan holders, Empire will have the others killed." "I wasn't going to stab you. Why the hell would you come forward? Are you crazy?" Cole's expression still the same, he replied to her question, somewhere between those lines, "I just wanted to end the ordeal so we wouldn't waste each other's time any longer. As for your worry, I have no intention complaining over a small wound. Now can you move?" The small wound Cole mentioned actually made most of tummy area of his white shirt soaked in blood. Annie continued shake her head. "No, I'll fix this, just sit over there and put this over your wound. I'll be right back." Damn it, this could end very badly. A noble is one thing but the Sabalord is another. Why the hell did move towards it? Annie's thoughts were in disarray as she rushed out of room. Cole looked at the piece of cloth on his hands, then looked at the direction Annie ran in and sighed before taking a seat and placing the cloth on his tummy. "A wound like this can be easily healed in seconds, but let's see where this goes." Annie rushed back with a kit and a new shirt, then locked the doors before going over to Cole. "You're supposed to hold it in place, suck. Never mind, let's get this shirt off." Annie unbuttoned its front and began cleaning Cole's wound carefully. As she did so, she began to speak. "We don't hate you." Chapter 25. You'll be fine. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance A/N. Warning: brutality in this chapter. We don't hate you. If anything, we look up to the seal bearers. My mother was the previous female Titan. She fell in love with a soldier who often fought in battles with her and had thought she had found her companion like her friend with the king. But she later found out she was just part of a political scheme to keep the generation of Titans going. After she was pregnant, my father left her for good. She raised me to always be careful, as even the most noble of heroes can just be wearing a mask to fool you. Mikasa doesn't even know her parents and doesn't seem to care. All she told us was she grew up under General Levi's tutelage. Sasha's father and mother were truly in love, but once they were gone, a naive girl was left to fend for herself. A noble tried to have his way with her once, but I made it so he would never do that again. The price: us being isolated. Pike was adopted by the former Cart Titan as a child and grew up in the barracks from a very early age like me. Eren only recently came. His father was a genius who made his family a great deal of wealth before passing on. His mother is still against him being here and visits frequently to check on him, but he isn't fond of it very much. We're all very different, but the one thing we have in common is hope. Hope that the seal bearers change our fates like they did for our parents. But when one is named the legendary cock rider, that hope quickly begins to fade. Before the ceremony he was fond of flaunting his seal left and right and luring women into his home. But it's said they all run quickly and ignored from that day. It's already clear that he must have tried to force himself on them. He's already started trying to be friendly towards us, so when I saw you going to see Pike I thought you're the same. There, all done. Cole's mood got slightly better when he thought of the real reason those women left and never went back. Annie stood up and packed up the kit, then prepared to leave. I'm sorry for earlier, even though you're the one whom off. So I just don't ruin everyone's hope in you. After saying this, Annie left the room. Cole stood up and began dressing up while the wound began to heal. They're better off not having hope in me. Once I'm done with Alex I'm leaving. Should they want to stay with me then the destroyer will remove their existence from this world and have them reappear in mine once I finish killing off the creator's reincarnators. 6 hours later, the seal bearers and titan holders were now standing on top of a hill looking at the horde of demons approaching. Alex's attention was instead however on Cole. How the hell is he alive? System, I thought you said that annoying NPC was dying. Reason unknown. When the signal to attack was given, to everyone's surprise, Cole was the first to burst out riding on Akita. Alex wasn't far behind riding his hen. This bastard thinks he can steal my spotlight, huh? Astolfo charged forward and started taking down demons. Cole didn't need to say anything as Mordred had already charged forward on her own into the misty battlefield. Once Cole entered the mist he got off Akita and sent her back. But as he took out his weapon a figure came from behind and stabbed him in the back. This was none other than Alex, who began to laugh. That's the deadliest magic poison in existence, haha, worth every point. This is what you get for messing with me, you damn NPC. I'm the hero, I'm the one people are supposed to look up to, I'm the one who Alex suddenly fell and yelled out loudly, but his voice couldn't be heard in a battlefield full of screaming demons. Cole took the dagger from his back and threw it away before looking at Alex with a smile and finishing his sentence. The one who doesn't have legs? Alex gritted his teeth in pain and stares at Cole with hateful eyes. System, use all points to automatically heal me. Now, as he said this his legs began to grow back, but Cole raised his polearm and slashed them off along with his hands. Gah, you fucking bastard. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Ugh. As Alex's wounds limbs regret, Cole cut them again just as quick. He had done this 23 times now. He stopped when he saw his arms didn't regrow but were like that of babies. Why so hateful? You're the one who tried to kill me when you're weak, haha. Though I am impressed you're still conscious to give me that angry stare. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Otherwise how will you watch me gain everything you yearn for, haha. Alex tried reaching for his dagger but his baby hands were useless. His expression grew dark when he saw Cole raise his blade. Why, you said you wouldn't kill me. Cole smiled and nodded as the bladed ends of his weapon gave off a black flame. I'm just making sure your stupidity doesn't spread. Before Alex could ask what Cole meant, the polearm blade landed forcefully on his crotch. Cole twisted it from side to side even when his cock and balls were sliced clean off. URGH. Alex, unable to speak because of the pain, just uttered inaudible sounds. Cole smiled and forcefully feed him a pill that should keep you from dying. Hey, till next time, Mr. Hero. Cole began to walk away and saw Alex squirming around madly despite being in great pain, trying to stretch his little arms to his lower body. Cole tapped at his head as if remembering something. I must have forgotten to mention that it doubles as an extremely strong aphrodisiac. I'm sure you'll be fine. You are the legendary cock rider after all. Chapter 26. Ability. A little while after Cole entered the mist with Alex, the others caught up but couldn't see much. Rin used a wind spell and cleared the mist away in one violent sweep, revealing the bloody scene in front of them. The first thing that caught their attention were Mordred, Astolfo and Cole fighting off demons in the distance, but when they scanned for Alex they didn't see anything until a loud cry could be heard from the pile of demon bodies. The one to notice him was Archer, who announced what he found quickly. Over there, he's injured. Rin nodded and responded. You guys that join the battle, Eren, come with me. He may need to be carried if it's bad. Archer, Berserker, Ilya and the Titan holders started rushing towards the battle. Sylvia, who was riding Akita, reached first by Cole's side. Akita opened her mouth towards the approaching demons and launched a large ball of fire towards their direction. Giving time for Cole to catch his breath, Sylvia quickly came near him in a panicked state. Keiko-sama, you're all bloody. Why aren't you healing your wounds or using high-level magic to destroy the attackers? Is something wrong? Cole stood straight but still continued to breath rather fast as he replied. I'm fine, I just refuse to fully dependent on abilities that aren't my own. Most will vanish when I leave this world or can be taken away by the same entity that gave them to me, so forming my whole fighting style around them is just stunning my own growth. I chose instant comprehension because even if it's taken away, I would have understood countless material already. Immortality just lets me practice without having to worry about dying for real. As for my injuries, if I can't learn to fight on while in pain, then I won't make much progress. We'll talk later. The others are here now. Archer and Berserker had directly gone ahead to fight in the battle while Ilya and the Titan holders gathered near Cole and Sylvia. Ilya looked at Cole and spoke with concern. If you can't use high-tier spells, then stay back, Cole. You may get hurt like Alex. Cole didn't say anything but raised his hands towards the horde attacking Akito, and a large bolt of lightning came down and fried countless of them, leaving Ilya speechless. After doing so, he turned to them and spoke. These demonic augurs are just cannon fodder to test our abilities. Mordred confirmed there is another wave further ahead as she sensed their bloodlust. They're probably using high-level illusion magic to stay hidden, which may mean that the next wave is very capable. These augurs are relatively easy to kill, so you don't need to go into your Titan forms. Just get them off balance and aim for head. Their skin is too thick on other parts. Fight in pairs to cover each other's blind spots. Sylvia, start preparing your spell. Mikasa and Annie cover Ilya as she's vulnerable when using her weapons. Sasha with Pike. I'm starting to sound like my uncle when giving out cleaning duties. TV made this battle shit look so easy. Cole was getting ready to go on ahead, but Mikasa protested the groupings. I'll go with you. Annie is capable. Annie simply nodded and Ilya did the same. My homunculi are also all mid-tier magus. No worries here. Cole looked at the squad of homunculi and agreed. Alright then, let's clear these ogres out. Each group took a different direction to attack. Mikasa attacked using a reworked version of ODM gear. She launched a harness into the heads of one of the demons, then used it to propel herself closer. Once closer, she launched another harness to a demon further away and propelled herself once more, slicing off the heads of any demons in her path. Cole was taking advantage of his speed and nimbleness in fighting them. He charged directly towards and slid underneath the behemoth's legs, appearing at the back where he kicked it behind the knee, causing it to lose balance before stabbing it in the head with his poem. Being a seal bearer, he caught the attention of many augurs who wished to strike him down. As one aimed its battle axe towards him, he swiftly jumped back as it slammed into the ground. He took the opportunity and ran up the battle axe, then jumped on Augur's head before jumping once more in the air above them. He held the poem with both hands before throwing it towards them in a rotating motion. Its dual blades took off the heads of 4 of the closely grouped ogres while causing the rest to try and quickly step back. As Cole landed down, he quickly took advantage of the disarray they were in and picked up his poem before launching it again. This time 2 more heads came clean off before it lodged itself on the neck of one of the 2 remaining near him. He ran towards it, quickly jumped up to hold the poem on the middle. Rather than jump back, he jumped forward, causing the neck to get sliced as more blood covered the ground. The last ogre near him raised its battle axe, but Cole simply held his poem and launched it like a spear into the ogre's head, killing it instantly before it fell back. Cole simply walked over and took out his weapon, then waved it and splattered the fresh blood on it to the ground. With the ones in his area clear, he ran over to Ilya to see if she needed help. Currently the ogres were laughing while making gestures about Ilya being small. Ilya looked at one of the homunculi with a very large box on its back and spoke in an angry tone. Hans, bring me the Demonen Spritzer. The homunculi came running towards Ilya and put down the box before removing what looked like a machine gun. Ilya effortlessly held it up and took aim, and the demon's glyphs began to appear as she sent mana into the weapon. She showed a creepy smile as she spoke before firing. Versuchen Sie Danash Zulakn, try laughing after this, I think. As she fired the weapon, bullets made of wind flying at astronomical speeds penetrated the ogres' bodies as if they were water. It launched 100s of bullets each second, and within a minute, no ogre was left standing. Chapter 27. Humanity. The ogres' numbers began to dwindle more and more with every second that passed. Cole was currently running on the battlefield, taking any ogres he met down. Sasha and Pike, who weren't as good in battle as Annie and Mikasa, had a hard time finishing off ogres, but the excellent teamwork made up for it. As they took down the last one, Sasha couldn't help but sigh in relief, while Pike had the same sleepy, tired expression. As always, unbeknownst to them, an ogre had stood up and raised its battle axe ready to strike. Annie saw this from afar and began running closer, waving her hands as the harness couldn't reach that far. Sasha mistook the signal and waved back, smiling. It was only until the orc let out its brutish grunt did they notice it. but as it was about to strike, a weapon pierced through its head and made it fall backward. When Annie looked at the origin, she saw a tired, bloodied Cole breathing heavily. As the last of the ogres were killed, the second wave appeared instantly. This time it wasn't ogres but demons in armor coming from two separate hills in large numbers. Everyone got ready to attack, but Cole looked towards Sylvia and nodded. "This is my limit for now without using any abilities. That's enough for today." Cole aimed his hand for one horde and many bolts of lightning struck down on the hill, and in seconds the entire horde was wiped out. For Sylvia, she raised her staff into the air and many gigantic magic circles began to appear above one another, piercing into the skies. Explosion! A huge blast descended onto the hill from the sky as these words were spoke by Sylvia. The former hill was now a crater with nothing but scorched dirt and rock. With the battle over, Akita began running towards Cole while Mordred directly appeared next to him with a huge grin on her face. "Ha ha, you're reckless, master. I like it. Remember your promise. Today the victory is ours, so tonight we drink." Cole sighed but showed a smile and nodded. His wounds began to emit warm smoke as they healed. By the time they reached Hange and the others, he was fully healed but still bloody. When Hange saw him, she quickly began looking at his bloodied spots but saw wounds and sighed in relief. "Why did you charge into the battle without a holder by your side? Alex is in a horrific state. What if the same happened to you?" Hange, who was horrified after seeing the state Alex was in, hoped Cole would not end up the same. Rin was so put off she couldn't join the battle and went back down to Kigali City. Cole nodded his head as he replied, "Correction. The same could have happened to all of us. It's a battle after all. If the Empire wants guaranteed safety for the seal bearers, then they should restrict their bearers from leaving." Alex got into that state because he overestimated himself. It's as simple as that. After speaking, Cole began to walk towards Kigali with Sylvia and Mordred near him. Upon arrival, he looked at the many decimated homes and businesses caused by projectiles. Cole looked around more carefully than he did before and could see the extent of damage that happened prior to their arrival. Despite the loss of lives and homes, many of Kigali City's people had smiled on their faces as Cole and others walked by. Cole stopped midway, making the others come to a halt as well. "Is something wrong?" Still concerned, Hange was the first to ask. Cole, however, just shook his head before raising his arms into the air. Broken and decimated buildings began to repair themselves as he did this, stunning the residents. In less than a minute all damage was repaired due to a high-tier creation magic spell. Some people were in disbelief while others to cry in joy. As a small city with no high-tier mages of its own, it's often overlooked and left to fend for itself by the Empire. After the buildings were restored, Cole and others proceeded on, but he never spoke but instead just walked in silence. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Cole went to his room and stayed there even as the others left to attend a celebratory meal prepared for them. Cole was now laying on his bed, just staring at the ceiling. Soon a familiar feminine voice could be heard by him. "Cole-sama, you should go join the celebrations. The people are cheering your name and calling you a hero." Cole sighed as he replied, "I won't go out of my way to help people, but watching them suffer when I can do something by just raising my hands didn't sit well with me. I chose to become a monster, but I never said I would abandon my humanity completely." "We'll join the festivities in a bit. Let me just lay down some more." Chapter 28. What just happened? Cole had sent Sylvia to join the festivities without him while he took a bath and began changing into a clean attire. But as he was doing this, he heard a knock on his door. With one hand still drying his hair, Cole proceeded to open the door and found Sasha standing there holding a plate. Once she saw Cole, she extended the plate towards him and spoke in a friendly tone. "I thought you'd be hungry after the battle earlier and also here." Cole looked at the plate with food that was already half eaten, then looked towards Sasha, who still had sauce and crumbs on her mouth, and smiled. "Well, thank you, I'll be out in a bit." Cole said his goodbyes, but soon another knock came on his door. This time he found a straight-faced Annie with a bowl of soup. She quickly handed him a bowl as she spoke. "Don't go thinking we're friends. This is just to say thanks for saving Sasha and Pike." "Bye." Cole nodded his head and closed the door, only for Annie to knock even louder. "Anything else?" Annie pointed to his stomach as she spoke seriously. "I need to check if your wound is healed." Not waiting for his response, she walked right in and took a seat on the chair near his bed. Cole decided to play along and shut the door. "You know I can self-heal, so why bother checking?" Annie replied in a straight tone. "Just to be sure." "Now show me." Cole shook his head and went to lie on the bed as he responded. "If you're that curious to check, You're free to help yourself. Otherwise I'm taking a short nap. Sylvia will wake me up when the festivities are coming to a close. Cole closed his eyes and heard Annie's footsteps walking towards the door and smirked, thinking he made her leave. But to his surprise he heard it get locked and the footsteps return. As he opened his eyes to question what she was doing, she climbed on top of the bed and sat on his crotch. She maintained her straight face and directly began unbuttoning his shirt. Sure. Make yourself comfortable, why don't ya? Annie ignored his remark and continued to unbutton his shirt until it became fully undone. She then placed her hand on his boobs, where the knife wound had originally been. She continued to rub that spot continuously while fidgeting as she straddled him. Cole's body reacted naturally and a large bulge soon appeared under Annie. Her straight face was slightly put off as she felt what was under her. She took her hand down and felt the bulge before glaring at Cole. Sit at your own risk. Are you done now? But rather than get off, Annie firmly planted herself on it. She then leaned forward and took the bowl of soup. After getting a spoonful she extended her hand towards Cole's mouth. What's happening right now? This whole situation is extremely odd. But I'm not complaining. Cole opened his mouth and let her feed her and smiled. He then tried to make the most of situation and spoke. Have you eaten yourself? Annie shook her head and replied with few words. Wasn't hungry. Hearing this, Cole sat upright with her still on him. Their faces were only a few inches away from each other. Cole took the spoon from her head and also got a spoonful of soup and brought it towards her mouth. Kind of strange to make me eat when you haven't yourself. Open up. Annie looked at the spoon, then looked him in the eyes and opened her mouth. After she ate, she took the spoon back and fed him. This dynamic continued until the soup was done. Annie looked at the bowl and the Cole but didn't get off him. She just kept staring into his eyes with her straight face. Cole used his hand to brush her hair to the side to see her face fully. She looked at his hand and then looked back into his eyes, still not speaking a word. Fuck it. No risk, no reward. Cole leaned in and planted his lips on hers. He got no resistance but her movements were awkward. She then just relaxed and let Cole do as he pleased. His hand was stroking her hair while the other held her by the waist and made her slowly grind against him. Cole continued the intense kiss, swapping from top lip to bottom lip while his tongue wrestled against hers. Her breathing became heavy and she soon began to grind on her own. As they continued to kiss, a small moan escaped her mouth which made her break the kiss and pull away from Cole. She quickly got the bowl and got off of him and began walking towards the door. She stopped after opening it and cast a glance at Cole before leaving. What just happened? Chapter 29. Seriously? About 30 minutes after Cole had his strange encounter with Annie, another knock resounded. At this point Cole wasn't in the mood for another cock tease. He remained laying in his bed and simply spoke out loud. Enter. After he spoke these words rather than another strange encounter, he got an excited Sylvia instead. Cole Sharma, are you rested? Cole sat up from the bed and nodded. Are the festivities finally ending? Sylvia began rubbing the back of her head while laughing awkwardly. You see Cole Sharma, I may have said you won't be coming until you rest, so they said festivities won't begin until you're rested. Cole sighed but couldn't complain as he wasn't very clear with his words, so he just stood up from the bed and walked towards the door but came to a halt as Sylvia informed him of something. Cole Sharma, what about your reward? You can choose between an alteration or an ability. Cole nodded at her words and gave his response. I want us both to have suitable measures in place against reincarnators' systems. I wouldn't want my abilities to be displayed truthfully if scanned, for example. I'm sure some reincarnators have this as a passive skill. Can that be done? Sylvia stayed quiet for a moment and nodded after looking at her staff. Yes Cole Sharma, it is done. Cole nodded and finally took his leave from the room. Downstairs he found the Titan holders seated around the seats in the room, each going about their own way. They directed their gazes at Cole when he came down. He looked at them for a moment but soon left. I guess he's going to the festivities. All that food. I'm so jealous. You know we aren't welcome, Sasha. I'll cook us something. Oh, thanks Irene. When Cole left the lodgings, he followed Sylvia towards the city square where the festivities would be held. There he was greeted by a fat energetic man with two women by his side. Upon seeing Cole, the man rushed towards him with the two women slowly walking behind. Lord Sabah, you're here. Good, good. Our hero has arrived. Haha. Now the festivities may begin. Lady Berserker and Lady Archer are seated over at the buffet table. along with Lady Saba. We were just waiting for you. Oh, I am Baron de Malark and this is my wife and daughter. Cole cast a short glance at the mother and daughter pair who bowed politely towards him. His attention then proceeded to scan the area and saw only people dressed in formal expensive attire while conversing. Cole then looked back at the Baron and replied in an annoyed tone. Is this a joke? The Baron immediately became nervous as a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Is there something you're displeased about, Lord? Cole turned his attention to the many homes further away in the lower parts of the city and spoke loudly. You call this a city celebration, but in actuality it's just a gathering for the wealthy and important figures of your city. The guards who defended the city in its time of need, the farmers responsible for producing all this food, the women responsible for cleaning the streets and preparing the food even in these harsh times, and the children who became orphans after losing their parents defending this very city but still played their part in helping any way they could, are all nowhere to be seen. I will not force you to invite anyone, but I won't attend when even the people who fought by my side weren't invited. Enjoy your festivities, Baron. Mordred appeared next to Cole and puffed out her chest. If my master doesn't attend, then I won't attend as well. We'll drink elsewhere, right master? Before Cole could respond, Ilya and Berserker also approached. It's no fun if you aren't here, so I won't attend either. Let's go drinking. Finally Archer, Rin and Astolfo followed and arrived by the group. A drink doesn't sound too bad, right Archer? Archer nodded towards Rin while Astolfo showed a cute smile. The Baron, who was now panicking, quickly tried to fix his blunder. Wait, your lordships. Forgive me, I will fix this right away, just give me a bit of time. Cole nodded and turned to leave. You have 2 hours. They smiled and nodded rapidly. Guards, get everyone to the square immediately. Attending this celebration is mandatory. Nobody leaves till they are full. Chefs, prepare some more food and drinks. Spare no expense. Go. The square now turned into a frenzy as people started running around in all directions shouting. But Cole decided to take a slight detour. May I go in? A woman dressed in cleric's clothing towards Cole and nodded. Of course, Lord Saba. Cole gave the woman a smile and turned to Mordred and Sylvia. You two wait here for me. I won't be long. After saying so, Cole walked into a dimly lit room with a figure lying on the bed. How are you feeling, my murderous teammate? When the figure saw Cole, his immediately began to tremble. What are you doing here? I haven't told them anything, I swear. Cole smiled and shook his head. I'm not here to hurt you, for today. Rather, I'm just here to check up on you. My temper has always been a problem of mine, so when you triggered me, well, this happened. Even if you told anyone, not many would believe you. If the case went deeper and we had to speak in front of a saintess who can detect lies, I simply have to say you tried to kill me. Who do you think will suffer more? Me, who defended myself, or you who attacked? I advise you to be very careful now that you've made your intentions towards me clear. Chuckle. I won't ask how the effects of the aphrodisiac wore off. That large group of men holding pouches of silver outside tells me all I need to know. Anyways, get well soon. Cole left the room with a smile on his face. Alex had an angry expression on his face from being further humiliated. System, did you scan him? Yes. He is above average, even for Pumane holders, and is a skilled combatant. He was an orphan. The system proceeded to give Alex a false history about Cole, which just made him angrier. Damn it. No wonder he is so good at magic and fighting. He was raised by high-tier mana beasts. It makes so much sense. But how am I going to beat him? System, what are my chances of success should I fight him in a few months? 0.00000000000000000000001%. Host has 0 points. Chances of getting stronger have been reduced drastically, whereas he will continue to grow stronger. Might I suggest being Loke? After Cole left with Mordred and Sylvia, they picked up some alcohol from a nearby pub before it closed and went towards the lodgings. Thanks, master. I can't wait to taste all these. Cole smiled and nodded. It's no problem. I enjoy a good drink too. After all, as they arrived at the lodgings, Cole opened the door only to jumped on and hugged by Sasha. Thank you. I can already imagine all the kinds of meat, drinks, pastries. Drool. Mikasa had to intervene and pull Sasha away. Cole didn't mind and maintained his smile. I don't know what you're even thanking me for. Just get ready for the festivities or you might find the food has finished. Those 4 last words were enough to send Sasha running towards her room. Cole then turned and looked at the other holders who also had smiled on their faces as they watched Sasha run. You geese should do the same. Mordred, Sylvia, I'll find you in my room. I just need to use the restroom to tidy my sleeves a bit. Cole went towards the restrooms while the Titan holders started leaving to get ready. In the restroom, Cole began adjusting his sleeves properly. Suddenly though, the door opened and another figure appeared near him, washing her hands. Seeing Cole not react to her being there, she spoke first. Why did you do this? Cole finished adjusting his sleeves and prepared to leave. I didn't do anything. I just said I wouldn't attend if everyone who helped in any way wasn't invited. So just go ready with others. But just as Cole began heading towards the door, the blonde-haired girl rushed past him and blocked the door while looking at him seriously. She pointed towards him and spoke, still maintaining her serious face and tone. I need to check your wound. I/N. If some you have questions and my then sorry but the notifications are too many to see them all. With that said, I shamelessly urge you to join my Discord. Questions will be answered in the general chat. For those more cultured, there's a meme bank and loot bank, the latter having pretty good content. I'll release chapters the first from now on so I can post here with little to no errors for you guys. And finally the spoilers channel where I'll answer any questions regarding future content, love interests and whatnot for all my books. If you're an author, feel free to shamelessly advertise your fic idea and get tips to help you or gain new readers. New worlds and waifus will also be voted there. Chapter 30, Top Spot. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies are 18. Cole stood in the restroom facing Annie, who stood in front of the door blocking his way, insisting that she see his non-existent wound. But just as Cole was about to speak, a knock resounded on the door. Keiko-sama, I've put away the drinks. I'm here to help you adjust your sleeves. Annie looked towards the door then walked away from it. She stopped in front of Cole and put her hand on his shirt for a moment and looked up at him. But when he looked back into her eyes, she quickly moved her head and spoke. Later. Afterwards she pulled her hand away and went towards the sink, then began adjusting parts of her uniform. Cole-sama, are you there? Cole walked out of the restroom and spoke to Sylvia before she could enter. It's okay, I just finished. Let's go. As they walked away, Cole cast a glance back and shook his head. I'm not sure if I was just cock-blocked or saved from another bluebling. Seriously, what is going on? Once Cole arrived in his room, he found Mordred in her topless, wearing only panties while drinking rum. Upon seeing Cole, Mordred came near and got on her tiptoes, trying to make Cole drink while laughing. Come on master, you promised me. Drink. Cole took the bottle from her and took a swig before passing it to Sylvia. She looked at it for a bit then turned to Mordred and Cole, who just nodded at her. She decided to take a sip, then a swig, and eventually began to chug the whole thing until Mordred took it from her. Have you already forgotten what happened at the palace when you got drunk and kept making fun of Mordred's breasts? Mordred huffed and held one of her breasts proudly. Big breasts just get in the way during battle. Any big-breasted warrior on the battlefield is just there to distract the enemies, while real warriors like me do the hard work. Master knows my breasts are better, right? Not wanting to lose out, Sylvia took out her breasts in front of Cole as well, but was slightly shy. Keiko-sama, which do you like best? Cole smiled and walked past them, then sat on the bed. The two looked at each other a bit confused until he gestured them over. He first began cupping Sylvia's breasts, making her release a sweet squeal. Cole was amazed by their sheer weight and bounciness. Category 7. Heavy duty, F cup. Inch statistics from back sizes 32 to 56 are 2 inch 36 and 1/2 37 and 3/4, 38 and 1/2 39 and 3/4, 40 and 1/2 41 and 3/4, 42 and 1/2 43 and 3/4, 44 and 1/2 45 and 3/4, 46 and 1/2 47 and 3/4, 48 and 1/2 49 and 3/4, 50 and 1/2 51 and 3/4, 52 and 1/4 53 and 1/2, 54 and 1/4 55 and 1/2, 56 and 1/4 57 and 1/2, 58 and 1/4 59 and 1/2, 60 and 1/4 61 and 1/2. Judging from the sheer bounce and slim waist, you're roughly F cup, back size 40. But such a small frame normally wouldn't house such a size, so your inch statistic is a whopping 54 and 1/4 55 and 1/2, give or take. just a few inches shy of true G-cup territory. Cole didn't waste time and directly moved to cup Mordred's breasts. They were small yet so soft you could grab them in ways you couldn't grab regular small breasts. They lacked the major bounce compared to Sylvia's, but had a bounce unique only to their size. A cup. Mordred frowned at her result. Master, how come hers gets such a thorough explanation? Cole spoke while continuing to grope one of their breasts each. Bigger ones are harder to grade precisely. Yours fit your frame, aside from your perfectly round behind. She beats you in chest. You beat her in bottom. You each have something going for you. Mordred still didn't like the result but let it pass and continued to drink. After some time passed, the group became slightly tipsy. Mordred looked at her breasts again and then Sylvia's before turning to Cole. Master, does that mean my breasts hold no purpose and are only for battle, right? Mordred has her head tilted and asked in a genuinely curious manner, but Cole shook his head and gestured her over. As soon as she came close, he grabbed onto one breast with his hand while placing his mouth on the other. Let me show you one of their uses to me specifically. Cole began twirling his tongue madly around her nipple. Mordred could feel her body getting hotter at her master's touch. Sylvia felt a tingly feeling between her legs as she thought of herself in Mordred's place. Despite being unsure about it, Sylvia came closer to the pair and lifted one of her breasts near Cole. If Cole-sama enjoys breasts, then please use mine if you wish. Sylvia closed her eyes and soon a squeal escaped from her mouth as Cole groped her tit and tugged on her nipple. Mordred didn't wish to let out a sound but began to pant more and more heavily. Master, why do I feel hot? Me too. Cole continued to suck on Mordred's modest breasts while sensually teasing Sylvia's. As he saw Mordred become more and more engrossed, Cole moves his hand from her chest and slid it slowly down her body until he held one of her cheeks firmly. From there he guided onto his lap, which he did after some slight hesitation. Sylvia sat next to Cole as he played her breasts, switching between the two massive peaks on her chest. Sylvia couldn't help but spread legs and let out small sweet moans which she tried her hardest to hide. Mordred on the other hand wrapped her arms around Cole's neck and kept her head against his chest, not wanting her face to be seen as she tried her best to not release any feminine noise. However, she found herself feeling an unbearable itch between her legs and decided slowly move against Cole's leg to satisfy it. By doing so she began feeling a great sensation instead. When she tried to stop, she'd feel the itch once more and soon found herself grinding against Cole's leg on her own. Her breathing became louder and heavier and so did Sylvia's, while her panties became soaked and juices began to trickle down her leg. She felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to rush away and clean herself but she couldn't bring herself to move away from Cole's touch. Soon Cole stopped sucking Mordred's nipple and shifted to Sylvia's. This made her arch her back and curl her toes as the sensation of Cole's wet tongue on her puffy sensitive nipple was almost too much to bear. As for Mordred, Cole used his hands to grip both Mordred's cheeks and made her grind faster. And Mordred, who had fought many battles, found herself struggling hard just to not let out a feminine noise, when she had succeeded in doing so for years. Cole smiled and lifted one hand off her cheeks and brought it back with force. Smack. Mordred's eyes gaped wide open. She had just made such a depraved and feminine sound. She began convincing herself it wasn't what it seemed in her mind, but once again, Cole repeated it. Smack. Mordred gripped Cole's shoulders hard. She couldn't understand why she felt such a sensation when he hit her with force, similar to the rush she got in battle but so much more depraved. Cole smiled after getting her to finally make a sound. He began to smack and grip each cheek over and over and made her grind more roughly. And smack. Master. This feeling smack. Smack. Why is so smack so good? Keiko-sama. Please slurp. Please forgive me for being such a shameful G-guide sucking noises and I can't help it any longer. Sylvia gripped onto her breasts as she felt her whole body trembling. Her spread legs gushed out juices between intervals, as she moved her hips against the bed. Mordred, however, gushed right on Cole's leg, grinding against it roughly with each interval until it was finally over. Both her and Sylvia were breathing heavily with juices still flowing out of them, both too embarrassed to speak or even stand up after that ordeal until Cole spoke. I didn't peg you both to be squirters, Very nice. Mordred kept her down in shame. Master, how can the heir to the throne of King Arthur wet themselves? It's beyond shameful. I'm a disgusting shameful guide. Sniff. Cole sighed while stroking both their heads and spoke. Let me explains better. After the summarized biology lesson, Mordred no longer felt shame when she was told it was natural and that normally anyone can reach that point of relief, even men. They just vary in what they release. Mordred was satisfied in knowing she didn't pee herself, but Sylvia still felt embarrassed. The three of them were now about to take a shower, when Sylvia spoke. Keiko-sama, if even men do it, how come why you didn't? Are you not relaxed? Mordred also nodded her head as they both stared and Cole's bulge. It's different for guys. One way to relax is to actually use your breasts. Sylvia. Cole took off his pants and took out his throbbing hard cock. Mordred, who had seen it before, wasn't as squeamish as Sylvia. Cole looked at Sylvia and instructed her. All you have to do is put my cock between your breasts and move them up and down. It shouldn't take long since you two were close to making me relax. Sylvia got her knees and looked up at Cole with a blush on her face. But she still followed his instructions and buried his cock between her massive tits and began to move them. Sorry Principal Anders, you've lost your spot in second footage ops right behind Joshua's mum, who still takes first. Master, is there anything I can do to help? Mordred puffed out her chest, but Cole shook his head. You can help me relax next time, as she's almost ... The Cole shot his cum onto Sylvia's breasts and face. Mordred looked on with wide eyes. You were right, Master. But how come yours is white and ... sticky, and kind of salty? Sylvia added, as she showed her tongue that had come on it. I like the taste of Cole-sama. Relaxed. Mordred came close and used her finger to scoop some cum and taste it for herself. ... Not bad. Chapter 31, The Ultimate Heresy. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active Keto Gummies. Article. Sylvia and Mordred has taken showers and changed into their attires. They proceeded downstairs to meet the others. Upon seeing Cole and Mordred, Rin showed a look of disapproval. Cole, this is a celebration. You must dress the part. People in the city will all see you tonight. That goes for you too, Mordred. Those clothes are unbecoming of a servant. Even Heracles got dressed as well as the Titan holders. Sylvia, a little less revealing outfit will do as well. Quickly, the carriages will be here soon. Cole ignored Rin's idea and began walking towards the door. It's a city celebration, not some noble gathering. If you dress all extravagant, how will the regular people be able to approach you? Besides, the less nobles that talk to me the better. No offense, but most nobles make me want to slap them silly. Mordred would sooner die than wear a gown, and we can't find anything else in Sylvia's size, so here we are. As Cole said this, most of the girls looked at Sylvia's breasts and then theirs. This made their expressions turn complex. Rin frowned and crossed her arms before asking her next question. Okay, fine, but where are you going? The carriages will be here soon. Cole showed Rin and the others a smirk as he answered. We're walking there, like everyone else. It's only a few buildings away, so I don't really see the point of a carriage. Anyway, I'll meet you guys there. Cole quickly left the lodgings before Rin could make an even bigger fuss. Outside he found city streets were bustling with people rushing towards the square. Others were doing final touches to decorations. Low-class magi lit up the streets with many floating specks of light that hovered around everywhere. Mordred for one seemed really eager for the festivities. This is amazing, Master. It's so much better this way. This is how celebrations should be, haha. Drinks and plenty of meat. Cole smiled and added on, you forgot women. Mordred's smile faded as she looked at her master. Even Sylvia, who was still embarrassed, did the same. If Cole-sama is still stressed, I can help. Oi master, you promised it would be me next time. I also still feel stressed as I fought too much. Cole quickly decided to interject before they got into details. I was joking about the women. Let's end it here before the whole city knows about your stress, Mordred. Mordred pouted but didn't retort, while Sylvia just kept her head down as she got a bit fidgety from remembering what happened not too long ago. It took about 10 minutes to arrive at the square, which had many tables with food arranged properly, with the biggest in the center. Whoa master, look over there, oh and there. Cole let out a chuckle as Mordred admired the paper figures of her and him that were hanging around on some buildings. Sylvia too saw some of her and Akita though her chest size on then was greatly exaggerated. This made her look at her own chest and then the figures. After close attention one could see many paper figures of the other seal bearers. A woman dressed in nun clothing approached Cole when she saw him looking at the paper figures. Are they to your liking, Lord Saber? The children of our orphanage worked extremely hard on them. Cole took a glance at the children a little further away from the nun. They looked at him, Mordred and Sylvia, with wide eyes. Cole smiled and waved at them before turning her attention back to the nun. I take it your orphanage has become more and more packed since the demons gathered near your city. The nun nodded with a frown on her face. Alas, there are too many things to be rebuilt, but families in town have been very generous and donated whatever they could, so we have managed to get by just fine. The goddess still watches over us. Cole nodded towards Sylvia and began walking away with Mordred. Sylvia gave the woman 5 gold coins which she received with trembling hands and tears running down her face. Sylvia smiled and quickly ran after Cole. A child who was making her paper figure saw this and made the chest on the figure larger. Upon seeing Cole arrive, the Baron rushed over to kiss us. Greet Cole. You look quite dashing, Lord Saber. Even my wife can't take her eyes off of you, ha. Cole ignored the suspicious compliment and just nodded. I liked what you've done with the boom. Suddenly a loud blast came from a part of the city as flames began to engulf buildings. Lord Fire, sire, a demon beast horde is charging this way. Cole furrowed his eyebrows and voices his thoughts. This feels off. Akita, go check on the demon horde. If it's something you can handle, launch fire. If not, launch water. Go. Mordred, come with me. Sylvia, go into the air and tell me any strange observations you see. Sylvia and Mordred both nodded and readied themselves. Ready, master. Hi, Cole-sama. As Cole rushed to the lodgings, he found the Titan holders and seal bearers on the floor weakened. Alex and a horned busty woman with purple hair stood in front of the scene. The only one standing was a badly beaten and bruised Astolfo, who was getting paler and paler as he stood defending the seal bearers. Alex laughed at the scene like a madman. Hee, a shame that Cole couldn't be here after that humiliation he caused to watch this. You all laughed at me and shamed me. Now I've found my true purpose, to lead the demons into conquering all of humanity, and you are the first. Behold my new demonic body and fantastic cock, a gift from my lovely demoness Magus. I will violate you all and turn you into my sex battle slaves, ha. I can't see the look on that bastard. Boom boom. Cole launched himself into the room and landed his fist into Alex's gut before smashing another into his face. The demoness rushed towards Alex and spoke in a panicked tone. Lord, we must escape. He isn't affected. Boom. Chapter 32. Oscar nominees. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. Cole launched a ball of fire right at the demoness's head, making her fall instantly, and was about to attack again, but suddenly Astolfo fell to the ground and the other bearers seemed to be getting weaker. Even Mordred felt extremely weak upon entering the room. I've broken all my bonds. That fucking contract with the chicken, the queen in this damn trap. I don't know what charm you're using to defend from the spell formation to drain mana, but unless you want everyone to die you won't attack. As for that trap, now he'll disappear without a source of mana. You can't save them either, but I can. My new mighty cock will inject all of the mana they need, ha. Well, choose. Cole's eyes glowed and tiny jagged pieces of glass flew into Alex's urethra while he showed off his new body. Fuck, argue bastard, what a fuck, this hurts. Fix this. Stop. They'll die. Cole ignored his screams and launched even more pieces into his urethra, sending him into a frenzy. GRHK, Bazah. Cole's eyes glowed once more as he cast another spell. Expand. The jagged pieces of glass in Alex's cock began to slowly expand and grow bigger from the inside. Alex tried to cast a spell, but with the demoness dead, he too was now affected by the spell formation. He too was affected, but with an infinite mana supply, the little that was drained was instantly restored. Cole then began carrying each of them outside, out of the formation's reach. They were now all unconscious, and as for the servants, they were almost see-through and unconscious as well, but stable. Suddenly he heard Alex's screams stop and he rushed back inside. Who are you? Alex was a bloody mess, foaming from as his crotch was minced into pieces. But a hooded figure stood next to him and placed their hand on him without answering Cole's question. As he was about to attack, a black hole swallowed the two in an instant and they were gone. Warp. That was a very high tier spell. With no onlookers, Cole quickly disabled the formation by crushing a necklace worn by the dead demoness. After doing so he went back outside, where Akito and Sylvia soon arrived. Keiko-sama, what happened? Cole shook his head as he looked at her. I'm not sure about the exact details except Alex has turned to the demon's side. We'll discuss this later. We need to save Astolfo but also make a reasonable excuse for me not falling for the spell that align. I've got it. A few moments later the seal bearers and titans began to wake up and look around. Upon looking in Sylvia's direction their eyes widened and they all wanted to speak but Mordred shouted first. Master, what happened? Sylvia, who did this? Cole was currently leaning against a wall feigning to be unconscious with self-inflicted injuries and bruises. Sylvia pretended to be sorrowful with tears running down her face as she explained. When I arrived I found Master bruised and injured, defending your unconscious bodies from Alex and a demon magus. He wasn't affected because although his mana was almost drained, he had a mana crystal bracelet that hid a lot of mana stored for emergencies. He used most of it to make you all stable, leaving only a quarter of its original amount. He just fell unconscious right before you all woke up because of lack of mana. Rin spoke in a panicked and worried voice. Why didn't he just choose the remaining mana in the bracelet ... or the little he had left inside his body? Sylvia pointed to Astolfo's wrist which had a bracelet on it, rich in mana. He took off the bracelet to save Astolfo and used his leftover mana to save Mordred before falling unconscious. I don't have enough mana to heal him but I've got pills in the room that me. Mordred zoomed to the room and came back with pouches full of pills. Which one will save Master? Sylvia picked up the candy pouch and fed him one. This was signal for Cole to heal himself slightly and regain his consciousness. He spoke in a weak low voice while looking around. Sylvia, is everyone ... okay? Rin, who had teary eyes, yelled out, worry about yourself you bastard. What were you thinking? You could have died. Cole followed the origin of the voice and replied in a weak voice. One seal bearer for lives of two along with titan holders was a good price. I'm a sucker for discounts. Mordred snatched the pills from Sylvia and tried feeding Cole. Master, don't joke. Heal yourself. I swear I'll kill whoever dared harm my master. Come on, eat another. The others were finally relieved as he seemed to be in an okay condition. Rin sighed in relief and spoke with a smile. Hey, perverts don't die easily. Hey. Cole shook his head and replied in a nostalgic tone. Sigh, I did die and went to hell. The devil was a flat-chested tsundere who yelled at me for eternity. Alas, at least I could see her red cross panties. Hey, the devil wears cute panties. Everyone's eyes turned to Rin, whose smile had completely vanished. Just die, you pervert. Chapter 33 was a rant, so ship. Chapter 34. Determination. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. A week had passed since the events of Kigali City. After the matter was reported to the Queen, news was spread of Alex's betrayal to humanity. Cole's fame had also risen after saving the lives of the others. But since leaving Kigali City, he isolated himself in his mansion, not seeing anyone aside from Sylvia and Mordred. This time around, he had chosen his reward to be to an upgrade to the markings he could give. He wanted whoever had this mark to be as immune as him to a reincarnator's unorthodox or cheat abilities. This will ensure people close to him or allies wouldn't be turned against him or killed easily. Cole now had 5 abilities permanently within him. Immortality, which made his body stop growing and aging at its prime, as well as making him immune to truly dying. Chaotic alignment, which makes him unaffected by a sense of morals, laws and mercy whenever he needs to do what needs to be done. Instant comprehension, which gives him instant understanding and comprehension of anything he chooses just by seeing it or reading about it. Scan block makes him and Sylvia immune to having their information truthfully known by a reincarnator. The mark is a tattoo that can be given to people Cole wishes to see again in his new world, as well as give them immunity to cheat abilities. Cole didn't want to kill off Alex until he got enough rewards to make him ready for other worlds. In a game, this world could be considered a level full of free exp points. Cole was currently about to get out of bed but was instantly stopped by Mordred, who was saddled on him. Master, no leaving bed till you're stable. The Grand Cleric said you'd need at least 2 weeks of rest from expending that much mana. Cole had underestimated the gravity of someone nearly draining their mana. Upon arrival, the Queen had ordered many to donate their mana, but Cole refused. Mana that isn't one's own is generally weaker. He said he'd let his mana recover on its own, which lead to the Grand Cleric giving that estimation. Mordred had become like a worried housewife the entire week, making him eat lots of pills and meat. Mordred was currently feeding Cole some pills or candy when a loud noise was heard from outside. Lord Investor, Lord Investor. Mordred got an irritated look and stood up from the bed. Damned merchant, doesn't he know he's disturbing Master's rest? Don't worry Master, I'll have Akita stand guard. Cole recognized the voice and stopped Mordred while standing up. He's not a merchant, he's an inventor that I work with. Must be important if he tracked me down all the way here. Let's go see what he wants, then I'll come back to rest. Mordred tried to protest but Cole wasn't having it. After going outside, he found the skinny standing at his gate with a large backpack. Cole nodded at the homunculi standing guard, who then let Bela in. Cole had been gifted many homunculi by the Imspan household as thanks for saving Ilyasville. Upon being allowed in, Bela rushed towards Cole with an excited expression. Oh Lord Investor, I'm so glad you're here. I thought you might have left to the borders with the other seal bearers. Anyways, I can. Cole interjected Bela and turned to Mordred, who wore a suspicious look. After a long stare from Cole, she decided to come clean. Fine, I told them we wouldn't be going, Master. I failed to protect you once, so I didn't want you going out to a battle without fully recovering mana. Cole could only sigh and blame himself. It's fine, but when did they leave? Are they already at the border? Mordred began pondering and was about to speak when Bela spoke first. Impossible. There are no teleportation branches that far out, as it is too risky to build them there. For one to go to the far border, they usually travel to Fort Pristine and then go towards the border by mount, which still takes 13 days or more, depending on the mount. With that aside, I was here to. Once again Bela was interrupted by Cole, who turned towards the mansion and spoke loudly. Sylvia, begin preparing supplies for a journey. Bela, can this wait? If what you say is true, then I need to leave immediately. Bela stopped Cole before he went towards the mansion by standing in front of him. Please wait, sir. What I have for you can get you to the border from here in a mere 3-4 days. Even a day is possible. Cole's interest was piqued as he nodded towards Bela. You have my interest. Where is it? Bela began scratching his head while laughing nervously. It's back on Death Mountain. I thought we could travel there together, because if I brought it with me I feared I would have gotten attacked. So I traveled here by mount in 2 days. Cole nodded and turned to Sylvia, who was rushing outside. Sylvia, prepare some smaller supplies, we'll be going to Death Mountain. Mordred interjected as the plans were being made. Master, why not send homunculi to protect him? By the time he is back, plus the amount of days to reach the border, you would be fully recovered. I won't agree otherwise. Cole sighed once more and turned to Sylvia. Organize the high-tier homunculi to travel with Bela. You start preparing supplies and I'll rest in the meantime. With this the plan was made. Bela left with protection while Sylvia went out to buy supplies. Cole went to his room and was about to sleep but was stopped by Mordred. Master, in case we arrive at the border early, you'll need to be at your peak. So we should relieve our bodies the whole day to gain as much mana as possible. I won't allow myself to fall again. Mordred, who was surging with battle intent, spoke with full confidence. After Cole's explanation, she wasn't against sexual activities because they gave her more mana. Both men and women did it and finally it felt good. Cole was of course behind the gaining mana function she had experienced the 2 previous times. Cole sat on the bed and smiled while looking at Mordred. The fruits of my labor have ripened. Chapter 35. Wait. R18. Inside the master bedroom of Cole's room, Mordred was currently standing in front of Cole in nothing but her panties while Cole had removed all his clothes. Mordred, put your hands behind your back for me. Mordred, who didn't understand why, did as instructed while asking curiously, are we doing what you said? My body is perfect for master. Cole walked behind Mordred and smiled as he cast a spell, Bound. As Cole spoke these words, circular binds appeared on Mordred's hands. When Mordred realized her hands were now bound behind her back, she got even more curious and wanted to speak, but Cole lifted her off the ground by her legs and put her on the bed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Mrs. Renault taught me everything I need to know. Mordred, who was still unsure, could only nod. Cole then proceeded to bend her over. Her face laid flat on the mattress while her ass remained nice and lifted for Cole. After spreading her legs and getting the desired position, he cast another bound spell, but this time on her legs. Master, how am I supposed to help you relax like this? Cole shook his head and began caressing her skin softly. Don't worry, like you said, we have the whole night to make me relax, unless you think you can't handle it. Mordred wiggled her ass side to side carelessly, not knowing she was teasing Cole in the process. I can handle anything, master. Let's do this so we can go crush some more demons in battle at full strength. Mordred showed a grin of confidence, not the slightest bit shy about having her ass up in front of Cole. Cole clasped his hands together in front of Mordred's ass and bowed his head. Thank you for the meal. Mordred was confused once more, thinking Cole was about to have a snack, not realizing it was her. Huh? Master, what me and HGHH? Before she could ask her question, her two plump cheeks were gripped tightly by Cole's firm hands and then spread apart before he planted his mouth in between them and began sucking on her pussy through her panties. Master, teeth, that place isn't for eating, it's DNGHH. Mordred couldn't finish her protests as Cole began to suck on her pussy more and more. Her panties quickly became soaking wet from his saliva and her juices. After making her wet enough, Cole slowly slid the panties to the side, revealing her soaking wet pussy and tight twitching arsehole above. Cole spread her ass cheeks nice and wide to get the perfect view. Seems they want my attention. Mordred wasn't given the chance to comment as Cole planted his mouth back between her ass cheeks. He was now sucking and licking Mordred's pussy lips, with the occasional teasing on her clit as well. Mordred couldn't help but get even wetter and wetter as she had her pussy getting ravaged by Cole's mouth. The more he did so, the more she wanted to break free, but she refused to let herself give up. But the more Cole went on, the more she didn't want him to stop. Cole now pulled his mouth away from Mordred's pussy, which was practically dripping juices, as she panted heavily. Master, is it over? There was a slight hint of disappointed as Mordred asked this question, but he shook his head. He put his hands back on her ass cheeks and began to grope them while speaking. That depends. I saw you weren't making many sounds, so I thought you aren't feeling good and that we should just stop here and sleep. Mordred reacted quickly to Cole's words. No, master, I can take it. You can continue. Don't worry. Cole tilted his head and smiled. That's not a solid answer, Mordred. Tell me an answer, yes or number. Do you like this? Cole inserted part of his finger into Mordred's pussy and began fingering her slowly while his other hand kept groping her ass cheek. Mordred's eyes widened when Cole's finger slipped inside her and began rubbing against her sensitive walls. Master ... Thasmack. And GHH. As Mordred wanted to comment on that, Cole smacked her ass cheek hard. She bit her lip at this and her body trembled. Inside, Cole could feel his finger being squeezed tighter when he did so. Seems your body likes it. But what about you, Smack? Cole now took his finger deeper inside her and began fingering her more intensely while still smacking her ass cheek that had begun to turn red. Mordred's pants heavier and heavier the more Cole did this. But once again he stopped suddenly but kept groping her ass cheeks. Well, Mordred, do you like it? Do you want me to continue making your insides feel good? Mordred continued to pant a while longer before answering. Fine, I like it, master, please continue. Mordred spoke with a mischievous smile on her face as she wiggled her ass side to side. She wasn't the type to be very bashful. Cole smiled and stood up straight, his throbbing hard cock directed at Mordred's perfect ass. He began first by rubbing his cock against her pussy, coating it in her juices before placing the tip against her entrance. Master? What are you? Mordred's eyes suddenly grew wide as she raised her head and breathed in heavily. Cole's tip had just slid inside her and he could already feel her walls squeezing him tightly. He gripped her ass cheeks firmly and began thrusting in and out. Mordred's toes were curled and mouth hang open as she no longer tried hiding her sounds. MMMH pant ... that. Pant ... feels good, master. Cole smiled and smacked her ass cheek hard, making her release another loud moan before she also smiled mischievously. You're only smiling because I'm taking it easy on you, Mordred. Mordred's smile faded as she began to wiggle her ass and complain. Master, I can take anything. I am after all the AW kin. Before Mordred could finish speaking, she felt insides getting stretched apart, causing her to fidget her body. She quickly tried to speak and her body was trying to adjust to large bulging object that had just gone inside her. Cole, however, didn't give her the chance to and began thrusting in and out of her rapidly. Mordred could only moan loudly as words couldn't her. It didn't take many thrusts before Mordred gave herself to her body's desires. She let her loud moans fill the room along with sounds of squeaks clapping rapidly. Master. More. I'm about to. Again. Uck. Mordred had come 3 times already as Cole drilled her pussy deep. Soon he too reached his limit and held onto her squeaks before pumping her with his hot cum. So warm. Pant. Cole plopped his cock from inside and smiled while looking at her behind, which had come dripping out of her pussy. Didn't you enjoy that more than last time? Mordred wiggled her ass a little and showed a grin on her face. Master, you were right. Pant, that was amazing. Cole smiled and approached her squeaks once more. Mordred wiggled her ass against his cock while smiling. This is going to be a long night, Mordred. Are you ready to continue? Mordred continued to grin and shake her ass. Ready, Master. Wait, Master, that's the wrong hole. Chapter 36, A Monster Among Monsters. Early the next morning, Cole was seated on the edge of the bed while Mordred and Sylvia were laying down panting heavily. Initially, when Sylvia had come in, she insisted on helping relieve Cole, but Mordred absolutely refused to stop. She could only settle for having Cole finger her. Hey you two, it's morning already, go shower and get ready to leave. Baylor shouldn't be long, you can sleep later. Sylvia got up lazily. Yawn, so tired. Unlike Sylvia, Mordred got up full of energy and stretched her body with a huge grin and began patting Cole on the back. I feel stronger than ever, Master. If we do this more often, I'll be twice as strong. Training that feels good. You're a genius, Master. Sylvia also nodded and added on. I still tingly all over, Cole-sama. Cole stood up from the bed and stretched. Mrs. Renault was right. The pride a man feels when a woman praises his efforts in bed is top tier. Too much of anything is bad. Except this. But still, we have other priorities to focus on. So quickly get ready. The me before coming here would have smacked me for saying that, but there'll be time to indulge myself later. Once everyone got ready, they began waiting outside for Baylor. An hour later there was still no sign of him. So Cole began to wonder if anything had happened to him. But just as he was having these thoughts, a gigantic shadow appeared over his mansion and the surrounding area. What the? Before Cole could voice his thoughts, a bright light came from above and landed near them. From the light emerged a stumbling man in a top hat. Lord Investor. Ah, good you're here. Well, what do you think? Behold the Lady Rose. I found it already complete and stored away deep under the Forgotten Lands hangar. Just by sheer size alone it has no match. Unlike most airships that need mana crystals, this ship directly siphons mana from its surroundings. A crystal will simply make it go even faster. Ho ho. It only took me a few hours to get here just by adding a low-tier crystal. As long as one has mana to set coordinates, it'll do the rest in speed and comfort. Ha. Well, Cole smiled and nodded. Perfect indeed. Sylvia, have the homunculi load our supplies as we will be setting off immediately. Meanwhile, in the demonic continent, GRH, Alex was currently bound with legs and arms spread wide and yelled at the top of his lungs. A horned woman with a disgusted expression was slowly peeling off his skin and placing it on a table nearby which already had his eyeballs, a tongue, teeth and nails. She looked at Alex with angry expression as she poured a stinging liquid on his wound. You disgusting, vile creature. How dare you live while my sister died? She weakened herself to break your bond to the Empire, but you waste it on your mount. And even worse, your own servant. You're useless to us. With that one, the angry woman continued peel his skin while pouring the liquid on, making him scream louder and louder. Soon a large horned figure walked into the room and bowed. Mistress Velza, the Lord states that we'll have to leave in 2 days' time, so the seal bearer must undergo the procedure by then. The woman snorted. TCH. I'll be sure to make sure he doesn't forget this misery. Take me to the Lord. Igor, keep my toy entertained. If I come back and he isn't screaming, then you're next. The woman soon left and a gigantic ogre appeared from the shadows. The towering ogre walked behind Alex and let out a sinister, Igor will please mistress. Igor likes human holes the best. Alex couldn't see, but after hearing those words, he began to panic and spoke in inaudible sounds. Crack, hugs. Meanwhile, on the Lady Rose. Wow, Master, everything looks so small. This view is amazing. Master, you're not looking. Cole was currently a bit further away, talking with Sylvia. Kusama, is something on your mind? Cole nodded. Demons are known specifically for their cruelty towards humans. Alex was stupid enough to get rid of the one thing they wanted him for, so things won't go well for him. So I can't gain much with him. They're completely away from my influence. If he doesn't appear at the border, then we'll have to hunt him down directly in demon territory, then kill him and be done with this. Hopefully they just kill him off, but I highly doubt that. Sylvia looked at Cole with a curious expression and spoke. Kusama is very cautious. But isn't Alex weak? Cole smiled and nodded. Exactly why I needed to take advantage of this. We won't know what abilities reincarnators may have in each world. As I am now, I'll just need to aim for worlds I'm confident I can excel in with my current abilities. A predator is always cautious. First we stalk our prey, learn as much as we can while limiting its growth and reaping benefits in the process. Then when the moment is right, we strike ... and move on to our next target. Rushing in is a 50-50 risk with too many unknowns. On one hand they could be weak, on another they could be stupidly strong, doing things on whims. What most reincarnators quickly forget is that this isn't a game. The lives they take or ruin are very real and have consequences unseen. Friends and family are lost, entire groups wiped out for someone who doesn't even have a goal. They're monsters. But to me they're my prey. If lives must be lost to kill them, then so be it. Even if I have to wipe out entire races, once the reincarnator is gone the world will reset and return to what it was. I bring balance through chaos. Sylvia looked at Cole and smiled while nodding. I'll try my best as your guide. Kusama. Chapter 37, Prejudice. Boom. Kill the human vermin. The situation at the border was dire. The demons had arrived earlier than predicted and in very large numbers. The fort's magi could not hold them back and its soldiers continued to dwindle and dwindle. Damn it, we're getting butchered. The seal bearers won't arrive on time. Tell the soldiers to keep on fighting but have children, women and civilians evacuate immediately. We can't. So what is? Oh wow. Everyone in the fort became dazed as a large airship hovered above them. However, the bloody battle taking place a bit further away from the fort carried on. On the deck of the large airship stood Cole with Sylvia to his right and Mordred to his left. He had his eyes closed for a moment as if contemplating something. When he finally opened them, they had lost their liveliness. Sylvia, is it ready? Sylvia opened her eyes and turned towards Cole and nodded. Hi Kusama. Sylvia had been preparing her most destructive wide area for 6 hours now. Cole looked at the battlefield and nodded. Fire it. Sylvia nodded as her eyes began to glow. She raised her staff and the skies began to darken. Many magic circles then appeared many miles away from the fort and front of the battlefield. A large fiery red beam descended onto the ground and in an instant, a giant explosion erupted, destroying anything and anyone in its path. The area of effect ended just a few meters away from the fort. Those inside, however, could feel the scorching heat generated from it. The battlefield itself, however, was wiped clean. Those still in the fort were unsure whether to celebrate or not because many of their soldiers were still there. Do we wait for the others now? A curious Sylvia asked Cole, but he simply shook his head. No, we keep going. For now get some rest. Sylvia nodded towards Cole and began preparing once more. Mordred looked at the battlefield and turned to Cole. Master, are we really invading the entire demonic continent on our own? Cole shook his head. Not exactly. I only have one target. Mordred grinned and nodded. Hey, the first of many of our battles, Master? Cole didn't answer Mordred's question and went inside the ship to rest in his cabin, leaving behind a slightly confused Mordred. Inside his cabin he took a seat near a window and sighed heavily. He rested his chin on his arm and began looking out at the skies. Suddenly he noticed the birds that were passing by began to fly in slow motion until they came to a complete halt in midair. He immediately turned from the window and wanted to stand but found a familiar figure standing in front of him. Destroyer. The woman in front of him had auburn eyes that seemed to glow as she looked at Cole, maroonish hair that was glistening as the sun shined upon, cherry red lips that were curled into a mischievous smile with one of her fangs sticking out. On her head was a pair of horns like that of a succubus while her ears were pointy like an elf. Cole wasn't the least bit happy to see her. So far these entities have proved to be nothing but trouble. Giggling gods and all-powerful entities now at my feet or kneel, yet you just look at me like that which you detest most has arrived. Cole kept his unamused expression while looking at the destroyer. She, however, simply smiled and took a seat on Cole's lap while placing her hands around his neck. Rejoice, for you are the first man to ever touch me. Oh, come on, at least give me some sort of reaction. Cole replied sarcastically. Haza. This truly is the happiest day of my life. How may serve you, O voluptuous one? The destroyer chuckled and showed a smile. So you think me voluptuous? Chuckle. Cole sighed and got straight to the point. What is it you really want? Beings like you don't just visit for no reason. The destroyer put her finger on her chin and began tapping it. Maybe I just got bored and wanted some company. How about that? That, and thank you for the wonderful energy you've been feeding me. Watching you brutally punish the poor fool even got me a little ahem. That doesn't matter. So tell me, how come you haven't marked anyone? So boring. I thought you'd do what most men do when given the chance and monopolize all the women. How do you plan on filling your dimensional city? Cole furrowed his brows. What do you mean city? The destroyer chuckled and replied, well, we can't have your location in a place the creator knows of, and since he gave you a castle, I give you a majestic floating city. Feel free to shower me in praise and thanks. Cole didn't respond and just looked at her. Thanks? The destroyer expression now turned neutral and she finally spoke in a serious tone. I understand your distrust towards me, Cole, but I am sincere in what I offer you. Unlike that man-child creator, with you having countless worlds after this to visit, you and I will have a long partnership. I suppose when you're called the destroyer, you're destined to be prejudiced and shunned by all. I'll leave you to your endeavors now, but first I leave you some advice. You can have everything, but if you're alone, it quickly becomes mundane. The destroyer got off Cole's lap and vanished, resuming time once again. Just as she did so, Mordred walked in a bit confused. Master, is something wrong? We still have some time before reaching more demons to destroy. If you need my help to relax. Before Cole could reply, Sylvia burst into the room and spoke. I need to relax after using that spell. Cole-sama, Master? Cole smiled and kept looking out the window. Interesting. Chapter 38. Purging. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. It took the Lady Rose a few hours before it reached a demonic city. Upon seeing the large airship approaching, the city went into high alert and prepared to attack. Cole appeared on the deck and projected his voice for all to hear. The human seal bearer, where is he? The prideful demons didn't answer his questions and returned only insults and mocking. Cole let out a sigh and shook his head while raising his hand. Let's see what your lords value more, their people or a single foolish human. As Cole was speaking, many magic circles appeared over the city. The demons began to deploy their magi to defend, but it was too late. With a wave of his hand, the magic circles unleashed destructive beams of fiery light that engulfed everything in their path. Once the light faded, only the scorched earth remained before Cole continued on. Every city he came across, he asked the same question and received the same kind of response. Thus the result ended the same as well, with a once glorious city wiped off the face of the continent. Master, you should rest. Aren't you using too much mana? A concerned Mordred asked while tilting her head, but Cole simply shook his head. I'll rest once it's all over. Mordred let out a grin and puffed out her chest, then placed her hands on her sword. Then I won't rest either, Master. Cole chuckled and nodded before something came into their field of vision. It seemed to be a sort of line of defense the demons had prepared. In front of the horde stood a tall large demon. He yelled at the top of his voice, I am the Demon War General Zogabam. If you have any pride as a man, then fight me in a one-on-one fight, or are you too scared to fight without your servant? Ha ha. Mordred frowned at the demon general and turned to Cole. Master, let me beat him to a pulp. Cole shook his head and prepared another wide-range blast. They're trying to stall us by trying to get me to waste time fighting that general. The poor battle maniac probably doesn't even know he's a sacrifice. Once more fiery red beams engulfed the army below and Cole continued on. But just as he got close to one of its biggest cities, a horde of flying demonic beasts began heading towards the ship while an army below prepared to fire blasts. Cole looked at the beasts and yelled into the sky, Descend Soul. Upon saying these words, a large phoenix descended from clouds at a terrifying speed and flew directly towards the horde. Simply passing by them scorched many of the beasts, while many others had their wings catch on fire. The fiery beast then descended onto the army below. They could already feel its scorching heat from above, but once it descended, the battlefield became a living hell. Cole looked onto the scene, shaking his head. I should thank him for ignoring his beast. Force feeding it to billions of years worth of mana paid off. After the beast laid waste to everything that moved, It stopped actively releasing heat and came closer to the airship where Cole petted it. As he did so, a growl could be heard from inside the ship, which made the phoenix fly away back into the air. I guess it still isn't aware of its place in the food chain. It was still a chicken a few days ago. That or Akita is just that intimidating. After many more cities were burned to ash, the Lady Rose finally reached the demon capital, where the biggest army yet awaited it. The demons that stood at the front were adorned in jewelry and luxurious robes. Seeing this, Cole decided to descend along with Mordred, while Sylvia remained to protect the ship, and next to the phoenix hovered proudly with it set on the army. Lord Saber. Cole nodded, replied in a neutral tone. The Demon King, I presume. The towering figure nodded. Indeed. You have devastated our already poor lands and little vegetation to nothing. Countless of our people have died by your hand. As Cole interjected the Demon King's statement and spoke. And many more will if I'm not given the seal bearer you took. As Cole said this, hundreds of magic circles covered the city's skies. The Demon King nodded and looked at Cole. Then in an instant the Demon King appeared right in front of him and drove a sword through his chest before slicing his head off. Master. Mordred's armor set in and she prepared to attack, but it was stopped. Stop, Mordred. Cole's body vanished and reappeared attached to the rest of his body before he casually dusted himself off and activated some of the magic circles. He devastated roughly a quarter of the city in an instant and looked at the Demon King. You're free to try again if you wish to see your people die right in front of your eyes for the sake of one being. You have until the count of 5 before I destroy everything here. Chapter 39. Next time. 1. We've lost too much. How will my people fend off attacks? 2. Just listen to my conditions for peace. 3. If we go to war, we still have enough power to at least kill plenty of your kind. 4. Bring the human. Cole stopped counting as the king spoke, and the crowd gave way to a demonic woman with skinny man on leash following behind like a dog. Upon seeing Cole, the skinny man's eyes lit and rushed towards him. Cole, thank goodness you're here. I was forced to act that way in New Babylonia. They've done so many terrible things to me. Please wipe them out and ban. Cole showed Alex a disgusted look before kicking him unconscious. He was in a sorry state and even had his mana sealed away. The Demon King waited for Cole's next move, but he said nothing. A glowing chain was tied to Alex's legs and to the back of the ship. Then chain would keep feeding him just enough mana to keep him barely alive as he was dragged against the ground as the ship moved at incredible speeds. The other seal bearers were already on a day away from New Babylonia. After scouting, familiars revealed there was nothing but scorched lands for hundreds of kilometers away from the fort at the border. The seal bearers could only return after being given such information before they even arrived at the fort. 2 days later the Lady Rose appeared. Upon seeing it from afar, many people gathered outside the city. The seal bearers had found out only after returning that the strange ship that devastated the battlefield actually came by New Babylonia and stopped over Cole's mansion. Cole, Sylvia and Mordred descended from the ship and appeared near the crowd and spoke. Let it be known that 1 hour from now, the former Lord of the Rider will be executed here. Rin appeared at the scene and was the first to react. Wait, Cole. Even though he is a traitor, killing a seal bearer would leave us slightly vulnerable. It's best the church places a seal on him so that Cole interjected once more, so that the demons can break it again. This isn't a suggestion, Rin. Like it or not, he dies. I only brought him here to give him a befitting end. Many officials were against this, but none dared to move because of the phoenix that revealed itself next to the airship, a legendary beast even among S-rankers. Cole walked near Alex, who was in searing pain, and spoke. When you broke your bond with your beast, it was left near dead. I admit, if it wasn't for Akita, I probably would have overlooked it. Funniest thing is, to contract it I had to promise to let take your life. Such an ironic end. Alex's eyes widened as he looked at the gigantic fiery bird in the sky. Before Alex could speak, Cole nodded towards some homunculi and they raised his body. A long jagged pole infused with the same charm as the chains from before was stuck up Alex's ass till it emerged from the mouth. The pole was then planted upright into the ground and stood vertically. The phoenix finally descended to the ground, causing many to back away because of the heat it released passively. The pole became red hot, making Alex fidget more and more from the indescribable pain he felt. The phoenix slowly incinerated his body bit by bit, saving his head for last. The last thing he saw was the very beast he insulted endlessly and promised to burn to a crisp one day. After 5 hours of grueling torture, nothing remained on the pole. The phoenix turned into a gigantic flame that flew towards Cole and entered his palm. When it stopped, Cole could feel a burning sensation on his back that felt invigorating. Cole turned to the shocked crowd and stayed in silence for a long time before cheers burst out. Mordred grinned and patted Cole on the back. "This calls for a big celebration, Master. Let's drink till we drop." The other seal bearers and titans came close to the pair and joined in on the conversation. A curious Rin was the first to speak. "I won't let you leave the celebrations until you tell me how you got a phoenix to be your familiar. If you do, I'll forgive you for almost making me pregnant. Don't try to deny it. You saw my body almost naked. I'm lucky I wasn't impregnated." The others gave Rin a very confused gaze. Mordred panicked and began shaking Cole. Master, will I become pregnant?" "Fix this." Sylvia simply blushed and rubbed her tummy. "I'll do my best, Cole-sama." Luckily Archer gave a quick biology lesson that left Rin blushing extremely. But Mordred still panicked. While Sylvia still rubbed her tummy, Rin was quick to change the topic. "Haha. I knew that. I just didn't want to corrupt the others. Haha. Let's go, the celebrations will be starting soon." The others began to move but Cole and Sylvia did not. "I won't be coming." "This is where we all part ways." Mordred was the most curious and spoke first. "Do we have more battles to go to, Master?" Cole smiled and shook his head. Sylvia and I are simply returning home. Our business is done here, so this is where we all say our goodbyes." Mordred's expression now became one of concern. "Oh, only you two?" Cole once again nodded. "I can't guarantee you the fights you seek where I'm going, nor will I be around much as I have duties to fulfill." Mordred became angry and spoke loudly. "I don't care. You're my master. Where you go, I'll go. If you do not wish for me to be your servant any longer, then kill me." Cole smiled and held out his hand, and light from the airship began to slowly engulf. Mordred showed a bright smile and held onto his hand before entering the beam of light. Before Cole could do the same, a figure rushed towards him and kissed him on the lips. As Cole's body was almost completely engulfed, the figure showed him a faint smile and spoke. "I'll check on your wound next time." Chapter 40 skipped for voting. Chapter 41, It Can Be Done. Once Sylvia, Mordred and Cole arrived back on the deck of the ship, Cole turned to Mordred and spoke. "I ask you one last time. Are you sure you wish to follow me?" Mordred grinned and placed both of her hands on her sword and spoke. "It is a servant's duty to follow his or her master. By your side is not only where I belong. It's where I want to be. Even without our bond, I refuse to serve anyone else. You protecting me with your life made me feel truly wanted, something I've sought. I know I have my flaws, Master, but if you'll accept me, then I, Mordred Pendragon, vow to serve only you. Our battle's great, our victories greater, and our deaths the greatest. Whatever you face, I am ready to this. This, Master, is my will." Cole placed his hand on top of Mordred's and smiled. "Then it is my honor to have you as a servant and friend, Mordred." With Sylvia, Cole, Mordred and Akita being the only ones left aboard the airship, it was finally time to leave. Cole nodded towards Sylvia, who tapped her staff and made the entire vessel vanish. When it reappeared, the most majestic view welcomed the group. It was a large, beautiful city floating in the cloudy blue skies. Exotic beasts and birds breezed through the skies along the airship. Once docked, an ethereal figure appeared in front of group, then turned to Cole and spoke. "Welcome to your world, Master. I'm your world's mother spirit and core. Allow me to show you around." Cole had many questions he wished to ask, but for now he nodded and followed along and let the spirit provide information on the world and his city. "I will not waste your time with many of places present. This city has all that you need. If you do not have it, then I will acquire it." The majority of places present are residential, gathering, training and storage. "Once again, should you want me to change something, then that can be easily done." Cole nodded and finally began to ask questions as they walked. "Who resides here? Aside from beasts and animals, you're the only ones present here. The choice of who is worthy to reside with you here is up to you." "What of regular people?" "This city is only for people I mark." The spirit nodded to his question. "Correct. One needs your mark to reside here. As for regular people, they reside in the vast world below this city. I hope I created them to your satisfaction. Once more, should you be unhappy with a race or type of civilization, you may let me know." Cole wanted to ask more but stopped himself and shook his head. "This is a lot to take in. In short, everything about this world can be changed to however I wish. Indeed, there is nothing you cannot do. You are revered among the billions of existences on this world. Should want this to change then. Cole smiled and nodded. It can be done. Mordred, who was in complete awe, finally spoke. Master, why didn't you tell me you're a king, a grand one at that ... As the group proceeded on, Mordred asked countless questions. Some even made Cole curious, but in the end, the answer was the same. It could be done. A city was already an overwhelming gift, but what the destroyer had given Cole transcended that. Cole kept trying to put it all at the back of his head, but his curiosity couldn't help but think of the countless possibilities possible. So I could essentially just create my favorite characters here ... But they'd be no different than slaves that serve me. They'll just act however I chose them to act, which isn't the same yo experience for real ... It isn't the same ... So that's what she meant. As Cole pondered on this, his smile faded as he came to a realization. Whatever she creates ... will just act however she wishes ... But one she doesn't. Is something real? Is that why she took me? Or am I overthinking this? The only big difference between me and the others is that the creator gave me a dimensional castle ... which is neutral territory ... Then if Cole's thoughts were brought to a halt as the spirit spoke. This is your palace. Should you wish to make any changes or additions, then it can be done. At this point Cole began to think that's her motto. She led through the many halls and rooms of the palace before finally stopping in the throne room. Cole ascended the steps and took a sit on his newly attained throne and closed his eyes for a moment. Is it to your liking? Cole was about to answer when he noticed the voice asking wasn't that of the spirit. When he opened his eyes, everyone but him was frozen, and right next to him stood the destroyer, who wore a neutral face. Cole turned his head and nodded. Yes, it is ... But I think understand what you meant. In a world where I can have everything or anyone, it can never truly be the same as someone who you didn't just make to be that way towards you. Although the difference seems so small, it is the same time extremely vast. I owe you an apology. The destroyer nodded and began walking away from the throne. You'd have no way of knowing. It is fine. I'll take my leave now. I simply wanted to see if everything is to your liking. You're free to do as you please. There's no time limit to when you have to go after reincarnator ''s ... Waiting is something I'm learned to grow accustomed to. When the destroyer was done speaking, she was about to leave when Cole spoke. You're welcome to visit, to linger around for as long as you wish, destroyer. The destroyer looked at Cole's face and eyes before answering. Lily ... My name is Lily. Without waiting for Cole's response, she vanished and time resumed. Mordred was the first to speak with a big smile on her face. The throne suits you, master. But where is your crown? Cole shook his head. Let's go over the top. Sylvia, show me some potential worlds. I'll choose my remaining rewards from Alex after deciding which one we'll head to next. I/N. No, Mordred isn't joining. Only 2 people will infiltrate worlds at a time. That's all I'll say on this for now. Sylvia bowed and displayed a screen in front of Cole. Upon browsing, he stopped for a moment. Sylvia, can I directly destroy some worlds without going there? Sylvia nodded and responded. Hi Cole-sama. Is there a world you want to directly destroy? The rewards will be very minuscule. Cole nodded. I understand now. Purge it and any other world like it. Sylvia tapped her stuff and the number of reincarnators reduced 43, leaving 45,600. Sylvia turned to Cole and nodded. Boku no Pico has been purged, Cole-sama. As usual, there were no lack of utterly questionable profiles, but even among these, many stood out. Linley Uzumaki, son of Pedro and Serenly Uzumaki, brainwashes babies and children he knows will be attractive into becoming his wives in future. Very questionable IQ. The way he died was what was most amazing. He was sitting in the cafeteria watching Boruto series when he heard the sounds of brakes and a bus stepped over him, killing him instantly. Has a stupidly op system. I/N. Go check synopsis for Naruto system within Naruto if you're curious. Read first 5 chapters. It's definitely an experience, I'll tell ya that much. Then there's Microvia, who wanted to go to DxD with gender-bended male characters where females would love any strong handsome guy. However, he too got gender-bended in a DxD world where known guys in the series were now women. Currently seeking a way to gain a dick in world where almost everyone is female. No goes by Michelle. System title bestowed. the last gender bender. Then there's Chad, who wanted to be the most handsome guy in the group with the highest chance of surviving in a zombie world. The wish was granted and he was the most handsome in a horde of zombies by their standards. With a dick that's close to falling off and the motor skills of a 100-year-old, he's struggling to level up. Currently moving very slowly. Then there apostrophe s ... Huh? Sylvia, mark this one down. Sylvia tapped her stuff and the profile enlarged. Next world ... Skyrim. Chapter 42. Genesis. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance back in Kull's castle. Sylvia nodded after Kull had chosen their next world. What about your rewards, Kull-sama? You have 1 physical alteration and 1 general ability. Kull leaned into his throne and pondered. That will depend on my in-world ability. What abilities can I choose once in that world? Sylvia nodded before listing the options. Infinite health, infinite magicka, or infinite stamina. Aside from this, you're granted the ability to shout as well. Kull showed a smile and answered, anyone who knows enough of Skyrim would choose magicka. It can regenerate both health and stamina. I already have immortality, so it's only stamina that I'll need to regenerate, and it'll be the same as an infinite amount of them all. That leaves my rewards. Physical alterations, I'll have superhuman strength. Its output will depend on my input. As for a general ability ... time control, which will also depend on my input. With this I'll have unmatched speed. Stopping time will make it way easier to deal with reincarnators as well. But, as Kull came to this conclusion, an idea popped up in his mind. Sylvia, do you also get rewards like me? Sylvia shook her head. It is up to Kull-sama to give me rewards from those you receive. The same applies to those you mark, but only if you wish to do so. I only get abilities befitting the world we enter. Outside of them I am limited to my abilities as a guide. Before Kull could respond, the spirit interjected. If you're curious about those of this world, you can bestow anything to them, but it is limited to your domain. The size of said domain can be anything you desire, large or small. It can be done. Kull sighed and began tapping his chin with his finger. I should start saving up rewards from this point on, just in case. I should be fine in a good number of worlds with only these abilities and alterations, along with those granted in that world. A confused Mordred finally spoke when the room fell into silence. Oi, Master, what is everyone talking about? Kull wasn't about to go through everything he also just found out, and turned to Sylvia and nodded. You two go get settled into rooms while Sylvia explains. Sylvia, be back in a few hours and we'll leave. Mordred was about to ask yet another question but was taken away by Sylvia. Kull then turned to the ethereal spirit and spoke. Do you or this world have a name? The spirit was as always quick to respond. I am simply a projection of this world, which is called Genesis. I am neither living nor dead. I simply exist to attend to any requests you may have of this world until you find a suitable being to pass these duties on to. They will overlook events, know each and every being's history, listen to your worshippers' prayers and carry out your will upon the world per your instruction. When or if you have a candidate ready, I'll be ready to pass on these duties. Kull nodded and continued to ask miscellaneous questions in regards to many different topics he was curious about until Sylvia and Mordred returned. Master, you're being unfair. This world you're going to, Sylvia tells me it's full of adventure, beasts to slay, wars to fight, great ruins and dungeons to explore, a land of kings and queens, bands and guilds, magic and mystery. Master, you can't leave me behind for such an amazing undertaking. Please. Kull thought to himself for a moment before speaking. True, you are a good fit for it, but not this time. I'll you what, while I am gone, research on any worlds that intrigue you, so the next time I have to go, you have enough knowledge. Mordred's face turned into one of disinterest when she heard research, but she sighed and nodded her head. As you wish, Master. Bring me back many tales of your adventures. Not a single detail missing from your bloody battles, okay? Kull smiled and nodded. Fine. Sylvia, what's our profile this time around? Sylvia walked up to Kull and spoke. I will act as your high elf mage follower, while you will be a Nord wandering warrior who came back to his homeland Skyrim to find new adventures and challenges. Our appearances shall be adjusted to suit our races and backgrounds. The reincarnator was a lover of Skyrim who was granted the chance to live in the world, who wanted as much immersion as possible, so his wishes were as follows. First, he wanted to be the Dragonborn. Secondly, he wished to have no memories of the world so he could enjoy it to its fullest and discover everything from scratch like a real adventurer. Thirdly, he wished for a spell that would display a menu in his mind to guide him on his endeavors. For the fourth, he asked to be revived every time he dies until he reaches level 81, and lastly he asked for the world to be very realistic in regards to everything. He's currently asleep on a carriage heading to Helgen. Without memories, he hasn't yet decided on a goal. Cole nodded his head and stood up from his throne. Well, if that's the case, then spawn us between Riverwood and Helgen. Since he'll have no memories, we'll have to be close to him and see just what it is he wants to achieve. Then proceed from there. Something, however, tells me we won't have to wait long. Let's go. Sylvia nodded and tapped her staff before the two vanished. They reappeared on the road that went towards Riverwood from Helgen. The first thing Cole did was examine himself and then Sylvia before nodding. Our appearances and gear seem fine. It shouldn't be long before the events begin to unfold. Hopefully soon, because the sun will set in a couple of hours. I/N. Yes, I know it wasn't evening when Alduin attacked. Fuck your immersion. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from Helgen on carriage, a slim Imperial with an immersion-breaking hairstyle began to scan his surroundings. Before he could fully understand what was happening, a man sitting opposite of him spoke. Hey you, you're finally awake. Chapter 43, Divines Help Us. Hey you're finally awake. What's your name? Jorgen. My name is Jorgen. I/N. Jorgen is the reincarnator, in case you're slow or just didn't get it. Jorgen shook his head around and began looking at the other three on board the carriage with him. Before he could speak, however, the menu in his head showed his stats and he smiled. Right. I've reincarnated into one of the best RPGs of all time. This must be the beginning. I can't seem to remember much, but who cares? This is my new life and it will be amazing. The man opposite of him looked at him confused. I've never seen anyone this happy heading for their execution. My name is Ralph, by the way. You and that thief over there really were unlucky to run into Imperials. The thief Ralph mentioned looked at him with an annoyed expression. My name Loka, not thief. And what do you mean unlucky? If the Imperials hadn't been looking for you damned Stormcloaks, I'd have been halfway to Hammerfell. Jorgen, was it? Me and you shouldn't be here. Maybe if we try talking to who's in charge we can serve jail time instead. It's these two guys they want after all. Jorgen's eyes widened after hearing those words. W8 execution? Like killing? No, they must be a mistake. I don't even remember why they caught me. Excuse, carriage driver, you have the wrong guy. The Imperial soldier didn't look back and only replied in a tone of authority. Quiet. The Empire doesn't make mistakes. Ralph looked at the Imperial soldier with doubt and spoke. Ha, are we talking about the same Empire? The one with an emperor who has the Thalma so far up his ass he gave away his people's freedoms without a second thought? The Imperial soldier replied in an angry tone. Watch your tongue. Ralph continued to mock the soldier despite the warning. Or what? You'll execute me faster. This is what the Empire does. They find useless people willing to fight for them and give them a sword and uniform along with fake authority, which is why even carriage drivers wearing the uniform can be this talkative. On the battle they drop like flies and no one remembers them. Milk-drinking virgins, the lot of them, I tell ya. Loka was quick to interject. Mr. Imperial soldier, don't listen to this Stormcloak. Me and this Jorgen fellow aren't with them. It's all a misunderstanding. We love the Empire and milk. I too am a virgin as well. Jorgen nodded along worriedly, but the Imperial soldier felt he was just being mocked once more. I said shut up back there. Loka sighed and looked at the only member in the carriage who didn't speak. Is he mute? Ralph became annoyed and responded. Watch your tongue. You're looking at Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King of Skyrim. I/N. Will be explained if you're lost later. Loka looked at Ulfric with wide eyes. You're Ulfric? Jarl of Windhelm and leader of the rebellion? Is this a joke? What kind of leader gets captured by a small ambush? Oh, divines help us. I/N. A Jarl is in charge of holds. A High King or Queen is in charge of a province which is made up of said holds. The Emperor is the Emperor. Thalm are the High Elves. Divines are gods. Ralph shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. Sovngarde awaits us. Well, some of us. Loka gave Ralph a deathly before shaking his head as his hands trembled. This can't be happening. Sure, Mara, Dibella, Kinrath, Akatish. Divines, please help me. I'll never steal another sweet roll in this life. Jorgen could only gulp as the carriage finally arrived in Helgen. Ahead of the carriage a group of soldiers in Imperial clothing could be seen along with elves in robes. Ralph spat to the side as he saw this and pointed out the Imperial who stood out most. Look at him, General Tullius. the military governor. And it looks like the Thalmara with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. This is Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Vilod is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny, when I was a boy, imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe. Some civilians watched as the carriage came into their keep. It stopped near General Tullius and another imperial soldier next to him who ordered the prisoners to be removed from the carriage. Loka and Jorgen became very agitated at this. Loka was the first to speak between them. "Why are we stopping?" Ralph replied calmly as if in a normal situation. "They're about to release and give us a grand feast before naming me the next emperor. What do you think we're stopping for? This is obviously where we die." Jorgen began to panic, but not nearly as much as Loka. "No, wait. We're not rebels. You've got to tell them. We weren't with you. This is a mistake. He's right. I was just trying to cross the border. I'm innocent. I love the Empire." Loka and Jorgen began to lead while Ralph just shook his head. "Could you two at least die with some dignity?" The imperial soldier next to General Tullius stepped forward and told the prisoners to come forth once their names were called from a list. Ralph spat on the ground and spoke. "That must be their captain. TCH. Damn Empire loves their lists." In the midst of the talks, Loka whispered to Jorgen telling him they should run, but was heard by Ralph who only said word "archers." After a little mishap with Jorgen not being on the list, the captain ordered that they still get executed. The first to be called forth was a Stormcloak who came from a different carriage. Upon being placed on the execution block, a roar was heard from the distance, but the soldiers thought little of it and decided to proceed. I/N was going to skip this part, but I'm trying to be as informative as I can to those who don't know anything of Skyrim or simply forgot. On the bright side, I remember a lot, so it won't affect the release times. Chapter 44. Teamwork. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. As the loud roar was heard, the soldier who was calling out the lists was a bit concerned over the roar. What could that have been? General Tullius ignored and spoke, looking at Ulfric. "Ignore it, Hadva. Let's focus on executing Ulfric. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace. It's funny how some think of you as a hero even in Helgen. But a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. Quickly give them their last rites." As the priestess of Arkai began speaking, the soldier grew impatient and told them to just execute him quickly, which they did. Ralph sighed and shook his head at the scene. The surrounding civilians cheered as he was killed and insulted the Stormcloaks. Loka was the next to be called and he asked for his rights, hoping the gods would have mercy upon him. As the priestess was speaking, once more the roar was heard. This time it drew the attention of many, but the captain remained unfazed and asked for the execution to proceed. As the priestess finally finishes speaking, a third roar appears and a gigantic dragon appears atop a tower near the execution block. A dragon. Before anyone could react to the soldiers' scream, the dragon shouted towards the execution block, launching the executioner and Loka away from the execution block. Meanwhile, a little further away from Helgen, Cole and Sylvia were seated around a campfire eating fish when they heard the roar. Cole smiled and looked at Helgen before speaking. "How nostalgic. We'll start moving once Alduin is done attacking Helgen. I wonder if he'll make it or just keep dying and reviving till Alduin goes." "Oh well." Sylvia nodded before handing Cole a piece of meat. "Would you like some rabbit, Cole-sama?" Cole nodded and took the piece of meat and enjoyed every bit of it while roars and the sound of screaming filled the air. "I hope he's one of the few good reincarnators around so we can leave after observing him for a few quests. If not, munch gulp, then Nazium becomes number 2 on my hit list." Back in Helgen, the dragon Aduin was still wreaking havoc. Jorgen and Loka managed to survive, and thus far by following Hadva, one of the imperial soldier, into the keep. The Hadva cut their bonds and told them to quickly find a weapon or some armor. Was really a dragon? I thought they were only a legend. A worried Loka spoke as they searched for armor and weapons within the room they were in. Hadva shook his head and replied, unsure. Legend or not, that thing outside is very real. If we don't leave, we're dead. So hurry up. Alright, sorry. After Jorgen and Loka got equipped in the Empire's less than fashionable attire, they began to move on. On their way they met 2 Stormcloak soldiers about to attack them when Loka spoke. Wait just a moment. There's a beast out there that'll kill us all, and you wanna fight for the sake of a stupid war in here. Are all of you suicidal? Let's get out of here then. You guys can die for nothing then." The Stormcloak soldiers looked at each other and nodded. I guess you're right. We'll only join hands till this is over. Do you understand, Imperial?" Hadva snorted and group continued on. It didn't take long however before they met another group of Stormcloaks who were ready to attack. "Divines have mercy. Is killing anything that moves all you all? Sure, fight. Get injured then fail to make it out, or get out and escape then warn our people of the threat outside." "Am I the only smart one here?" "Yorgen, back me up here. I just want to live." The Stormcloaks looked at each other and nodded. "Alright, I see your point. We'll work together to escape this place, nothing more." The now large group proceeded on into other rooms, gathering whatever supplies they could. Yorgen had taken some bread, a potion of healing, while the others also took a potion each. One of the Stormcloaks immediately ate the bread he found with the liquid in the tankard on the barrel. "Munch munch what? I eat when I'm nervous." After gathering supplies, the group went down to the torture room where they found the torturer and his assistant fighting off two more Stormcloak soldiers. Yorgen, a bit confused, spoke first. "Do all Stormcloaks escape in pairs?" "Seems so." Loka nodded along and wanted to weasel his way out of another situation, but Hadva spoke first. "There's a dragon attacking our keep." "You're wasting time, let's go." The torturer laughed and pointed his sword at Hadva. "You don't have authority of me, boy. All I see is traitor escaping with prisoners. Those odd noises is probably the Stormcloaks attacking us." "You shall not pass." The torturer's assistant wasn't in the mood to die today and walked over to the group. "Forget this, old man, I'll go with you." The old man readied his sword, but against everyone present, he died very quickly. "This is why I wanted to go to Hammerfell. Everyone here is usually too dumb to see reason." One of the Stormcloaks was quick to defend himself. "I'll have you know I'm the smartest in my family. Nobody else even comes close to counting to 7. Everyone in the group stared at the Stormcloak. "What? Don't believe me. 1.3.4.0 and 7. Ha, even after all this years my brain is as mighty as skill on the battlefield." Hadva was at a loss for words. "You must be very skilled. Let's go quickly, there has to be way out somewhere." Before they left, Loka, who was a skilled thief, picked the locks of the cells they came across along with Yorgen. "So I just turn it slowly." Click. "Oh, I see what you mean, Loka." "Lock-picking 1. Haha, nice. I knew I'm talented. I'm not destined to die." "Loka, what level are you in lock-picking?" Loka shrugged oddly. "I suppose I'm an apprentice-level lock-picker." "Apprentice?" a confused Yorgen asked. "I really need to leave Skyrim." "All skills are essentially divided this way: novice, apprentice, adept, expert, and master." "Novice mage, smither, chef, pickpocket." "You get my point. Now let's join the others quickly." Chapter 45, Adventure. Upon reaching the group, Yorgen and Loka were asked by Hadva what they had found. "I found some mage robes and 2 daggers. How about you, Yorgen?" "A coin pouch and a satchel of books." The Stormcloak's eyes lit up when they heard Yorgen had some septims. Loka could only facepalm. He too had found some septims but wouldn't dare reveal it. The Stormcloaks were quick to ask that the money be divided. Yorgen, although wanting it for himself as well, was tapped on the shoulder by Loka, who then spoke. "Then let's divide the septims." Loka sneakily divided the septims, making sure he got the biggest share. The Stormcloak soldiers seemed content with 2 gold each. "Haha, 3 whole septims for me. You must recognize my skill." The same Stormcloak as before boasted while laughing and holding up 2 septims. No one argued with him and the group wanted to proceed, but Hadva stopped them. "Let's change into the robes to prevent any more misunderstandings." Loka nodded and so did Yorgen. Yorgen, who was now only learning of the world, could only follow their lead and ask where he was lost. After changing into robes, the group went onwards and eventually found themselves in a natural cave. Here they found 10 more Stormcloak soldiers, but with no Imperials in sight. They weren't alarmed for now. Not wanting to take chances, Loka began looking around for an exit, but instead saw a level which he quickly activated. After doing so, a bridge appeared and he quick-tapped Hadva and Yorgen, signaling to escape. "What? They're Imperials, run!" The trio ran across the bridge with haste, with the Stormcloaks chasing behind. At this moment all dew roared, causing the cave ceiling to collapse on some of the Stormcloak soldiers. After crossing the bridge, Hadva, Loka and Yorgen found a group of frostbite spiders. ready to attack them, but with the Stormcloak soldiers approaching they had to act quick. Just keep running and slashing at their legs. Be sure to lower your heads to avoid the poison, Hadva quickly advised, and trio advanced. Just as they went through another passage, two large spiders dropped from the ceiling and joined in the attack on the Stormcloaks. Keep moving, it won't hold them off for long. As they were in a hurry, the trio didn't stop to search for anything, but suddenly Hadva came to an abrupt halt which made Loka confused. There's a bear sleeping over there. Either we get the bow and arrow that way and try and kill it, or sneak by. Loka didn't even need to think twice before answering in a whisper. Are you mad? Obviously we sneak. We don't have clunky armor to make noise. Let's take off our shoes and go. By the time we are past it, it'll become the Stormcloak soldiers' problem. I agree. I don't think some tiny arrows will kill that bear soon. Jorgen was quick to agree, and the trio proceeded onwards. After finally reaching the end, they could the sound of the Stormcloak soldiers approaching. Hadva picked up a stone and threw it at the bear's body. Then they ran. As they finally came out of the cave and into the light, they could hear screams and grunts behind them. I almost feel sorry for them. A panting Hadva spoke. Better them than me. Agreed, Jorgen quickly added, while Loka agreed. Before they could speak, another voice emerged on the scene. Oh, they're survivors here? My follower and I were about to enter the cave to see if anyone took refuge there. Hadva first scanned the man's clothing and figured he was an adventurer. We're all that's left, I think. Who are you, if you don't mind me asking? I go by Cole, and this is my companion Sylvia. We were camping in the woods when we heard strange roars. We followed them here and a large winged creature fly by. I've only recently returned to Skyrim, but I think it was a dragon. Loka nodded. As someone who experienced its power first, I wholeheartedly agree that it was a dragon. That or I'm in a skooma-induced dream. Hadva shook his head and sighed. I wish it were a dream. So many lives lost just like that. But this is no time to mourn. Come on, I suggest we all go to Riverwood. My uncle lives there. Don't worry, you've helped me a great deal. Your crimes are forgotten. You're free to join us with your companion Cole. Who knows what else might happen? Cole nodded, and the group began heading towards Riverwood after some introductions were made. And that's how we ended up outside the cave. Damn it. I really need to find a way out of this damned province. Cole nodded, and Loka's words. Sounds like you've all been through a lot. As someone who recently crossed the border, I advise you stay within for now. Security has become very heavy, unless you go by sea or mountains. I'm a well-known adventurer from Cyrodiil, so it wasn't difficult for me to gain entry. Jorgen's eyes lit up as he heard this. Really? Haha, then this is fate. I also want to become an adventurer. Loka, we should do the same. Loka didn't seem too pleased by the idea. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a thief with close to zero combat experience. I don't have a death wish. This guy has good equipment and the frame of professional. I'll just die if I try to do the same. Hadva didn't agree with Loka's point. It's not a bad idea. If you gain yourself a reputation, it will be easy to cross the border. Plus you'll make a little coin in the progress. My cousin made a fortune for discovering a rare dwarven artifact once, and he's still living lavishly in Cyrodiil with my ex-lover. Jokes on him. That skank has probably bedded the whole city already. Cole agreed with Hadva's words. He's right. Adventuring in Tamriel opens up many doors to you. Let's sort this dragon issue first, then see how to proceed from there. The others nodded, and the group continued rushing towards Riverwood. Chapter 46. Paths. As the group began to slowly descend the hillside, a loud noise was heard from the bushes ahead. A worried Loka was the first to stand behind Hadva, before asking, what was that? Before Hadva could answer, Cole spoke. Wolves. They've probably surrounded us already and are waiting for us to make a move. Hadva nodded in agreement, while Jorgen and Loka had looks of worry on their faces. Soon one wolf appeared in the front, pacing from side to side while eyeing the group. Cole smiled and held his hand out towards Jorgen. Sword. Jorgen nodded and passed him the iron sword he had with him. After Cole took it, he began approaching the wolf casually. Once the wolf became agitated, it pounced towards Cole, but he quickly dodged it by shifting to the side. Before it could turn to face him, its head was hit by his blade. Although the sword was of poor quality and couldn't cut that deep, it still hit with enough force that the wolf's skull was cracked. The other wolves began enclosing the group but didn't pounce immediately. They instead carefully watched the group. Hadva raised his sword ready to attack, but they instead kept pacing around them. With one wolf down, Kul decided to join the others and raised his sword but had a curious look on his face. Normally wolves in Skyrim will attack you no matter what. You could be riding a bloody dragon, but as long as a person is on it they'll attack. That realism wish is really doing the most. Ignore them. They won't attack as long as we stay close together. Hadva, be in the front. I'll be sure they don't attack us from behind. Let's move. The group rushed down the path closely together while keeping an eye out for anything. The wolves continued to follow them from a safe distance, not willing to let their prey go. Damn it, are we really that delicious looking? I'm getting worried they might pop out of nowhere. Damn it, I hate Skyrim. Death around every corner. Loka complained loudly, which made Kul laugh. Haha, this is what truly living is. Sure, it's dangerous, but it's even more dangerous to be a civilian in Skyrim. Pretty much prey to anything. Unless you plan on staying within a city throughout your life, and even then bandit raids or even vampires may attack. Loka could only sigh and looked at Jorgen. See, you can't survive here, Jorgen. You and me are the same. We'll die if we try adventuring. It's best we what's that over there? Everyone looked forward and saw 3 large standing pillars. The group stopped near them and Hadva spoke while wiping off a cold sweat. Haha, this takes me back. These are Guardian Stones, Thief Stone, Warrior Stone and Mage Stone. My father brought me here when I was just a pup to pick which path I'd like pursue. As you can see, I picked Warrior. The stones are said to bestow gifts befitting what their name suggests. There are many other stones all over Skyrim, but these 3 are most well known. Don't worry, it's not impossible to change which stone befits you. For now just pick one if you've never before, as it's only beneficial. We're almost near Riverwood, so hurry before it gets dark. Kul nodded and walked over to pillar with constellation of the warrior engraved into it. Jorgen let out a bright smile and followed along to touch the warrior's stone. Sylvia, who had a hood over her head, hadn't spoken the entire trip. She chose to act like how most high elves did to fit in with her role. Most high elves regarded themselves highly and looked down upon all other races. She chose to be the silent, prideful type among people. Sylvia walked over to the Mage Stone while Loka went over to the Thief's Stone, shaking his head. I'll never understand why someone would purposely want to fight monsters head-on. If I had the talent for magic, I'd have just chosen to be a mage skilled in long-range attacks. Hadva kept a lookout while the other 3 touched the stones. Moments later, they were all done. Jorgen let out a big laugh and began flexing his non-existent muscles. I already feel stronger. Hadva shook his head. Calm down, Talos. The stones only help you slightly in the path you choose to pursue, otherwise everyone would be strong. It's not like the stones are a secret or anything. Come on, let's keep moving. The group continued moving on cautiously and soon Riverwood was in sight. It was what you'd expect a small medieval town to be like aesthetic-wise. A guard stood in front of gate while another walked on top of the wall above. The town only had this one gated wall. Apart from it, the city was largely open with no real defense. Hadva approached the guard with and spoke hurriedly. Rika, I'm glad to see the town is one piece. The guard, who was wearing the standard white Iran guard's uniform but with an open helm, looked at the group oddly for a moment before his eyes lit up. Hadva, haha, it is you? You won't believe what I saw today fly over our town. Loka, who felt Alduin's roar firsthand, snorted and spoke. Oh, we'll believe it, all right. Just be glad that beast didn't open its mouth as it passed by here. Hadva nodded. Quickly, take us to Uncle Alva. Upon looking at the serious expression on Hadva's face, Rika nodded and led them to a home not too far from the open gate. There they found an old man working the smithery. He saw the group approach, but his eyes settled on Hadva, making him smile before standing to go and see his nephew. Hadva, my boy, what brings you here? Don't tell me you've won the war already? Ha. Hadva shook his head and proceeded to explain the events that had occurred, which made his uncle's expression go sour. By Talos, so my eyes really weren't playing tricks on me. If what you say is true, then you must rush to Whiterun and inform the Jarl. Gather any supplies you may need and let me pass your weapons through the grindstone. They look rather blunt. Hadva's uncle was kind enough to spare them what he could and said his goodbyes. Move with haste. I reckon the sun will be down not too long from now. I've been hearing terrible rumors surrounding moving at night, so be careful. Hadva nodded towards his uncle. Uncle, I will. Chapter 47. Bravery. Kul and the group had a relatively safe journey thus far. Since they left Riverwood, they had only encountered 3 wolves. 2 got killed by Kul and Hadva while the last one escaped. The group was currently passing Honning Brumidri and could see Whiterun in sight. But before they could sigh in relief, a loud bang was heard and ground rumbled. Damn it, I knew a peaceful journey was too good to be true in this province. What no? A giant. Everyone's eyes looked to the surrounding farmland a bit further away from where they stood. What they could see was what looked like a huge grey-skinned bearded man wearing only a loincloth and a club in hand as a weapon. Surrounding the giant were a group of people who seemed to be in battle with it. Georgian's eyes widened in amazement. That person is huge. Are those guys gonna be okay? Hadva nodded his head, but he too seemed a bit concerned. I recognize them. They're members of the Companions, Skyrim's group of elite warriors, so they should be fine. That giant seems to be weak, probably from a confrontation with another clan of giants over mammoth territory, so they should be able to handle it. One clean hit from that club though will send you directly to Sovngarde. Sylvia leaned into Kul's ear and whispered, Kulsama, are you planning something? Kul smiled and nodded towards Sylvia before shifting his eyes back to the fight. Loka gulped at the scene before speaking. Can use a safer route. Let's cross the creek and walk from there. I'm not ready to meet my ancestors just yet. Georgian, however, had different thoughts. What? This opportunity is obviously luck. The best warriors in Skyrim are struggling in battle. If we can assist even a little, then maybe we can. Their esteemed group. Hee. You should be excited by this sight, Loka. I get excited by seeing women and gold. Only Sovngarde-obsessed people look forward to dying. Look, even Hadva is trembling. Hadva quickly cleared his throat and spoke. I think it's best we don't get in their way. They obviously have a plan. I'd hate to step in and take all the glory. Don't you agree, Kul? Kul shook his head and spoke. No, Georgian is right. If you don't help now, you'll be known as milk drinkers by them. And as for women, I see two fighting that giant. Most giants are very slow, so if those guys wanted to leave they could just run, but they are actually blocking it from leaving this area and charging somewhere it could endanger people. Best way to help would be to draw its attention from a safe distance. When it's distracted, they'll land the finishing blow. Besides, you guys are wearing armor and have swords, so if you don't help in any way, then I doubt you'll become companions. That's just my take on it. Georgian got a look of determination on his face and turned to Hadva and Loka. Hadva shook his head, still at the idea. I'm in the army already, so I'll consider becoming an adventurer only after that, and I'm only a thief. What do you want me to do? Sneak a poison into its loincloth? Georgian snorted and puffed out his chest. It's not hard, we won't even face it. Just watch. Georgian proceeded to pick up stones before throwing them in the giant's direction. After the fifth stone landed, the giant became agitated and turned its head towards the group and began stomping its feet madly, making the whole ground around the area shake. The companions who were closest to it couldn't see because of the dust that was rising and couldn't move properly because of the shaking ground. See, all it's doing is looking at us while stomping its feet. Any moment now it'll fall and our efforts shall be rewarded. Loka smiled when he heard rewards. I suppose I overreacted. Please tell me I'm just imagining it. Come closer. The once stomping giant began to charge towards the group in large strides. Loka could feel his heart beating at an abnormal pace and immediately turned to run, with Hadva and Georgian not far behind. By running in the same direction before the giant got close, it easily altered its direction and went after them. Kul and Sylvia didn't even need to move. Damn it, why? Just, all I want to is to be rich and live carefree, not this? Loka complained as he, Hadva and Georgian ran from the giant. But suddenly its strides began even larger and faster. What took them 15 steps to cover it could do in one. When they felt the rumbling get closer and closer, they could feel their imminent death approaching. Hadva was a skilled and battle-hardened warrior who fought many battles, so he decided to be brave and stop running, then took out his sword. Loka shouted back in panic. Hadva, you fool! Don't do it! Hadva, you! As soon as Hadva unsheathed his sword, he put it under his armpit and poured a foul-smelling liquid all over his body to give him a bloody look before lying down in a position that hid the sword's real point of penetration. When he felt the rumbling get closer, he held his breath and prayed to Akatosh. The giant only looked at his body briefly and sniffed him before thinking he's just a rotting corpse and proceeding on to the others. That coward! Loka was quick to begin running, and they did a large U-turn and starting running in Whiterun's direction in hopes of the guards assisting, but once more the rumbling got closer and closer. When he looked back, he found Georgian also decided to lay on the ground and play dead. When the giant approached, it looked at his body and sniffed it, then raised its head again. but rather than leave it raised its club and slammed the ground, launching Yojin hundreds of feet into the air and still rising. Loka was so stunned at what he just saw that he forgot he was in danger. By the time he realized and tried to run, he stumbled and fell down to the ground. The giant approached him and raised its club, ready to send him to Sovngarde as well. But before it could, Kul rushed behind it and slashed at its ankle, making it groan in pain. Kul took advantage of his speed and swung his sword multiple times until the giant could no longer stand on that leg and fell on its knees, inches away from Loka. Kul jumped on the giant's back and ran towards its head before jumping up once more with gathering momentum with his sword and then finally striking it on its head, making its whole body fall to the ground. Kul continued to slash at its head until it stopped breathing before wiping the sweat on his forehead and looking at Loka, who was breathing heavily. "You okay, Loka?" Loka raised a trembling thumbs up. "I need to leave Skyrim at all costs." Chapter 48, Companions. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. As the giant's body laid on the ground unmoving, Kul jumped and walked over to Loka, but before he could speak, the group of warriors who were initially fighting it approached the pair and spoke. "Can't say I've seen many take down a giant that way. Impressive." Kul turned to the source of the voice and found it was a beautiful woman with dark green eyes, faint war paint on her face and long fair red hair, clad in light armor with a bow equipped behind her back, a dagger on her hip and a sword in hand. To her left was a bearded stocky man with short black hair. He wore a heavy armor with a bear's pelt on its shoulders. He wielded a rather large greatsword in hand and nodded as the woman spoke to Kul. The last of the group was another beautiful woman. Unlike the first, this one had dark brown eyes with long black hair tied into a ponytail, but she too had very faint war paint on her face. Kul nodded towards the red-haired woman who spoke to him as he helped Loka get back on his feet. "Thank you. Glad to see my first battle against a giant was impressive. My name Kul. My friend goes by Loka and you all are." The red-haired woman tilted her head slightly and crossed her arms as she responded. "I am called Ayla the Huntress. These two, like all companions, are my brother and sister in arms, Farkas and Rhea." After the introductions, Farkas looked at the giant before turning to Kul. "I find it hard to believe you took down a giant that skillfully for your first time. Their clubs carry that deadly enchantment that can launch a man into the skies, so getting close and avoiding it are very daunting tasks." Ayla and Rhea didn't add on, but their looks showed their curiosity. Kul saw this and stuck his sword into the ground before speaking. "Although it is my first encounter with one, I've fought many if not all creatures in Morrowind and Cyrodiil. Skyrim is my next challenge, so naturally I did my research on all I need to know, giants included." The group looked at Kul momentarily before turning to each other and nodding. Farkas then turned back to him and spoke. "If it is a challenge you seek, you should consider joining the companions. Although it's not up to me to decide whether you can join or not, with your skill set however, joining will not be a problem. Honestly, we could use more seasoned warriors. Lately only novice or apprentice level warriors join, so our standards have dropped greatly from what they used to be." Ayla nodded and spoke in a tone that carried a bit of anger. "True, most are cowards who wouldn't think twice about fleeing when the danger grows. I agree that you are fit for the companions skill-wise, but your mentality is something that you'll have to show should you successfully join." Rhea, who was next to Ayla, spoke in a friendly tone. "Don't worry. Once you're a member you'll start to see the companions as family with time, much like me." Kul let out a chuckle and nodded his head. "I'm not one to say no to challenge, so I'll pass by once my visit to the Jarl of Whiterun is complete." "Although my other friend is actually the one who wanted to join the companions most." Farkas shrugged his shoulders as he replied, "Anyone can come and try to join if they're confident enough. It's no longer as strict as it once was." Loka gave Kul an odd look and wanted to speak, but his eyes as Jorgen came running onto the scene soaking wet. Pant, did it work?" Jorgen spoke casually as if everything had gone according to plan, while Loka was beyond surprised but couldn't even find the words to use. "But how? I was sure you didn't you?" Ayla nodded at the trio and said her goodbyes. "As the one who killed it, it's your right to loot and get whatever you wish from its corpse. Should you decide to visit the companions, come to Jorvaskr inside Whiterun. Farewell. Good hunting. Stay safe." After saying their goodbyes, the group of companions left and walked towards Whiterun. At this moment Sylvia came back near Kul's side while Hadva finally stopped pretending to be dead. "Akul-sama, how do you loot a giant?" When Hadva heard these words, he decided to finally appear. "Oh, that's simple. Give me a dagger and I'll show you." Loka gave Hadva a dirty look as he reappeared. "Oh, you've resurrected too, I see." Hadva let out a nervous laughter and avoided responding to the statement. "Okay, now to gut a giant." Chapter 49, Plans. After companions left Kul and his group, Hadva began to loot the giant. He first began by cutting off its toes, then cutting open its stomach. Loka nearly vomited at this scene, but Hadva carried on as if it was all in a day's work. Phew, done. Sadly, this giant doesn't have anything of interest. The toes can be sold for a good amount of gold though. Not sure what use there are to alchemists though. Here you go, Kul. 4 toes for you and 2 for rest of us. Kul didn't mind and nodded, whereas Loka shook his head after receiving them. This is really a dangerous way of living. Can we just go now before it gets any darker? The others nodded and put away their share of toes into their satchels and continued on their journey. Soon the group passed the Whiter Run stables and began heading up the hill towards the city. After they passed the drawbridge, the group arrived at the main gate where 2 Whiter Run guards stood. "Halt. The city is closed due to the dragon sighting." Loka sighed heavily and spoke with an annoyed expression. "Listen, we're here to deliver news about the dragon. What's the point in closing a city anyway when it can just fly over? Or do you think we'll smuggle one in our pouches?" Hadva tapped Loka on the shoulder and turned to the guards and spoke. "Don't mind him. He faced the dragon's fury, so he is a little bit on edge. In fact, we all are. We traveled non-stop to bring this news here to your jail, so it's in your best interest to let us in." The guards looked at each for a bit before turning back to the group. "Well, all right, but we've got our eyes on you, so no funny business." The guard spoke before proceeding to open the gate for them. Once inside the city, the group admired its architecture and beauty as they walked. The city was large and bustling with people. I/N. Never made sense to me how a city could have so few people in game, so don't be surprised at the changes I make. Kul and the group didn't linger however and directly went to Jal's home called Dragon's Reach. They weren't stopped by the guards as it was normal for the Jal to receive many visitors. However, inside, those carrying weapons would have to put them on a rack or table as they approached the Jal. As the group went up the stairs and began walking towards the Jal's throne, they were stopped by an intimidating yet lovely dark elf. "Halt. What business do you have with the Jal? If it isn't important then it can wait, as he is dealing with a major issue." Kul looked at the dark elf and spoke. "These 3 are survivors of a dragon attack on Helgen and are here to share useful information to your Jal." The Jal overheard Kul say this and interjected. "Irileth, let me hear what they have to say." Irileth nodded towards the Jarland and replied, "As you say, Jal Balgriuf." After Irileth stepped aside and sheathed her blade, Hadva, Jorgen and Loka stepped forward to explain the events that occurred. Irileth remained clearly very suspicious and kept her gaze locked on the 3 for any sudden movements. "And that's how we made it here. My uncle suggested we come inform you about this as well as ask for help for Riverwood, which is vulnerable as it is now." Hadva spoke of the events they encountered on their way to Whiter Run as well as the terrifying attack on Helgen. The Jar leaned into his throne and nodded at the group. "You have done this city a favor by delivering this news to me. Feel free to leave and enter the city as you please. See my steward to receive some gold for your efforts." Irileth, send a detachment of guards to Riverwood at once. Irileth nodded at the Jarl but didn't move. "I'll inform them once these guests leave." Irileth didn't hide her suspicions towards the group, but before anyone could comment on the matter, a man in a robe appeared before the Jarl and whispered something to him. The Jarl nodded and turned his head towards Kul. "If what he says about you killing a giant is true, then I may be in need of your services. My court wizard here, Inga, tells me he's looking for a map on dragon burial sites that could help us uncover where the next dragon may appear. If you can successfully retrieve it, I guarantee your services will be rewarded." Kul let out a smile and nodded. "Just give me a location and I'll set off tomorrow morning." Inga turned to Kul and cleared his throat before speaking. "My information tells me the map may be in the ancient Nordic ruins of Bleak Falls Barrow. Here's a map with its location. I advise caution when venturing there. Oh, and if you find any ingredients whilst there, I'll gladly purchase them from you for a fair amount." After Kul collected the map and list of possible ingredients one may find, he put them away in his satchel and the group left. Irileth, who held great distrust towards them, turned to the Jarl and spoke. "Why not just hire the companions, or send some guards to fetch the map rather than some unknown adventurer?" The Jarl leaned into his throne as he replied, I am unsure of the danger in that place. It's best we send someone disposable. The companions will be of great help should we be attacked. We can't risk losing them." Irileth nodded at the Jarl's words before leaving to send a detachment. Outside of Dragon's Reach, Loka was in high spirits. Haha, 40 septims to just deliver some news. I guess the danger really does pay off. Hadva, what do you plan on doing now? Hadva was playing with the pouch in his hands with a smile on his face. I'll spend the night here, then leave for Solitude in the morning to deliver news of Helgen as well as return to my duties as a soldier. How about you? Finally convinced to be an adventurer? Loka shook his head as he responded. I only plan on adventuring till I have enough septims for a horse. Then it's off to Riffin, a place where thieves like myself can prosper. Jorgen has already made his stance clear about joining the companions. Jorgen nodded his head with a large smile on his face. You'll know I was right once I too start taking down giants alone. Cool. Do you mind if I can join in on your adventures? You know, safety in numbers. I can help carry the loot we find and Loka can help with locks while you handle fights and Sylvia handles anything required of a mage. We'll make a fortune. Cool chuckled and nodded. That's not a bad idea. Then tonight let's drink and enjoy some good food. Tomorrow morning we'll need to prepare equipment and head towards Bleak Falls Barrow. Jorgen wore an excited expression whereas Loka could only sigh. The things I do for gold. Chapter 50, Investment. After leaving Dragon's Reach, Kul and the group decided to call it a day and enjoy some food and drinks. Hadva, who thought he was most familiar with Whiterun, spoke first. We'll go to the Bannered Mare. They have good rooms and good food. I just hope they're not completely booked or we might end up having to share. Haha. While Hadva joked on the matter, Sylvia puffed out her chest confidently and spoke. If it comes to that, then Lord Kul and I will share a room, so no need to worry. Jorgen put his arm around Loka and gave him a thumbs up. Then we'll be roommates, correct? Loka sighed and looked at Kul with envy and nodded dejectedly. Better you than Hadva, who smells like corpse. Hadva remembered his foul stench and stopped walking. Damn it, they won't allow me in smelling like this. I'll need to wash off by the garrisons. Most guards smell like this anyway. Can you guys book rooms for the night and find a table? Loka nodded while giving Hadva a nod look. It's not master level magic. I'm sure we can manage asking for rooms. Now go before you get confused for a walking corpse. Hadva nodded and gave some coins to Loka. Right, I'll see you all in a bit. Get me some sweet rolls and mead. With that said, Hadva rushed off towards the garrisons. Loka pocketed the coins and began leading the way till they reached the market square where Kul spoke. I'll meet you guys inside. I need to sell off some things first. Loka nodded and handed him his satchel. Sell off everything in here too. We'll need as much gold as we can to get supplies tomorrow. Jorgen, you too. Jorgen nodded and also gave Kul his satchel and agreed with Loka's words. Alright then, let's hurry and get a room before more adventurers come in. Loka and Jorgen then proceeded to go inside the Bannered Mare, whereas Kul and Sylvia went to sell their merchandise. First going into Arcadia's Cauldron. Inside Arcadia's Cauldron, Kul met a lovely mature woman with medium-length white hair tied into a bun. Upon seeing customers, she quickly arose from her position and greeted Kul and Sylvia. Welcome to Arcadia's Cauldron. Forgive the mess, we alchemists tend to be this way. My recent experiments haven't been going too well. Oh, forgive me, I was ranting, wasn't I? Sigh. I'm Arcadia, how may I help you? Kul walked towards the counter and placed the satchels on top. It's fine to rant. After all, you'll be seeing my face a lot, I reckon. I'm here to sell off some alchemy ingredients. Arcadia first smiled at Kul's words, then became downcast and shook her head. I'm sorry, I'm already overloaded in common ingredients. So much so I've been experimenting to make more powerful potions to help save my failing business. Potions are common now, so unless I can make a more powerful one and sell it at a lesser price, I'll just keep losing money. Sigh. What ingredients do you have? Perhaps if their quality is good we can come to an agreement. Kul nodded his head and emptied the contents of the satchel. Arcadia looked with wide eyes at what she saw. Do my eyes deceive me? Not one but 8 giant toes? You have no idea how useful these are in alchemy. But they've become quite expensive due to their rarity. I can barely afford one. Sigh. Perhaps try Inja. These experiments are funded by the Jarl himself. Can I perhaps buy one at a lower price? I'll give you a great discount once my experiments produce good results. Kul looked at the woman's desperate expression and pondered the matter. I guess in a realistic Skyrim, Stores won't just buy anything you bring and the gold will reset the next day. Pretty tough to make a living. But this works in my favor. How about I make you a proposition? A bit taken off guard, Arcadia placed her hand on her chest for a moment before nodding. If there's something this old alchemist can do to gain your favor, then I'll gladly do what I must, so long as you keep your word. Cole smiled and nodded while Arcadia wore a look of worry on her face. My proposition is, I'll fund you with the many rare ingredients I'll gather during my travels for free, which you can use to experiment to your heart's content, but in return, you'll make potions, poison and elixirs when I need them. Arcadia was shocked at the offer and looked to Cole for assurance. Are you serious? This could save my entire business. No, it could make it rise. Yes, I fully agree to your conditions and any others you may have. I have some potions and poisons on hand right now if you require some more, and elixirs, as well. Cole interjected her and turned to leave. That won't be necessary for now. I'll leave you to your work. I should be back with some ingredients tomorrow evening. Good night. After leaving the store, Cole sighed and thought to himself, having an expert level alchemist on hand won't hurt. Must like far Indira arrogant, but she's completely desperate. And all for the price of ingredients I can get easily. Cole then smiled and proceeded to the Bannered Mare. Upon entering, he found everyone was in loud laughter. The owner of the inn herself was chuckling before turning to Cole and speaking loudly. Welcome to the Bannered Mare, traveler. Make yourself comfortable. Cole began scanning for Loka and Jorgen and found them sitting in a corner table. Upon approaching them, he found Loka shaking his head while Jorgen seemed drunk beyond limit. How is he already drunk? Loka shook his head while sighing and rubbing his temples. He's not drunk, he just lost a brawl terribly. Along with all his money, he tried flirting with the beautiful warrior over there, but she said she didn't associate with weaklings. He then bragged about how he defeated a giant with his bare hands, and she became interested and they made a bet. They would punch each other and the first to fall loses. When asked what he'd want if he won, he had the gall to say her and bet all his money. His punch didn't even stagger her, but hers made him spin 4 times in the air. He fell unconscious. When he woke up, he asked if he had won and everyone burst into laughter. Cole looked at the woman Loka spoke of and turned towards him. Give me your gold. Loka looked at Cole and already knew what he was planning, but he couldn't refuse. After taking Loka's gold, Cole walked over to the woman's table and placed the pouch there. My companion over there lost some gold to you. I'm here to win it back, if you're not too worried about losing, that is. The woman placed a pouch of gold next to his and stood before speaking loudly. Youthgard the Unbroken never backs away from a challenge. I'm sure you know how a brawl works. So shall we give the onlookers a good show? Cole smiled and nodded before they went into an open area and people began to cheer. Haha, another careless adventurer challenges Youthgard. Wanna bet he goes down in one punch as well? Youthgard heard the cheers and laughed. If he can stay standing even after one of my punches, I'd be impressed. Haha. Let's begin, traveler. Cole didn't say anything or take up a fighting stance, but instead opened his arms, taunting her to hit first. Youthgard smirked and aimed for Cole's face and landed a solid hit, but he didn't even flinch. Before she could even be surprised, punched her hard in the stomach. Despite wearing armor, she felt Cole's brute shake her body and she fell to her knees, causing the onlookers to go silent. You're strong but not strong enough. Cole picked both pouches from the table and began walking over. Uthijerd held her head up and spoke towards Cole. Was that revenge? Cole chuckled and shook his head. Not at all, just need the gold for rooms and food. How else is an adventurer like me supposed to pay for things in cities? Youthgard nodded her head. I spent a few coins in on drinks. I can pay you the coin, or you could stay at my house and not pay at all. Cole turned back to Youthgard, who looked at him with hungry eyes. Cole grinned and nodded. Option 2 it is. Chapter 51. Late. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. After Cole had beaten Uthijerd in a brawl, he returned to the table where Loka looked at him, a relieved expression before speaking. Sigh, lucky us you're around or he'd have really messed up majorly. Loka spoke while shaking his head and looking at Jorgen with a displeased look. At this same moment though, a woman with a dark brown complexion walked over to their table and served them food. Loka turned to the woman and nodded before handing her the payment. Enjoy your meals. She spoke quickly and turned to leave, but cast a quick glance at Cole before doing so. He noticed this but chose to ignore it. For now at least, with the food set up on the table, the group soon began to indulge themselves. All except Jorgen, that is. who was still in a sort of strange daze. "Is he going to be okay?" A curious Sylvia turned to Cole and asked, but he simply shrugged and continued to eat. "That depends on his resilience. But even I admit that punch of hers is impressive. Since he took it head on. Who knows?" Locust snorted before taking a bottle of mead and opening it up. He took a swig and slammed it on the table. "Serves him right. Who bets all his money on beating a trained Nord woman?" "Can I be honest with you a bit?" Cole looked at Loka and nodded his head and taking a swig from a different bottle. "Go ahead." Loka nodded and proceeded to ask his question. "I know I can at least be of some help with my skill set, but isn't Jorgen just dead weight? At best he's a distraction, right? Or are you really just helping out of goodwill?" "I doubt you're one of those stupid just is this and just is that." Cole chuckled and nodded. "You're right. I have my reasons. You'll understand and benefit from them soon enough, don't worry." Loka smiled and shrugged while drinking more and more of his mead. "As long as I don't have to directly fight beasts I don't mind." Cole chuckled and Loka followed suit. Sylvia just looked at Jorgen with an odd look as he laid on the table unconscious through the conversation. It didn't take long for them to finish with their meals, and as soon as they did so, Uthagard walked over to their table just as they were about to stand. But before she could even speak, another figure appeared on the scene. "Wait, what's happening? Where are you guys going?" Loka was the first to react. "Oh Hadva. Honestly we forgot you're even coming." Hadva looked at the group oddly as if it were a practical joke. "I wasn't gone that long. How are you already done?" Loka yawned, while Cole walked towards the entrance with Uthagard. "Well you're late. Get yourself a meal. When you're done wake up Jorgen." And with those words everyone left the table with Jorgen and Hadva. Chapter 52. Night before setting off. Take this to clean blood vessels and make blood pressure 120/80 blood balance. After leaving the Bernard Mare, Cole and Uthgard began walking towards her home. "You know. I've never lost a brawl. The worst I've had are ties. Even seasoned warriors knew I didn't go down without a fight. It's why I earned I'm called Uthagard the Unbroken. But you. How are you that strong?" Uthagard asked curiously as she walked side by side with Cole. Cole chuckled while looking up at the sky, then went silent in the end before finally speaking with a smile on his face. "Strong, huh? I can't really answer that. To be honest, I don't fully understand myself. I have a target and I do what I must to achieve it." Uthagard seemed a bit confused by his answer but nodded with a smirk on her face. Maybe I should give myself a target. Cole raised one of his eyebrows as she said this, but before he could speak, she interjected. "Well, here we are. Welcome to my humble home." Uthagard had stopped in front of a two-story house. It was mid-sized and had a lot of flora around it like most homes in that district. Cole gave the house a quick scan before following her inside. "I like th." Before he could finish his sentence he found that Uthagard had began removing her thick armor and tossing it aside. After doing so, she turned to Cole and gave him an odd look. Cole was staring at her as she stood there in her undergarments. "Why the odd look? Who wears armor indoors? Except the city guards." "Make yourself comfortable. I'll light the candles." Cole gave her body one more quick scan before nodding and walking away towards a nearby seat. After doing so he gave the room a quick scan. The walls were decorated with weapons and shields of all sorts, along with animal hides and horns. "Uthagard, any story behind this collection of yours?" Uthagard continued to light up candles but let out a hearty laugh and responded to Cole's question. "If I began telling you about my ever-growing collection, you'd be here for far too long." Cole sighed but showed a smile. "Impressive. Maybe I should start my own sort of collection from now on." Uthagard raised a brow in curiosity as she finally finished lighting up the candles and walked over to Cole. "Don't all adventurers keep something from their endeavors? Are you really a Nord adventurer? Ha. Seems you've forgotten your roots." Cole let out a chuckle and shook his head. "Sounds like hoarder players who'd collect everything in-game." "Maybe I have. I haven't been in Skyrim since I was young." As Cole spoke, he eyed Uthagard up and down as she would come closer. She noticed this and showed a smirk before speaking. "Seems you're a Nord after all. You can appreciate a strong woman. I hope you don't have any strange ideas. Hey, if you truly wish to tame me. Then prove you're the strongest man in Skyrim. Good night. The spare bed is in that room over there." Cole's smile immediately faded upon hearing this, weary as Uthagard walked away and went upstairs. "Realistic my ass. This feels like a quest. An easy one, but still. Should have stayed with Sylvia. Cole could only sigh rather than go to the room. He left the house and went back to the Bannered Mare. After arriving, he found that Jorgen was still passed out on the table while Hadva was just relaxing, drinking and telling stories the whole and to hear. And then I faced the giant head on Hick and told it. Halt, beast. I am Hadva. I drove the dragon that attacked Helgen away single-handedly. The Emperor offered me his niece to marry, but I said I couldn't be tamed by an ordinary woman. Even Dibella couldn't woo me. When Ulfric saw me, he surrendered. Ha ha. After I said this, the giant bowed and offered me its mammoths, but I refused and told it to leave my sight. Saving the companions in the process. I/N. Dibella is a goddess. Cole was utterly speechless. What he found more amazing was how everyone just silently listened to what he was saying. Suddenly one patron raised his hand and whistled at Hulda the innkeeper while pointing at Hadva. Oi Hulda, I want whatever he's having. Everyone else just nodded at the man's words in unison. Cole just shook his head and went to room he was initially supposed to sleep in. There he found Sylvia sleeping soundly. He showed a mischievous grin and walked over to the bed. A moment later Sylvia was woken up. Lord. Upon opening her eyes, Sylvia found Cole standing in front of her with a grin on his face. Lord Cole, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 53, Split. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. Early the next morning, Cole and the others were gathered outside the Bannered Mare about to begin preparing for their journey. Surprisingly, only Jorgen seemed to be in high spirits. Haha, finally today is the day. My journey to become the best adventurer I can be starts today. Loka seemed irritated by Jorgen's energetic demeanor. Oi, could you not shout so early in the morning? How are you even feeling this energetic? Jorgen crosses his arms and raised his head up confidently as he replied. Well, I have I found a potion in my room that made feel extremely energetic. I think it's used by the more drowsy people in the morning. Why haven't you guys drank it? Loka, Cole and Hadva gave Jorgen an odd look while Sylvia was unaware of what Jorgen meant. Jorgen remained unbothered by the odd looks he was receiving. Loka gave up and shook his head. It's too early for this. Can we just get what we have to? Cole and the rest nodded in agreement with the idea. Okay, Sylvia and I will get potions. You guys go get your weapons sharpened by the blacksmith near the gate. Don't buy armor or weapons, not matter how good the offer is. Trust me. Loka and the others nodded before turning and walking away from Cole and Sylvia, who went into Arcadia's cauldron. Inside the shop, Cole and Sylvia found Arcadia hard at work at her alchemy table. Ahem, Arcadia? A loud boom resounded from the table when Cole spoke. Arcadia coughed multiple times and seemed more embarrassed than she was hurt. Cough cough. Oh, sir. Excuse the mess, I was just so excited to work with rare ingredients I became completely engrossed. Cough cough. Cole waved the smoke that hovered near him away and replied, It's fine, I'm just here for a few potions. I'm about to set off for my journey. Arcadia recomposed herself before rushing to the back room where rummaging noises could be heard. Soon she came back with a bag full of differently colored potions. Here you go. They're all clearly labeled and have instructions on them. But they aren't of a high quality. I apologize. Arcadia seemed downcast as she said these words. Cole shook his head and took the bag. No worries, you just need the right ingredients and you'll improve by leaps and bounds. Anyways, we'll meet when I return. Happy experimenting. After saying so, Cole and Sylvia left her shop. Lord Cole? Do you really think she'll improve? She seems a bit. Cole chuckled and replied, Inexperienced? On the contrary, she's among the best alchemists in Skyrim. Well, human alchemists. Sylvia crossed her arms under her large breasts as she pondered for a moment while they began walking towards the gate. You could always study alchemy yourself, Lord Cole. You'd become the best. Cole shook his head while shrugging. It's possible, but it's not necessary. I'm here to hunt and not to settle down. I don't need to be good at everything here. When the powers I gain here are temporary. But they are exceptions. Sylvia nodded at Cole's words and the pair proceeded walking and soon arrived by the gate where the others were waiting for them. Loka, you'll carry the potions since you'll be attacking from long range. With that said, is everyone ready? The others nodded and soon the group set off. Once outside the gate, the group crossed the drawbridge and walked down the hill towards the stables. After passing the stables and reaching the crossroads, the group stopped. Well guys, this is my stop. I'm heading for Solitude. Good luck on your journey, and if you ever visit, Be sure to check for me in the barracks. Hadva broke the group and turned towards a nearby carriage. Cool. Loka and Yorjin nodded towards him. Will do. Travel well. Good luck in the war. Hadva smiled and patted his chest. Ha ha. The next time you see me I'll be a war hero. Try not to die adventuring. Loka snorted at his remark and didn't reply. Hadva chuckled once more before boarding, giving the carriage driver some coins and boarding. Cole turned in a different direction and then spoke. We'll first have to go to Riverwood, then from there, travel west and we'll reach Bleak Falls Barrow. Arriving shouldn't take us that long. Let's go. Yorjin was chirpy. Sylvia was neutral while Loka sighed. I really need to buy a horse. Chapter 54. Haunting past. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. It didn't take long for Cole, Sylvia, Loka and Yorjin to reach Riverwood. Cole and Sylvia were still equipped in their original gear, whereas Loka wore some light hide armor while Yorjin wore some heavy iron armor. Cole and Yorjin had simple iron swords while Loka and Sylvia had a bow with arrows on their backs. Can we rest a bit? We didn't even have breakfast. Pant. The once excited Yorjin was now complaining as his pace became slower and slower. Loka then smirked before speaking. I told you not to get heavy armor. Even Cole's armor is light, but no. You had to add more weight to your body on a long journey on foot. Cole shook his head, turned to Yorjin. We have to be quick. Just go trade your armor in by Hadva's uncle's shop quickly. Yorjin nodded and rushed towards the shop. Loka stopped by the inn nearby and bought a few sweet rolls with some bottles of Honing brew mead. By the time Yorjin returned he had found nothing but a half-empty bottle. Loka simply wiped his mouth and walked past him as if nothing happened, and the group continued on. They had to face some very steep terrain to get to Bleak Falls Barrow, which was very tiresome for Yorjin who had zero experience. Loka also had a hard time, but less, as he was nimble and agile. Pant. Damn it, can't I even have a relaxing journey? Sigh, lucky her. As Loka complained, he turned his gaze forward and focused on Sylvia, who wasn't struggling at all because Cole had her climb on his back. Sylvia couldn't even go very far on her own because she seemed too weak to even climb up a few meters. Sorry Lord Cole. As Sylvia spoke, Cole chuckled and shook his head. Don't be. Maybe I shouldn't have kept you up all night. Sylvia shook her head frantically. It's my duty to serve you, Lord Cole. No matter what. Cole smiled as he continued to climb up. Do you do it only because it's your duty? Caught off guard, Sylvia didn't know how to answer and began to stutter a little bit. My duty. Never mind Sylvia, we're here. Seems she genuinely isn't sure. I guess that's better than her lying. Although Cole didn't particularly mind and only wanted to know how Sylvia saw him, Sylvia herself had her thoughts go into overdrive. Did I displease him? Will he replace me? What should I say? I don't know which answer to give. No, I'll prove I'm useful. I have to. I don't want to be cast aside. Not again. After Cole got to Snowy Top, he and Sylvia waited for Loka and Yorjin to reach them. As they waited, Sylvia came closer to Cole and began massaging his shoulders. Cole turned his head towards her and spoke. As nice as this feels, now isn't the time to try your massaging techniques. Sylvia pulled away and Cole turned his gaze back towards Loka and Yorjin. Behind him, Sylvia lowered her head and continued to worry. No. A little while later, Loka arrived and Yorjin followed a bit later. Pant. Damn it, that was hard. Please tell me we don't have to climb anymore. Cole shook his head towards Loka and answered. No, we're done. Now we just follow this snowy path and we'll arrive at Bleak Falls Barrow. Loka let out a sigh of relief while Yorjin laid in the snow, still panting. However, they didn't get to rest much as they had to continue. Almost immediately, after following the path for a moment, a large structure could be seen ahead. But before they could even make a remark, an arrow shot past the group. An attack! Loka quickly shouted before diving for cover and taking out his own bow to fight back. Cole was quickest to react as he had ducked and rolled towards a nearby large rock. Yorjin crawled over to where Loka was while Sylvia tried to rush over to Cole but stumbled and fell. Cole had jumped out of to help her up, taking an arrow in the shoulder in the process before reaching cover. Careful Sylvia, a shot to head could end things pretty quickly. I've been debating whether or not I should use one of my rewards on giving her immortality or not. I'm still not 100% sure about her, but that was a close call. Sigh Sylvia, use one of my rewards to give yourself immortality. You're vulnerable till we get you some spell tomes to learn from. I/N, books that teach spells. If I'm wrong then I'm wrong. I'll worry about that later on. Sylvia hesitated and wanted to speak up but spoke first. Hurry Sylvia, we shouldn't waste too much time here. After speaking, Cole used his time control and began running up the stairs. He dodged all arrows shot towards him by slowing time as they came closer. As he ran up the stairs, Loka managed to take out 2 of their enemies with his arrows while Cole took out the other archer, leaving only unskilled sword wielders which Cole killed easily. As for the ones that rushed down, Jorgen had managed to kill some along with Sylvia. Loka didn't delay in starting his looting spree, which sadly didn't yield the results he expected. Damn it, these bandits are even more poor than me. Barely any gold and their armor reeks of sweat, piss and desperation. Cole chuckled as he walked over to Loka. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get a good prize inside. Chapter 55, Crypt. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. After checking around the area for anything of value, Cole and others finally entered inside Bleak Falls Barrow. This place is pretty dark. Can someone light up a torch? A worried Jorgen was the first to voice his thoughts on the place. Loka shook his head before replying. Well, what did you expect? A lit-up sanctuary with lusty Argonians? I/N. Argonians are a humanoid, reptilian race. After speaking, Loka lit up a torch and handed it to Cole, who then led the way through the corridor. After walking for a bit, Cole suddenly came to halt and put out the torch before crouching. He turned his head, then whispered to the group. I hear voices coming from the room ahead. Stay low and move quietly. The others nodded towards Cole before following his instructions. Soon they arrived in a large room that was illuminated because of a campfire on the other side. The room was large and very old-looking, with vegetation growing out of certain parts of the walls and floors. The voices Cole heard came from the area where the campfire was. More bandits. They seem relaxed and I don't see any weapons on them. Should we attack? Loka quickly assessed in a low tone towards Cole. Cole nodded at the statement and gestured Loka to go ahead as he was the most stealthy. Loka began breathing slowly and moved forward slowly, making sure to stay as silent as possible. Once he was close enough, he drew his brow and aimed at one of the 2 bandits present by the campfire. Oh come on Milder, the others won't be back for a while. What do you say? Let me show my gentle side. He arc. Before the male bandit could finish his statement, an arrow pierced through his head, killing him instantly. The woman he was speaking to panicked and jumped from where she stood to avoid being hit next. Who's there? Do you know who you're messing with? What happened to the others outside? Could there be more than one attacker? Another bandit band? Soldiers, I have to get out of here. The female bandit came to a resolve and jumped from where she hid for cover and took out the fire before running away into one of the passages. Without the light from the campfire, Loka couldn't see properly and his aim was off. Arg! Loka chose to fire still just in case. When he heard the woman groan, a smile appeared on his face, but it quickly faded when he still heard footsteps rushing away from him. TCH. Loka snorted before Cole relit the torch and came closer and turned to Loka. Loka shook his head while sighing. She's more clever than your average bandit. But I'm sure I landed a hit somewhere. My arrows are tipped with numbing poison so she won't get far. Should we go finish her off? Before Cole could respond to Loka's question, an excited Jorgen spoke up first. Oh, let me do it. I can handle some injured bandit, no problem. You guys go ahead without me and I'll catch up. Loka gave Jorgen before looking at Cole for confirmation. Cole shrugged and turned in a different before answering. Alright, that will work. But if you ran into someone that's not the injured bandit, then retreat. Loka loot the dead bandit and searched that chest in the corner. The still excited Jorgen unsheathed his sword and followed the trail of blood. Meanwhile Loka began searching the bandit. Damn it, 3 septims? Just how poor are these guys? All they have are potions for helping in bed. Sigh onto the chest then. Sylvia, who was still extremely worried about her own matters, began to speak. Lord Cole? Is there anything I can do? Cole shook his head while looking around the room for any hidden items or mechanisms. No, for now just keep an eye out for anything that stands out. Hopefully we can get you some spell tomes here. Sylvia once more lowered her head and agreed in a low tone before walking away. I understand. I don't want to be a burden. I want to do my best to help, but I'm useless as is. Sylvia's thoughts by Loka's sudden burst of laughter. Ha ha. Yes, Cole, Sylvia. Come and see. Cole and Sylvia approached Loka, who was crouched near a chest. Sylvia didn't have much of a reaction. She only looked forward and occasionally cast glances at Cole, who was currently smiling. Not bad for the beginning. How much gold is that? Loka chuckled happily before responding. Not sure, but it's definitely above 500 sittims. Plus there's also some jewelry here. Not sure what gems these are, but they don't look cheap. If we ran into more loads like this in here, we'll leave much richer. Cole nodded and gestured Loka to stand. Quickly put everything into a bag. I'll manage to carry it till Jorgen comes back. We need you light and agile after all. Loka nodded and began packing the gold and trinkets. This is amazing, but what if he just runs away with the gold? Is that why he sent Jorgen away? No, he can easily kill us both. I better just follow. If worse comes to worse, I should just be ready to escape. Loka finished packing and tossed Cole the bag, and the trio followed him into a different passage. Chapter 56. The Key. After leaving the room they were from looting, Cole, Loka and Sylvia proceeded into the passage Cole directed. They continued walking through the corridors and they soon reached a small room. Before they got too close, Cole crouched and gestured the others to do the same. What's wrong? Another camp? Loka asking in a low tone as he got closer to Cole. Cole shook his head and looked in the direction of the small room. Inside the small room was a single bandit. I'm pretty sure that swine went through here. Now where's the lever for the gate? Ah, here we go. The bandit wore a victorious smile and activated the lever that supposedly opened the path to proceed. But rather than the small gate opening, a barrage of needles flooded the room. The bandit died almost instantly. Loka seeing this gulped and turned to Cole. You know how to get through. Right. Meanwhile in the another passage. You can't run anymore, huh? Jorgen spoke to the female bandit who now laid on the floor holding her leg. TCH. What now? You kill me and claim a bounty? Well, go ahead. I've never been one to fear death. Jorgen pointed his sword towards her victoriously while laughing. Well, how about this? If you become my servant, then I'll spare your life. Before Jorgen could finish speaking, the bandit burst out into laughter. Ha ha. Me? Serve a weakling like you? Ha ha. You aren't even worthy of killing me. Jorgen furrowed his brows and grit his teeth as he got closer to the bandit. Don't forget, you're at my mercy. You don't have a choice in the matter. There's no one around here. If I want your body, then I can have it. The bandit's smile faded, brought out a dagger and put it to her neck. Finally showing your true intentions, huh? Had you been stronger I may have accepted, but you? Hey, what a joke. Before Jorgen could properly react, the bandit woman slit her throat and fell to the ground. It didn't take long for all life to leave her body. Damn it, I better just loot her and head back. Wait. Her body is still warm. Gulp. No one's around, so who'll know? Yeah, I killed her. I deserve to claim my reward. Back in the different passage, Cole had managed to get the others through the small room. Sylvia was still having many thoughts racing through her head, whereas Loka was asking Cole questions. Wait, it's that easy to get through those traps? I feel like an idiot for not realizing that sooner. Sigh. Cole shrugged slightly as he replied, you just have to keep an eye out in dungeons and you'll be fine. The trio went onward through the corridors and soon they came across some spiral stairs heading towards the lower floors. Cole led the descent down the stairs, knowing what to expect. Loka was more worried and Sylvia remained quiet throughout. Suddenly, Cole unsheathed his sword as they got closer to the bottom, which had Loka curious. Before he could ask though, a small group of large rat-like creatures approached them. They were about the size of a common dog and looked exactly much like rats. Skivers. Loka yelled out in a panicked tone and unsheathed his bow as well, but Cole has made quick work of the attackers already. Don't worry. They're only dangerous in large numbers. I don't think they're any more, but stay alert. Loka nodded as he began to sheath his bow. You don't have to tell me twice. These things made my life as a young thief a living hell. Bam. Loka kicked one of the dead skivers before proceeding on, but not too far ahead. The group encountered a large wounded frostbite spider. Of course there's more things that want to kill me. Why am I even surprised anymore? Sigh. Loka sighed before unsheathing his bow, but before he could strike, two daggers shot through the large frostbite spider's head. Both Cole and Loka turned to the source, which was Sylvia. Nice shot. Loka, prepare another arrow and shoot when I give the signal. Sylvia has a slight smile appear on her face while Loka was confused. Before he could ask however, Cole walked towards the end of the room where the passage was blocked by webs. Help. Over here. As Cole got closer, he spotted a figure trapped inside the webs. He smirked before walking closer to the man. "Thank the divines, you managed to slay that thing." "My name is Arvel. I escaped from a group bandits after me and sought refuge here, but they follow us." As the man named Arvel was speaking, Cole had already given Loka the signal to shoot. Loka didn't hesitate and had shot an arrow right through Arvel's neck. Cole then unsheathed his sword and cut through the webs before searching Arvel's lifeless body. Loka approached as he did so and spoke in a curious tone. "How come you killed this guy right off bat? He must be of some value if bandits are after him, right?" Cole nodded before standing up while holding a strange item in his hands. "Precisely, they were after this thing." The Golden Claw. Chapter 57, Fuss. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. Upon holding the Golden Claw, Loka let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. This thing is solid gold. It should be worth a good amount of septims, or does it serve another purpose?" Cole smiled before taking the claw back from him. "It serves another purpose. It's actually a key. We'll need it later on, so it's in our best interest to keep it." "Sylvia, mind holding on to this?" Sylvia gladly took it from Cole and nodded. "Lord Cole, what are these strange patterns at the bottom of the claw?" Cole gestured the group to follow as he began to walk forward. "You'll see soon enough. For now let's keep going. Jorgen should catch up soon, I think." The group continued onward and soon arrived into a hall. "This place gives me the creeps. I see a pressure plate ahead." "Careful, there may be more," Loka quickly warned and was about to continue when a strange growl resounded in the dimly lit eerie hall. "G-ra-ra, G-ra-ra." Growls and metallic noises began to herd throughout the hall. Loka was quick to unsheath his bow and began searching for the source of the noise. "Shit, I can't see a thing properly. Kill any luck?" Cole held his sword over his shoulder and began looking around as well. Sylvia did the same but noticed something strange. "Lord Cole, I saw something move. Over there." Loka immediately for the direction Sylvia pointed and shot arrows in that area. As he did this, he heard the growling grow louder until a pair of pale eyes coming closer. "Perfect." Cole spoke with a smirk before rushing towards the eyes and swinging his sword. It only took a single strike with his strength to defeat the thing. As he got closer to the wall, he an object against him. "Loka, Sylvia, there are some torches mounted to the walls. Light them up quickly." Loka and Sylvia split into 2 different directions and began lighting torches while avoiding attacks. Soon the hall was lit and the group could see their enemies better. Loka looked on with wide eyes while Cole prepared his sword. "What are those things?" a surprised Loka questioned while shooting arrows towards his attackers. "They're Draja, undead warriors brought back to life because we invaded their resting place." Loka, still confused, could only fire his arrows faster. "Wait, don't tell me necromancy is involved here as well?" Cole finished off the last one before shaking his head. "No, this isn't necromancy. Don't worry. Think of Draja like bandits, just not living. But if you see one that's wearing a helmet and has glowing eyes, find cover." "Let's move." Loka gulped before following. "What happens if I don't find cover?" After encountering one more group of Draja and going through a few more corridors, Cole and the others arrived by a large door. "Here we are." Sylvia walked close to the door and ran her hand across it. "Lord Cole, what is this?" Cole approached Sylvia and held out his hand. "It's a Nordic puzzle door." "Hand me the claw. It's the key to opening this door thing, both literally and figuratively." "You see these markings below the claw? They match these 3 movable rings on the door. We just have to align them in that order and we're in." Sylvia nodded and aligned the 3 movable rings according to the pattern on the claw. After doing so, Cole put the claw into a socket in the middle of the door and 3 large click noises could be heard. Cole then backed away as the 4 all began to shake. Is that supposed to happen?" A worried Loka was quick to voice his thoughts on the matter. "Lord Cole is never wrong," Sylvia proudly said before puffing put her chest. "Boing. Well how can argue with that? When I'm rich, I'm going to get myself a bunch of beautiful women to tend to my every need as well." Loka's fantasy was cut short when he began hearing strange chants. What was that?" Cole smiled and walked through the now open door. The real treasure of the crypt. Past the Nordic puzzle door, the group found a large open room. The chanting was coming from a wall with carvings on it. Before Loka could comment on it, someone else spoke first. Pant, sorry I'm late guys. What's that strange noise? Cole pointed towards the wall before answering. Words of power. Just go closer and you'll understand, or not. Depends. A curious Sylvia turned to Cole and spoke. What happens when you understand? Cole walked closer to the wall and could feel the chanting become louder as he did so. He kept his eyes closed for a moment before turning back to the others. If you don't understand, it'll just sound like noise to you, but if you understand a word of power, you'll be able to do this. Fuss. As Cole said this word, the group felt a large force pushing them and they stumbled slightly. Wow. Can anyone do this? Yorjin looked on amazed as he asked, but Cole shook his head. It takes a lot of training or special blood running through you. You never know. Give it a try. If the wall stops glowing, then its words can no longer be learned. Everyone stood close to see if anything would happen. Suddenly the words on the wall began to glow brightly and a light flowed into Yorjin's direction before fading along with the glow on the wall. I did it. Does this mean I'm special? I can't wait to try. Boom. Yorjin's celebration was cut short as the sarcophagus in the center of room had its seal pop open. Loka quickly aimed his arrow towards and saw a Drajia large emerge out of it. It wore a large horned helmet and had bluish glowing eyes. When Loka saw this, he slowly lowered his bow. He was about to back away when the Drajia suddenly looked in his direction. Damn it. Chapter 58. Drajia Death Lord. Get down. Cole quickly advised Loka, who didn't hesitate to do as Cole said. Loka immediately ducked while the newly appeared Drajia faced him and opened its mouth. It released a loud shout with an echo towards the group's direction. Everything in the shout's path was blown away. Loka's hair blew wildly from the force but held on firmly to the ground. Immediately the shout ended. Cole threw his sword towards the Draja's legs. Once it immobilized you and Sylvia barraged it with arrows. A trembling Loka nodded slowly before and getting his bow. Sylvia had already moved to the Draja's blind spot and drew her bow. S:*H:*Co. Once again the Draja released its shout. This time it was towards Cole. He didn't move but rather made his stance firm and spoke. Fuss. Cole also released a shout towards the Draja. Although it was weaker, it opposed the force of the coming shout and reduced its power. By the time it hit Cole, he only felt his organs and bones tremble. Now, seeing an opportunity, Loka quickly yelled towards Sylvia, who nodded in return, and the two began to barrage the Draja with arrows. Growing irritated, the Draja tried removing the sword in its leg. I'll finish it. Seemingly left open, Yorjin broke away from his hiding spot and charged at it with his sword. But as soon as he got close, it looked at him from point-blank range and opened its mouth. W8. Boom. Yorjin was sent flying towards the wall with incredible force. Loka and Sylvia didn't let off in their barrage with arrows. It didn't take long for the Draja stop moving and fall completely to the ground. Is it dead? Well, dead again? A worried Loka turned to Cole and asked. Cole nodded and began walking towards the sarcophagus the Draja came out from. Inside a large stone tablet and a key. Here's the Dragonstone. I'm not too sure what this key opens though. Cole began scanning the room after getting the key, looking for a potential slot for it. Sylvia stood from the spot she had taken cover and spoke in Cole's direction. Lord Cole, what about that? Sylvia had pointed towards what looked to be a large rock, but upon closer inspection, Cole found it to be a chest. Loka has gone off to see where Yorjin's body had landed. To his surprise, he found Yorjin fine but bloody. This guy's a cockroach. Upon seeing Loka, Yorjin's face lit up. Is it dead? Seeing as he was fine, Loka shrugged and walked away. I suppose it could wake up again though, so who knows? Yorjin felt a chill run down his spine after hearing that and rushed to walk near Loka. The two arrived near Cole and Sylvia, just as they were about to try the key they found in the sarcophagus. Click. Upon hearing the click, Loka's face turned wide as he looked forward to seeing what was inside. Loka wasn't disappointed as the chest had plenty of gold, gems, scrolls and a few basic spell tomes. Sylvia, get the scrolls and spell tomes. The rest of us will carry the gold and gems. These coins are ancient, so they'll need to be traded for septims. As for the gems, they seem okay. Let's look around real quick in case of anything else. The others nodded, and after emptying the chest they began to wander around the hall and search for items. Cole decided to leave his iron sword and instead picked up an ancient Nordic greatsword. Although old, it was of better quality, especially if he had it worked on at a smithy. Loka and Sylvia also picked up ancient Nordic bows and arrows, whereas Jorgen got a sword. After finding nothing else of value, the group decided to call it a day and leave the dungeon. Finally, Loka shouted in relief as the group exited the dungeon and came out from the mountainside. After taking a moment to catch their breath, the group began to return to Whiter Run. Their trip was rather uneventful aside from a few wolf attacks which they managed to repel easily. By the time they got back to Whiter Run it was evening and the sun was about to set. Inside Whiter Run, the group went directly towards the Dragon's Reach, the Jarl's residence. I didn't expect you to find it so quickly. Good job nonetheless. Here's your pay. Cole took the pouch of gold and tossed it towards Loka, who immediately began counting the septims. After confirming the amount, Loka nodded. By the way, Inga, do you know anyone who buys ancient gold coins, specifically of Nordic nature? Inga laughed before answering immediately. Of course, the Jarl buys them depending on their quality, that is, some to collect, others are shipped off to Cyrodiil. Go speak to his steward. I'd like to decipher this quickly as I am expecting company tomorrow. I/N. Before you say where is Delphine, listen to my words very carefully. Following plot. Cole nodded and left Inga to decipher the Dragonstone. Just like Inga had said, they managed to exchange their ancient gold for septims before they could turn to leave. However, a guard rushed into Dragon's Reach shouting loudly, "D-Dragon, a dragon has been sighted." Chapter 59, Dragon Rising 1. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. What? The people present couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the news. Are you sure, boy? The Jarl, who had been quiet for the most part, was now the first to speak. The trembling guard nodded nervously while holding his trembling hands. The people in the hall exchanged glances and began to whisper and murmur. Tell us exactly what you saw. Someone call Inga as well. The guard nodded nervously once more before taking a deep breath and speaking. We saw it coming from the south. It was fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen. It was just circling overhead. When I left, I never ran so fast in my life. I thought it would come after me for sure. The people in the hall continued to murmur and whisper about what the guard had just said. Jarl Balgruuf began stroking his beard while pondering the situation. At that moment Inga arrived with an excited look on his face. A dragon. How exciting. Can you describe how it looked? Its color? Its shape? The guard wasn't sure how to respond to the excited Inga. Jarl Balgruuf sighed before interjecting. Now isn't the time for a search, Inga. There's a dragon looming over my territory. We must act before it attacks settlements. Irileth, gather some guardsmen and get down there. Inga will remain here and think of ways to defend the city should it attack. Inga's excited expression faded, but he nodded in agreement. The Jarl then turned to Cole and his group and spoke. I need your help again, my friend. You're clearly an experienced fighter, plus your friends have encountered a dragon firsthand and survived. You and your group have more experience than anyone else. Time is of the essence, but I guarantee you a befitting reward once you return. Loka looked at Cole while shaking his head rapidly. He could still vividly remember the events of Helgen. Jorgen, however, seemed excited as well and spoke up first. Ha. We survived once, so we can do it again. You can count on us, Jarl Balgruuf. I have special blood in my veins after all. Loka and Cole gave Jorgen odd looks, but none spoke. The Jarl looked to Cole for confirmation, to which Cole just nodded before turning to Loka and whispering, Don't worry, this will work in our favor. Loka still held plenty of doubts over the situation but chose to stay silent and just nod. The Jarl showed a smile and nodded towards the group before speaking once more. Alright then, one last thing, Irileth. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need to know what we're dealing with. Irileth smiled before bowing towards the Jarl. Don't worry, my lord. I am the very soul of caution. Irileth then turned to Cole and his group and gestured them to follow her. Let's be quick. There's no time to lose. Make whatever preparations you have to and meet me at the main gates. Take too long and we'll leave without you. Irileth said only this and remained silent. The rest of hurried walk down from Dragon's Reach. Upon reaching the market area, Irileth split from the group and went towards the barracks while Cole and Sylvia went towards Arcadia's cauldron. Loka and Jorgen went to drop off some of their items in their inn rooms. Boom. Upon entering Arcadia's cauldron, Cole and Sylvia could hear a loud explosion come from the back room. Arcadia? After Cole spoke, Some shuffling was heard from the back room and soon Arcadia appeared adjusting her disheveled hair. "Oh yes, sorry about that. I just encountered a slight setback." Cole looked at the cloud of black smoke emerging from the back room with a brow raised but made no comment on it. "Right. Anyway, I'm just here to drop off these ingredients and items that may come in handy for alchemy. Let me know if you concoct anything special." After speaking, Cole nodded at Sylvia, who then unloaded a large number of items onto the counter, leaving Arcadia wide-eyed. She didn't waste time and immediately began rummaging through everything. Having nothing else to do there, Cole and Sylvia left and began walking towards the gate. Lord Cole, am I helpful?" Cole continued to walk as he replied to Sylvia. "Of course. Why do you ask?" Sylvia lowered her head and replied in a low tone. "Well, you see. Good. Everyone's here." Sylvia's answer was cut short by Irileth, who was standing in front of a group of guards. Loka and Jorgen stood close to the group in silence. Cole remained where he stood and Sylvia remained close to him. Irileth gave him a glare before continuing to brief the guardsman. "HMPH. Anyways, here's the situation. A dragon is attacking the western watchtower." "Yes, you heard right. A dragon. I don't care where it came from or who sent it. It made the mistake of attacking Whiterun." The guardsmen, much like Loka, weren't at all excited after hearing about the situation. "Now we're in for it. We're so dead. I chose the wrong to not be on guard duty. Housecarl. How can we defeat a dragon?" Irileth crossed her arms and nodded at the guard's question. "That's a fair question. None of us have ever seen a dragon before, or expected to see one in battle. But we are on or bound to fight it, even if we fail. This dragon is threatening our homes, our families. Could you call yourselves Nords if you ran from this monster? Are you going to let me face this thing alone?" After Irileth spoke, some of guards' morale rose. "We're with you, Housecarl. I'll happily die for my honor." Chapter 60, Dragon Rising 2. Drink 1 cup of this before bedtime and lose 14 kg in 2 weeks. Active keto gummies. After giving her speech, Irileth led the group of Whiterun guardsmen out of the city. Cole, Jorgen, Sylvia and Loka followed along not too far behind. Both groups took the road west towards the watchtower. As Irileth's group rushed towards the tower, there was no shortage of mutters of worry and battle cries. For Skyrim, they should have stuck with killing Imperials. Now they'll see how real Nord fights. Cole's group, however, only had one excited individual who decided to run ahead and join Irileth's band. "Never have I seen someone as suicidal as him. We aren't really going to face that dragon, are we?" Still traumatized from his experience in Helgen, Loka was very skeptical about the plan. "We're literally charging in to fight a dragon with minimum information and basically no plan. No matter how you look at it, this is suicidal." Despite that, these idiots are cheering like they've already won. "Gods, I hate Skyrim." "What's our plan, Cole?" Loka could only look on to Cole and hope he had a plan to survive this situation. "Simple. You and Sylvia will fire your arrows from a safe distance. Be sure to use your numbing poison and aim for its wings. A grounded dragon is less of a threat. At that point, I'm sure whatever survivors are left will attack the dragon full force. Should that not be enough, however, then I'll finish it." Loka still had many doubts, but he could sigh and nod his head in agreement. "A risky plan is better than none at all. What do you think, Sylvia? Where is she?" It was only at that moment that Cole and Loka realized that Sylvia had fallen behind slightly. "Sorry, Lord Cole. I'll catch up, please." "Go ahead." Boing boing. Cole. Loka could only look to Cole for their next move. Cole looked at Sylvia for a moment before patting Loka on the back and gesturing him to move ahead while he waited for Sylvia. "Sorry, Lord Cole." Upon reaching Cole, Sylvia took a bow and quickly apologized. Cole simply shook his head and began walking casually. "There's no rush. Everyone at the tower should already be dead." Sylvia felt slightly reassured for not delaying Cole and followed his pace. Once the two arrived at the tower, they found that it was in flames. Loka was quick to come to their side and explain. "Everyone found the tower in this state. Seems the dragon has left. The others are checking for survivors." As Loka said this, A guard suddenly appeared from inside the tower and shouted at the group below. "No, get back. It's still here somewhere." Roki and Tor just got grabbed when they tried to make a run for it. Irileth looked up at the terrified guard and got ready to question him when suddenly a loud roar echoed through the skies. Irileth was quick to act and shouted out loud to her guardsmen, "Here he comes. Find cover and make every arrow count." Cole calmly looked up at the skies and showed a faint smile before towards Loka and Sylvia. "Loka, put those poisonous arrows to good use. Sylvia, now's as good a time as any to try the spells you learnt from the spell tomes." The two nodded and rushed to get cover. Cole walked towards one of the charred bodies and picked up a bow and arrow himself, then began firing but remained in the open fire. As the dragon began to come closer, everyone with a bow fired arrows and everyone capable of magic threw whatever spell they could at the beast. As it opened its mouth, flames rained down on the grown, forcing people to act quick to evade them. Those too slow were almost instantly burned to a crisp. "Damn it! Avoid its attacks." Sylvia and Loka continued to barrage the dragon's wings, making its flight unstable and forcing it to land on the ground. As soon as it did so, it continued to breath fire and sweep the battlefield with its long tail. Those unfortunate enough to come close were ripped to shreds by either its claws or its teeth. "Damn it, fall back," a worried Irileth quickly advised as her guardsmen fell one after another. "Retreat, fall back." "It's two." At that moment, however, Jorgen rushed past her and charged at the beast with sword in hand. "Prepare to fall, you vile beast." Having caught it off guard, Jorgen managed to land a strike on its head and drew blood. However, this wasn't enough to take it down. In fact, the attack only served to anger the dragon. With one sweep of its tail, Jorgen became airborne. Even this didn't last long, as the same tail swatted him back to the ground with astronomical force. By Shaw's beard, one of the guards couldn't help but tremble at the scene he had just seen. Before anyone else could make any remark, Cole rushed towards the dragon's head. It quickly faced him directly and opened its mouth, ready to attack. "Watch out!" Ignoring the warning, Cole continued to rush forward, and just as it was about to release another attack, he jumped on top of its head and struck his blade into its skull. The dragon let out a loud roar in pain and flapped its wings madly before taking off from the ground. Cole, however, kept his blade firm and didn't waver. With the blade still lodged in its skull, Cole got hold of the dragon's horns and forcefully steered it downward with his superhuman strength. Crash! With a large bang, the dragon finally fell to the ground and Cole jumped off just before impact. The dragon now laid on the ground heavily wounded, but everyone remained fearful of approaching it. Cole, however, picked up another blade and looked it directly in the eyes before starting to walk slowly towards it. Roar! Cole dragged the sword behind him until he finally reached its head and struck it down. The onlookers watched in disbelief at what they had just seen. "It's dead?"